It is the second day of SAL playoffs where it's time to qualify 2 more teams to the EWC. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me we have Alfama here. Leo, you weren't with us yesterday, but tell me, were you shocked at all with the results that we had with yesterday's games?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. You know, the games ended quite in the night. I was deep sleeping, and when I woke up this morning to check on the maps, I was like, wait, what? FaZe have lost? That was surprising. And then I guess for the NIP game, I was not surprised. I think Furia have been looking really good ever since they rebuilt the roster. I felt like there has been this consistency with NIP where they struggle a little bit against the very top teams of Brazil. And so overall, I guess the big surprise to me was really to see FaZe fall and more likely to fall in the 2-0 fashion. I think if I expect Team Liquid to take them, okay, why not? But at least make it to a third map.
Yeah, that was a big surprise. Of course, you know, that series, the first map going all the way to an overtime. Liquid able to secure that one. Then the second map as well. That was pretty insane. Of course, the second game being a little bit longer than that, of course. I was really surprised by NIP taking down Furia on the second map on Lair, which is a map that they have such a big win streak on for the side of Furia. So I think NIP put up a good fight, but it was, of course, the expected result to see them drop down to the lower bracket. And that is what we are focusing on today in our 2 best-of-3. Those 2 matches in the lower quarterfinals that you're looking at the bottom left of your screen. And the winner of each of these matchups will still punch their ticket to EWC. But Leo, the most important thing for these teams to keep in mind, especially for FaZe and NIP that dropped down to the lower bracket, that this is their final chance.
Yeah, it's basically it. No more safety net. And out of the 4 teams that we see on our screen, only 2 will make it to EWC. And so I think we really have 2 big differences and 2 big stories. On the left side, you've got the big top teams of SAL, right? You've got FaZe that have been there to every event in the past 3 years, that have won so many events. On the side of NIP, they've been super consistent as well. And then on the other side, you've got Loud and Lost, and those are the contenders. Lost, they managed to make Salt Lake City. It didn't go as planned there, but at least they proved everyone wrong, and they created an upset, making it to that STR event. On the other side, Loud, it would be the first time since the organization's venture in Siege that they would attend an STR event by qualifying to it, because they did go to Reload, but it was an invite. So I think for both of these teams, it would mean a lot. For Laos, we would basically be confirming that Kickoff was not an upset. And for Loud, it would be a confirmation that the rework they've done pay off incredibly well, especially to make it against the world champions.
You know, I'm glad that you've given almost every single team, and at least our fans, a reason to cheer for this team, right? That's the most important thing. Why would you care about these teams potentially making it to yet another international event? And especially for that first map, I think the main storyline for FaZe going up against Loud is that, yes, FaZe had an amazing group stage, right? We talked about them going potentially flawless for a little while as well. And then all of a sudden, Loud come in, they managed to take that first victory over FaZe inside the group stage. And I feel like this is kind of where the downfall for FaZe had started, right? We're looking at them then losing the next match in group stage as well, losing their first best-of-3 against Liquid yesterday. And we were kind of talking, especially with Fox yesterday as well, you know, those last 2 matches in the group stage maybe wasn't the best FaZe that we saw, right? They were already secure, they were locked in first, they know they didn't really have anything to play for anymore. But then if that trend continues in the first match of playoffs, I do think there is somewhat of a reason to start worrying.
Yeah, it starts to be scary a little bit. And I mean, if you look at the stats from the stage, it's getting a little bit worrisome as well, because if you compare them on like the basic track records, right? EPS, average EPS, same as Loud. Plants, Loud have planted more despite playing less. And then entries, again, Loud is pretty good at this. And then they're above FaZe Clan in this. And you look at this and you might be thinking, are we still talking about the FaZe that destroyed everyone in the first 7 play days? The FaZe that looked unstoppable, that looked that they were going to go flawless again. And so obviously FaZe is the kind of teams that will find the resources in themselves to be able to punch the final ticket and go and manage to go to events. That's what we used to think, right? But then there are stories like G2 in EML that have been flawless throughout the stage, and then they lose the first game of playoffs, they lose the second game, and that's all done. And you know, it's especially when you're such a big team like FaZe Clan, you've got a target on your back. And Loud, they have already proven that they can take them. You know, if we go and take a look at what happened during the stage, Loud were the first team to start this loss streak, as you mentioned, right? We were both witnessing it. That crazy game at Heaven Labs where we were both doubtful at the beginning because it had been such a good map for FaZe. Well, for Loud, it's the revelation moment, I think, in my head. We both saw that they were doing really good overall during the stage, that they had potential. But to go on and beat FaZe when FaZe had been flawless, I think that's really the moment where we realized, wow, that's crazy. Look at their reaction here. And honestly, on the back of Gabu going crazy, yes, but I think to me, that starts the whole thing. FaZe loses the first game here, then the second one, then they lose playoffs, and now they're in lower bracket. We've went full circle, and now we're a BO3 for a ticket to EWC.
Yeah, let's talk about that matchup from FaZe a little bit as of yesterday as we go over their lineup and their roster as well. Because yesterday, I feel like that similar downfall that we saw in group stage started on map 1 already, right? They had a 6-4 lead on the first map. Somehow that slipped into overtime. It slipped away from them as well. And even on map 2, I feel like that weird feeling continued. There's some questionable decisions, right? You know, they're on the defense. They have the man advantage. Time is in their favor. And then people just go and swing and they make mistakes. And also, a really big factor on that one, I feel like they couldn't shut down KZ. You know, a player that you mentioned, Gabu, if he's having another match like he did in that initial matchup in the best of 1, I feel like FaZe might have a really rough time going into this one. The guy you're seeing on the middle of your screen, though, Souls, has put up a brilliant effort yesterday. You know, almost going back to 2018, back with the Zofia now being buffed as well. But on the other side, where Souls is putting up an effort, we're seeing players also having a clear struggle on FaZe.
Yeah, it's been one of my worries for FaZe for the last 6 months. I'm not gonna lie. Even at SI, KDS was a little bit quiet, a little bit quieter than usual, and then that trend continued, and that's the big problem. KDS was the worst rated player on FaZe at 6 Invitational 2026. He was then the worst rated player on the roster during kickoff. He was again the worst rated player at Salt Lake City, and he's again by far here with 88 EPS, the worst rated player on FaZe during the stage. And so, as much as we used to settle him as the main entry, I know that the roles with FaZe have been quite fluid. However, his main operator is still striker in attack. He's still, more often than not, playing an operator where he's got a good gun, he's got the utility that he needs, he's not necessarily, demanded to be playing a very important utility-based operator, and so he should have no excuse to underperform compared to his teammates. And so, there is maybe one of the problem on our screen is trying to find back a way so that KDS can perform again. But at the same time, I think it stems from a whole lots of problems, like you've mentioned. FaZe, the teams that used to be perfect, is finally cracking a little bit and is showing that strength that made them so good and so perfect somehow is starting to slip away. And FaZe has showed crack before, especially in between the two SI championships. They had moments in the stages where they looked really poor, but they always found a way to go back, especially in playoffs. And let's remember, they played the prime Team Liquid yesterday. Today, they're playing against Loud. Despite Loud's effort and looking so good, I do think that the experience is on the side of FaZe, and I think it's one of the moments where they can reassure all of the fans, kind of a do or die here.
Yeah, pressure really should be on their shoulders, of course, as this is also the final chance to be making it to an international event for them yet again. Now, for Loud, as you already mentioned, they haven't actually made it yet to an international event since joining Siege, but in general, they've already had such a big improvement if you compare their stage in Stage 1 to kickoff, right? Because they ended last in their group there, they didn't even make it to playoffs, so for them now, despite being in the lower bracket, making it to playoffs is already a really good thing. And the way they did it as well, right? You have to be so impressed by their last game. Great run, 3-game win streak to lock in those playoffs. 2 of those wins being against FaZe and Fluxo W7M, right? There's a lot of big names on both these teams. And I feel like especially the attacks is what I really enjoy watching for the side of Loud.
Yeah, absolutely. And they beat Liquid as well, by the way. They beat some big names. Liquid and FaZe, 2 teams that I thought beginning of the stage would have been the top favorites. And as you can see on your screen, I think we need to talk about the 2 main players on these rosters. I think on one hand, you've got the best player in the world, the most consistent one, the one that really carried FaZe to an SI victory. And on the other, you've got the best rookie of the year, at least in SAL for sure. And what's really fun is, if you look at this, Gabu, a rookie in the stage, has better stats than Handy, the best player in the world. And I thought that was such a big testament of just how good Gabu has been playing. We've talked at length to Resets about him. He's baffled by the level of this player. We had waited a couple of years to see a new rookie come in and directly contend with the very, very top of SAL players. We've been happily surprised with rookies before, but this one is from a different breed, and I think we've seen it a little bit at kickoff, and a lot more here during the stage. And I'm so happy that we get to see the best rookie in the league play against the best player in the league today.
Yeah, that's a very exciting prospect for this matchup here. Of course, we had Reset give Gabu a lot of flowers for his performance so far, calling him one of the best players currently in SAL even as well. And I feel like a lot of them playing with a lot of confidence, right? We're seeing that on their attack, the way they work together, the way they clear things so efficiently. Coming into interviews afterwards saying like, oh yeah, Flux to W7 Ember and even shooting back in that matchup. They will need that confidence here as well, right? Because a best of 3 is really going to test the depth inside of these two teams. I want to see the map veto too, because my main question mark is Nighthaven Labs going to be part of the occasion today, right? We call it one of the best maps for the side of FaZe. That was the map that eventually Loud took them down on. FaZe themselves, they betted away. We're going to Border instead.
Yeah, I think they don't want to take the risk of rematching Loud on the map on which, let's be honest, Loud stomped FaZe. It was a 7-3 if I recall, so I think they don't want to take the risk. What I find surprising is the Border pick, which is a question mark, I guess, in the sense that it's always going to be a gamble. Loud have never played it at a tier 1 level. So with this current roster, we have no idea how they're going to play. So it's a surprising one. And then on the side of FaZe, it's a map that they don't usually go to so keenly. It's kind of like 8th preference out of 9. However, they did show it during the stage. They destroyed INTZ 7-1. They did Flux W 7M 7-3. If you push them there, they will be able to play it. And then going on to Lair, I think is one of the best FaZe maps. They beat NIP on it convincingly. They beat Shopify Rebellion at Salt Lake City. Shopify Rebellion, who went then to the grand finals. So it's testament once again. They beat Team Liquid convincingly on it at kickoff. And on the side of Loud, they already showed it earlier, 3 weeks ago, I think, against Black Dragons. And then finally we're going to Fortress, which I think suits the playstyle of these two teams, especially can favor Loud in the sense that they're such a great attack team, and this is heavily defender-sided, so it should be one of their ways to try and create a greater gap between FaZe and them. So overall, I do think, though, that just on paper and looking at stats, it favors FaZe, but then again, FaZe are the favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like that's still a fair thing to say, right? Especially given the experience that FaZe have, the international tournaments that they have to back up this situation here inside of this best of 3, where it's going to really test everything from them, their teamwork, the basics, the communication, their confidence, but also their resilience, right? Because that's the big point about these two teams, or especially FaZe coming into this with the recent results from them and the losses that have been piling up inside this one. Besides maybe KDS, a player that you already talked about, do you feel like there's anybody else in this matchup that really feels pressure today to perform?
I think one player in particular that I didn't touch upon, and I think two really, are the two IGLs, right? I feel like Live has stepped up tremendously as an IGL. All of the experience on that player, the consistency on him. I think we've mentioned multiple times just how good Loud is playing in attack. I think he's the one, he's the best stakeholder focus. He's the one that makes the call, the mid-run call especially. A couple of times during the stage, we asked Resets about a couple of round-winning moments that basically shifted the games. And all of the times that we asked him, he was like, oh yeah, Live saw an opportunity and made the call. And I think that he's the big guy that's going to come and try to somehow beat the brains of Fighter King, which I think, in my opinion, is probably this year at least the best IGL in the world, at least at SI. There's a reason why Team Brazil at ENC is built around this player. So it's going to be a battle of IGLs. So these two I'm looking at, but very excited to see how Live fares against them.
All right, that's a question we'll keep in the back of our minds as well when we're eventually going to be watching this game. But as we now have all the information and we have the maps, it is time to welcome our casters for this matchup here today. We are once again joined by Fluke and Demo, checking in for yet another night shift with us, since you two were here yesterday for the full of it as well. Did you manage to get any rest after yesterday? We had some crazy games going very late.
None at all. No, it was about 5 in the morning when I sort of went to bed. Sun was rising, and I thought, well, I don't want to waste that. I have got a little bit of sleep. I'm not entirely crazy, but it's not a lot. So we'll see how weird today gets.
I'm feeling good. I mean, last night is basically what time I go to bed anyway, normally. So, it doesn't really affect me. But yeah, we go again today. FaZe back in action. Need a bounce back. No doubt about it, FaZe clan. We're not up to the running yesterday. You have to give Team Liquid Alienware their flowers. I thought they played very, very well. But for FaZe, against Loud, you should expect them to come in and get the job done.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea that we have about the two teams going up against each other. The way the map veto was pulled out, according to what Leo said as well, given the slight edge to Phaser in this one. How are you feeling about the matchup in general? Do we expect kind of a 2-1 demo? Is it a 2-0 situation here? How are you feeling about it?
2-0. Again, Leo's mentioned about the border pick being a little bit not necessarily on brand for FaZe. It was their permaban for the longest of times, and then we seen them bring it out at Invite. We seen them play against G2 for the first time, and they did feature in quite a lot of the FaZe matchups was border. Don't forget about that 10-8 as well that they had against Team Secret in the grand final. So it is a map that they obviously had worked on last year. They brought it into play this year, and it's ready to go now in the best of threes whenever you need it.
All right, and then just one more question that I kind of have, because we didn't really get to talk about it so much yesterday, but especially because you two were casting a lot of the matches yesterday. We see a lot of my bans already as well, right? I mean, speaking about the current meta, my seems to be really strong. We saw Souls a lot on the Sophia yesterday as well. Are we expecting that maybe today as well, Lee, maybe from your side as well, and every change that has been made? Anything that you really hope to see in action today?
I guess I'm still to see the impact of Jäger at the top level. I wanna see someone go crazy. I wanna see the old Cyber with his 1v5 clutches on Jäger. You know, I wanna see him running with the 3-speed. But I think Wamai so far just beats everything, just in terms of utility. 7 magnets, they're super strong. The C4, it's just too much.
And for you, Emmy?
It's too much to compete with Jäger.
It was the Zofia kill on the Clash. That was the moment yesterday where they just got underneath the Clash on labs, on towards ops, push with the 3, dead. And Clash couldn't do anything about it. Like, that's the element where I think we're going to start to see a lot more of that for those power positions.
Riora, maybe. Some Riora executes, where you close like 4 doors in 4 seconds. Super quick. I guess on border it's kind of rough. You can't really... Maybe on lair, basement, execute. Weapons, you take vertical control. Close off a few doors, blend by the doorway. We've seen that one before.
We're just seeing if you can see into the future like Foxay could yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I'm not that man. I'm just I'm a Foxay wannabe.
Oh really? I always suspected this, but I don't want to say anything.
I'm a Foxay. Budget Foxay is what people say.
Okay, all right. Before you two get into a serious argument here, let's dive into our first matchup of the day. Of course, EWC qualification is on the line. We're a bit surprised by this first match, so I'm very curious to see how it plays out.
Well, demo. You know what? I'm curious as well. Leo, he told me he's curious. Foxay, other Leo, said he's curious too. Are you curious how it's going to play out?
No.
Oh, well, turn away because this isn't about you, buddy. This is about FaZe Clan versus Loud. Are we going to have the saddest reverse Cinderella story? I would try and pronounce the word Cinderella backwards, but again, not running on a lot of sleep. Our FaZe Clan, after topping the group, being the sort of top team and terror of this region, gonna fall short by the team that kind of kick-started it. Or can Loud be even louder here? They have a chance to get themselves international. They only have to go through 2-time hammer lifters.
Well, I think Border gives them good opportunity Loud to set the tempo. We've talked before about the different maps that we have in the current meta. This is one where the strategical aspect of opening up reinforced walls, EMPing any wall denial, that doesn't really exist here. It's util dump and then a whole lot of kills.
Well, we'll start ourselves here. As we often do. FaZe, they'll be leading on their defense. You and I had a bit of a strange evening yesterday, I think it's fair to call it. And some very one-sided sides. And towards the follow-through. It wasn't the FaZe game.
That was great last night. I loved it. Even though both teams were just horrendous on attack.
Yeah.
Good entertainment.
Oh, it was very entertaining defensive stuff, but I did also lose my mind procedurally. This isn't a map where you're expecting a sort of heavy amount of defense. Obviously, the limitation of the mirror, the limitation of the smoke, the extension towards those sort of routes that you can do. Those sort of old familiars here. It's going to be crazy, but it could be this. A snap on towards top east. Deimos wants to just try and lead this information. towards the Garnet Souls on the back end, who's happy to sort of sit and wait as the flashes roll their way out. They're going to roll themselves away. Vidiking's actually able to find the first. Stemp goes down. There's 2 for Vidiking. That's the 2 people that are on the stairs on the opposite end. Flastry does find Souls, but at this point, I mean, they've lost a lot of their drive, but they're still trying to drive here, Demo.
Yeah, losing the Demos, not ideal, but they are able to still get 2 in return. And they've got East Air's control, so they have got themselves a part of the map that they can try and work from. All 3 players are together right now. Nobody looking to hit a backstabber, try and pressure any of the windows that, again, you do have on this top floor. Checking. Oh, just sees them move across in for the open wall. I mean, that is a bit of a crazy run in there from Live, but he has been able to make it work. Obviously, Gabu is a player that we have highlighted and talked about how good of a player he is, and a great stage for him. And why do I speak?
Why always me? Gonna try and find their fight over the top here. Vidiking, he's got himself 3 for his trouble, but he's trying to slip his way through and find the next 2. Pre-fires into it. That's a quarter. Are we going to start the day with an ace? He's looking and finding, and Handy takes it himself. But, I mean, is this phase going? Only yesterday, that was a blip. Last time, that was a blip. We want to go international.
I think for FaZe, I mean, they have to get to the events, isn't it? You know, this isn't a side where their goals and admirations is to qualify for a LAN event. Their admirations is to win the LAN event. That's the different levels that we have inside the Siege. And of course, FaZe Clan, whenever they've been right at the very top of the pile, they're always going to want to remain there. But as we know, staying at the top is the difficult thing. That's always the issue. We talk about dynasties. They will all fall. That is a matter of a fact. Best teams in the world, they will eventually fade away. But for FaZe, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. I don't think we're at the end here for FaZe. It's no last dance, none of that business. You just know that you know, FaZe are just gonna keep churning out results, because I think that is the DNA of this organization. I don't think there's ever been a more consistent international side than FaZe Clan. Since they joined the professional circuit way back in 2018, if you just go and look at the Wikipedia of this side, and you look at how they've placed in events, yeah, this team is always up there. You know, 3rd, 4th places, they've got tons of them. Runners up, winners, they've got everything. They're always a constant. That is what this organization is.
I think one of the things that was unfortunately missing from yesterday, obviously, Team Liquid Alienware, for the context of the 2-0, played brilliantly. They were the sharpest they've been for a while. That was the team that you sort of want to see. Like, if you buy your tickets and you leave watching that game, you're very satisfied. You've been able to see the best in the world.
Getting PTSD from 2023, it felt like. That's what it felt like, those vibes.
Whereas here, I mean, you know, it shut down a lot of Cyber, it shut down a lot of KDS yesterday. Handy couldn't quite activate, neither could Vidiking, the 2 players that have immediately got themselves a step in. Souls is the only one that was able to really have a sort of concertable effort and effect on the game itself, but it wasn't enough. So here, having the others immediately sort of show up. Ivy gets himself 1 this time round. They lose the Deimos pretty early. It wasn't the entry last time, but it was about 2 seconds after the entry. And Deimos on this map, I mean, it's so powerful.
Yeah, it's a bit of a loss, especially whenever you're dealing with players in towards CC. You would love to have a Deimos track to rip that player out, but because they've lost it, how did they go around dealing with this tub? Really, for KDS, he's just up here to waste some time. I mean, and he's done a really good job at that. I mean, 1:20 remaining, and what have Loud got to show for it? All of them still outside of the building. He's going to make the mad dash. Just has to be very careful here now. Yes, doing very well, just burning down that clock. Flash goes in. Is Gabby going to try and jump on it? I mean, 2 of his teammates have been able to get kills back, so there's a 3v3, but for Gabby, he's still dealing with these players inside of CC. His teammates need to try and come and support him.
Oh, there's a bit of a drift. Doesn't know about Vidiking, or maybe he does. He sort of snapped back towards it, but it doesn't matter. Saw him through the break on the shaft. Pulls the head off here. Ready to try and push in. There's sort of swing, but otherwise they've peeled themselves back, right? They still have the watch above. There's 30 seconds. They don't really have any control here. They need to try and isolate just that player above and get this locked down, but it's an awkward approach, and there doesn't seem to be a clean route through anywhere. There's the drop down. Swing around elsewhere. I'm not sure where Flastry is at this point. Oh, there he is, dead. Oh, and there goes Gabu too.
Easy pickings for FaZe. Have to give credit to KDS. Fantastic roam. You look at the time that you wasted. He didn't die. The room that Loud wanted to stem their kind of operation from was CC. That is the part of the map that they wanted to take. And KDS did a great job at just staying alive. Yeah, I know that. I think it is a bit of a worry for Loud because they can't even get in the building.
That's crazy.
What, that they can't get into the building?
No, 007 after the 2 rounds.
And he was actually pretty mid yesterday as well. I think for a player who has had a very good stage for himself, considering the role that he plays, which is obviously IGL, but we're not used to seeing the IGLs goes crazy as what VODs did. Yes, I know Alamau also did the same, but generically, typically, not what we expect. So for VODs to have that immediate bounce back is fantastic. I think he finished yesterday in the series. I think it's 15-18 in the series yesterday. So if he gets 8 more, he's already equaled how he done in 2 maps yesterday, which is definitely doable. Look, I mean, rounds he's still got to play here.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
At this, obviously the timeout has been driven very early on. I'm trying to think, there was questionable usage of timeouts yesterday. I remember in the FaZe Clan one, it was quite late that they took the first. They were 6-4 up on the first map, weren't they? Am I getting my wires
Yes, they were 6-4. I remember they took the timeout, and then they just couldn't do anything with it.
And then lost every round pretty much afterwards. They got 1 in OT, but it wasn't enough. And I mean, them being able to force it out of their opponents this early, it allows them to stay on cruise control. The fact that, as he said, they haven't been able to get into the building lab. And that on this map is, well, worrying. We might be about to get another defensive masterclass, but I don't think it's the same reasoning.
Changing mags.
Here we go. Ready now to see how this round's going to play out for mostly Loud. That's who we're looking at to try and give us a little bit of something here. Again, I know it's not been great. It's not been fantastic opening 2, but it's only 2 rounds. There's still plenty of time for Loud to get themselves into this game. Bitter King, he's 7-0 when he wants 8-0. Let's see if he can just try and cheese a kill here. Someone walks up unsuspectingly. That doesn't look as though he's going to get any visitors. Live is just, I think, taking a C4 to the dome, and oh, maybe for Bitter King. Players on the drone. Is he going to go for it? Oh, I mean, he definitely could have killed him if he went for it, but Bitter King is going to remain patient and actually just backs away.
Pulls himself back. He's sort of waiting for the shield to roll in closer. We've often talked about sort of panic Monties and bringing it out, and they're using it as that drive in, the way they haven't quite been able to get themselves that sort of safety before, but Live still needs something to happen on the back of it, right? Otherwise, it's just a bit of steel and thunder behind it. Resets found first. There's your ram gone. There's that verticality towards this site, much more severely limited, and now you have this problem. Now, if you're leading in with a Monty that's always sort of hard shielding, you need some coverage. Peering outside. Oh, it gets caught out elsewhere, but just finding a body. Finding 2. The player that was missing before, obviously, Gabu, the player who's been a superstar so many times for Loud, is able to get himself off to a bit of a lift here. They have the man advantage for the first time throughout this game so far. Can they get this execute together? They have 1 minute demo.
I mean, just drop Live down in through the hatch. He doesn't have to worry about anything. There's no C4s remaining here from FaZe, so Live is going to be very safe. They just have to commit to it. And oh dear. Oh, Flastry thought, oh well, I'm the extra man. I'll see if I can maybe try and go tellers and cut across, but he's lost himself to it. On that rotate. Live in the correct thing, dropping in. Just has to try and go for a plant here. He probably can go for it as long as the coverage is good enough.
Well, they're going to see if they can try and stick it at this point, and he's just going to swing the window. They've had to pull off the plant live. He's not quite confident enough as his only cover is, well, just above and worried about being swung on himself. They're holding on towards the angle. He's going to see if he can try and drop and offer some close support, but he's just caught out from the watching side, and there's the mop up. That is 3 rounds in a row for FaZe.
Wow. I mean, I think Loud played it correctly, and then just some absolutely insane swings from FaZe. Like, I don't know, you just swing the guy on the single window, you take him down, you lose that coverage, Monty can no longer feel safe in the position he's in. I think sometimes that's what it comes down to, it's just winning those engagements, and you know what FaZe are like, we know the players that they have at their disposal. Won't shy away from a fight. But the outcome for Loud, yeah, it's still not good enough for them. They're now 3-0 down, and don't forget this is off the back of a timeout.
I think it becomes that sort of conversation of how much of the timeout was dedicated towards a whole ethos shift and how much of it was towards this is the tertiary. Like, this is where we need to make it matter. Because depending on what it is, you can get more confidence out of the other, right? Because you can sort of go, look, we need to reset the pieces of this board game. We need to evaluate what we're going to ban out. They've obviously removed the Monty. It was used once, fine, but wasn't exactly the most successful thing. And then the Azami. Azami's always good to get rid of. But here, I think it's the element of, I want to know if it was more of a structural change. Because Loud were responding. They were getting trades. They were getting bodies. They were putting engagements back in, which we didn't really get from before. If that's what they can latch onto, I'll be able to find some success here. Find themselves a decent stretch around the map. FaZe, never really scared of confrontation. In the meantime, the fuse shield. Oh, maybe that's the replacement for a Monty.
Yeah, I think straight away you've shown the Monty in your 3rd round. Loud obviously gained good traction. They were able to get the man advantage, got them into the bomb site, and straight away, I mean, I think out of everything, that has been the operator that caused them the most, even though it was only for 1 round. And I think FaZe have just, yeah, we'll just ban that. I mean, what else are we going to ban? The Deimos has had, like, no impact, which is insane, considering that it's Border, which is one of Deimos' better maps, because of how small it is, and the way you can move in below very easily, do the vertical work. So, yeah, for FaZe, not really scared of what Loud are going to be doing here against them. But for Loud, what's going to be on the menu? And the Deimos just, yeah, well, you don't need to ban it. Oh, 5v3. Oh, dear.
Wow, 5v3. The Blitz is trying to drive its way in. It's been able to suddenly pick up 2 kills. Okay. Flashtree gets 1, levels things up as the 3 versus 3. The Blitz is now on the hunt. As I said before, they didn't have the fuses to drive through, but the double shoot strategy has suddenly got them a 3 versus 1 demo out of nowhere. Wrap their way around, face to face with the Blitz, waiting for the swing to come around elsewhere, but brilliantly played there by Gabbard.
Wow. I mean, how is Gabu able to do that? He's just strutted in for Armory by himself as well, don't forget. And he just played a really good blitz. I mean, that is probably the lack of traps, though, on the side of FaZe. That's where it's very favorable. I feel for a shield in that scenario. Now, I think it's a nightmare if you're a blitz and you're up against the Thorn. Even a Fenrir as well is quite bad because it obviously impairs your vision. You don't know which way you want to look, which is very important for a shield, is to look the right direction. But at the same time, you just had a player pushing in from Archives, and that was Stem. And he just kind of... I would say the Blitz causes distraction, to pull players out of position, and then Stem takes advantage of that. So I do feel as though Loud reacted very well to what their win con was, and the win con in that scenario was getting the shield in towards Armory, getting it in towards the site.
Well, there's the lessons. The lessons potentially learned of, well, is this an ethics change? Is this a fundamentals change? Or is this just sort of a round-by-round change there? They're going to keep themselves rotating around on towards Vent. I'm not going to stick around in Armory. Fine, they've been able to take it once. They had the upper sort of hand, and be fair, the entry statistic every single time so far has gone into the favor of FaZe. It's a statistic that Loud probably want a bit more of a handle on, because a shaky approach onto border really hurts you, especially with the pace of the engagements on this map. FaZe, they've got themselves the stretch around, as I said, more than happy to hunt for those fights outside. Obviously, when you're looking towards the map pool as well, and the ones that we can sort of get ourselves in, it kind of gets slower and slower, right, as it progresses in towards lair after this. And if we get their fortress, there's a lot of energy being sent here. And remember, this is Loud's pick as well, and they've used their timeout.
Now, see how FaZe want to go at this defense. Stairs is the name of the game, and oh, Souls won with 2 kills, and what's happened? Everyone's dead. A full East Stairs office execute has just fell flat on its face. And Flash Tree, you have a lot of time, mate, but you have no teammates.
Yeah. You talk about failure to get into the building and failure to land, and well, that's probably the starkest example as of yet. He said all the time in the world, but all the world to have to still get through. He's going to cut his way around. There's somebody not too far away from the side of passports. They're fully aware what he's doing. They're even opening the space behind him, but he's keeping himself moving. Where he is, again, it's just the nature of border, right? Every single place you go, you're going to probably find yourself some pressure. They've set up a really nice network here. They've got the ping on the player above, but he doesn't have to swing his way out until somebody else finds a fight elsewhere. The flash goes up, and there's Vidaking going down. That's 1 for the first 30 seconds. 3 more to find. And yeah, it's got the premonition right. He knows exactly where they are, but the problem is as soon as he steps out, as soon as he makes contact with one, the other 2 will swing. And that's what he's going to have to just try and do. There's the motion. There's the swing. There's the FaZe round.
Yep. No doubt that FaZe going to win that round. And yeah, I mean, overall, Loud just tried a bit of a fast take in towards East. And it kind of felt, I mean, obviously, look, Souls has just hit nutty shots, which always is going to be a bit of a sting. For Loud, just ran out of steam immediately. So this half is not looking good for them. They really need to at least get the 4-2 if they have any hope, I feel, of getting a win over FaZe. I think a 5-1, it's just that pressure. It'll just amount massively on the shoulders of Loud. So yeah, very important now we go into Armory, which, to be fair, they were successful last time they were here. This is a bunch that they have won. It's been the Bathroom Tellers event and workshop, which they've struggled with. So yeah, Armory, if they're going to win around, it will be here.
At this, the 4-1 half, I mean, it's still pretty good, pretty confident on towards their split. If this goes to 4-2, I think FaZe will probably still walk away like, yeah, that's fine. You know, it's border, right? It just takes being able to land it sort of one after the other fine. Yes, it's not really anything that we have a huge amount of data from the side of Loud. We couldn't really start to talk about preferred sides. We can only say what was picked for and against. Or we can only say what was picked against them. What they had to pick into. But here on this side, FaZe, they're slightly better on their attack, as is to be expected. It all comes down to this. Will they get a flawless opening half of opening kills? Comes that initial question.
He's going to strike first. He's going to have the opening pick. I mean, it has been a FaZe day on the entries. Currently 5-0. Loud have not been able to win that first engagement, which I suppose is a big talking point of probably why they're down so many rounds on border. And oh dear, that's going to be 6-0 for FaZe in the entries here on border. And Loud, that's the issue. Every round they're going into, they have to play from behind. There's the Sophia buff that you mentioned. And it's reared its ugly head again.
I said it. I think we're going to see more and more and more of that as time goes on.
It's so silly. It's so
quick. It's so quick. It's 3 impacts pretty much instantly. It's the most devastating explosive we have. Great pickup from the cross. Now a 3 versus 3. They're going to see if they can try and pinch their way across the top here. They're not quite able to get a catch on, but a minute 20. There's a decent bit of pace here. They've still got a nice choice of utilities to try and drive with. The Dockerbee can obviously make some motions happen. A couple of smokes. Otherwise, again, it's just a singular C4 and, well, unfortunately, the gun skill of some great gunners. It's still on Loud, though. See if they can just try and isolate a bit of a fight. No, more of your Grismots. You use them all to kill a man. Well, the Grismots, even the impact. You've got the stuns left. Instead, there's the C4 ripped over the top. He's hoping he can get lucky on the kill. The call comes out. They're swinging either side of the door. They're going for the 2 versus 1. Just swings in towards Gabu's spray. They're hoping the next player steps in. There's the chance of pressure coming around the back. They've got eyes on towards Fountain and the cross. 30 seconds, Demo.
Yeah, fantastic here from Loud. One thing they struggled with was getting a foothold on the map. They've went CC. What was the issue? KDS in towards the Brazil rotate. The impact them from below. You lose KDS. FaZe have lost their semblance in holding onto the map, and then Loud can formulate a push. They can start moving in towards Armory. And Gabu has led the charge, and he keeps on leading it. That's free for him in the round. Loud, by far, their best round this evening.
Wow. I'll hear what our desk has to think about it.
Well, the evening is still young. There's still many opportunities left for Loud to have some great rounds, but at least we're seeing them bite back inside this matchup a little bit, because outside of that, it seems like it's pretty confident and straightforward on the side of FaZe, right? We see that confidence in them getting all of the opening kills quite early in the rounds as well. It seems like they are heavily contesting map control. And I mean, what can you do if it's 2 rounds and Vita King's on the reverse James Bond?
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. 7 kills in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
And how many of those on the back on the first round with Azami? I understand the Azami ban, by the way. I think the playstyle from FaZe is, I guess, the common one when you try to defend border. Such a close map, so you're trying to play super aggressive, trying to make the initial entrance into the building super hard. Fight hard office, fight hard East stairs, fight hard CC, which is pretty much what everyone will try to do. What I liked on the side of Loud is the ability, especially for Gabu. We said he was going to be the biggest, the most important player, I guess, on the side of Loud, to come up with playing Nomad, using crowd control operators. On that very last round, he's the one that pushes the 1 to die in CC. Then he's the one that gets the important kill on Cyber on Armory. Then he's the one that gets the important kill of Vita King in box, and eventually kills the guy in Archives. So he's very much into it as well. We've got a big name in Vita King. We've got another big name in the side of Gabu. And right now, he's the only reason why Loud is able to fight back. Overall, FaZe playing the defense game perfectly well. And I think so far, I told you they look angry. I think I feel like they have a statement to make after yesterday.
Yeah, of course. You know, yesterday didn't go the way they wanted to. You know, maybe even for Loud as well. They didn't expect to go up against FaZe here today in this instance. You really hyped up Vita King. Oh, sorry, Handy and Gabu at the beginning of this match, right? Gabu definitely living up to the expectations as well. Vita King's doing well. Another player that you kind of put the pressure on was Live. He's not having the greatest of matches so far. But now, of course, this is Loud's map pick, right? They get to go on presumably the more favorable side, given that FaZe also picked into the defense here. Is there anything in particular that you hope to see from Loud?
I think the main thing I want to see is the same amount of confidence I saw on the side of FaZe, right? They should not be worried too much about going too aggressive in defense. Because I think that what we've seen so far with Loud is the defense has been a weak point most of the time. And they very often try to play towards the objective, fall back as much as possible. They have a much more passive play style. And I'm not sure this is exactly going to work out for them if they try to implement that on border. I think it's much harder, as I see them without the Azami, without the smoke. So you can clearly see that FaZe are trying to exactly do what I said, which is trying to force Loud into not playing this plan denial late round game.
Yeah, for the case of Loud, it seems like they are really going up against a FaZe that has improved so much from the last few games that we've seen, especially inside of that confidence. So that means that for Loud as well, they got to break their A game when it comes to confidence if they want to lock out their own map pick.
Well, at this, it's that other half draw, right? It's that other half drive. It's how much of this map is something that you have some surprises for that you can try and take away from FaZe at this point. Opening on your first defense towards the top floor. As I said before, every single entry kill has been in towards the favor of FaZe. That is, for me, the first asterisk that really needs to be looked at.
here we go. Second half phase on the attack. And there's something that you had mentioned as well. Whenever you look at the statistics for FaZe Clan on Border, the attack just ever so slightly better than the defense. I mean, we're talking 1% here, but still, it'll show that they can attack as good as they can defend. And look, I do think the Border's more attacker-sided. I think there's more cheese that you can operate with. I think as soon as you gain man advantage on the attacks, it's very easy to overwhelm the defense. You always like to think this map is the Jenga tower. You can remove one piece and the whole defense will just fall from that. So very important that the attackers can always go one man up. And I think that kind of highlights the problems that Loud have. They were constantly going a man down, and that's where they really struggled to get into the building. So overall for FaZe, you would expect to see them feel a little bit stronger in those opening kills. Mostly because they've dominated the, the gun game in Border. That is what we kind of have to look at for FaZe. The players are gunning. We've talked about Viking. Handy's there on 5. Gabu, the only one really in Loud there with 7 kills. Live's having a tough one, so is Resets.
First minute ticked away, and at this point, they're still just weighing up the options. It's usual for Border. You do a lot of external sort of probing and not getting quite caught out until the push comes towards the shove, and the shove is probably going to be dictated by, obviously, the Grimbees, timed with the E1D, but there's nobody on the other side of it to be caught just yet. FaZe, not entirely sure which way they sort of want to root themselves into. There's a couple of bits of pressure on towards Ops. They want to get east stairs. Ops even, office. We're not in lair yet. Stemp that suffers the first bit of damage, but Live swings out, gets Viking. There's Souls getting flash tree right back. Oh, they know somebody's tucked just close on the side of break. You can see the rotates coming around. Lucy, well, doesn't.
Fantastic C4.
Yep. Oh, Lucy, I'm losing my mind. Really should have got more sleep.
You hear an MP5, but that is the K variant. That's the difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, what am I C4? What a pain. What an absolute pain. And it is a 3v3. The Wamai has been dealt with, but FaZe, not in a great position. They don't have a lot of util remaining. Whenever you've lost the Grim, Sophia has got 2 stuns, and Sophia, well, no stuns now, and they just start jumping in, trying to take in towards CC, but Loud have sent them packing. And KDS, a big task ahead of him, a 1 versus 3 for him, has the DMR, of course, but no, Step with a shotgun. Loud kick things off with a defensive win. They're back in this game now, 1 round behind FaZe.
It was a really solid hold as well. They locked them outside the building. They did everything that we sort of talked about was the struggle for the side of Loud when they were approaching, was they couldn't scratch through the surface. They couldn't find the first sort of boots in there with the, obviously, control on towards break, the pressure on towards office, attempts at getting themselves in, but it just, there was always a live player. There was always a live body sort of building themselves up and structured around it. Here, though, on towards the secondary side, on towards one where the verticality is going to be something. Are they going to sort of stick around? Will they try and hold on towards it? Becomes that growth moment, right? If Loud can get this, if they can level things up for a piece, I mean, maybe we'll see a FaZe timeout.
Loud, almost like that they've chosen as their second pick is going to be Bathroom and Tellers, where FaZe, they preferred going Vincent and Workshop first.
5 seconds remaining.
So yeah, Bathroom Tellers. Only ever seen it the one time from FaZe, but it was successful, and to be fair for Loud, they were in a horrible position from winning that round. One thing immediately that I've looked at the FaZe lineup, they went from 0 shields to 2 of them immediately, and also one of them's the Glaz. I mean, a Glaz and a Blitz and Bathroom Tellers, you always have to worry about that quick jump in through the Teller's window straight into the bomb site. So something that Loud need to be ready for if that does come into fruition.
Mai under a bit of pressure here, or at least he believes he is, but I mean, to be fair, with the buffs that he's gone through, is it really going to be something they try and immediately focus on towards? You can see now that Flash Tree is actually the potential first port of call, the Pulse whirring away underneath, getting all the read of this approach. They've come in much safer, it's fair to say, double down with the shields. Means that they're not just going to get swung out on, as previously seemed to occur, and they can try and lure somebody in, but The worry is, or if I was to say a worry could be lack of verticality, right? They're going to have to send themselves in immediately. There's the quick play of the catch. The shield is round. There's a man under pressure, but he saw the extra support from the double door, so he's actually pulled his way back round and just going bit by bit. They have somebody trapped. He's around the corner. They're looking in towards Fountain. They just keep going, and he can't see anything. Easy caught out. Too much of an overextension, and there's that entry away from them again.
Yep, have been able, though, to get a kill back. Still a 4v4, one shield gone, but as we know, King still there with the Blackbeard. Looking for souls. He's not going to get much value out of the gadget, though, as all the smokes have been depleted on the side of FaZe. Happy will expose himself, and Resets! Resets just jumped out the window! What was he thinking? I don't know what the call was. I don't know what information was supplied. What a moment of madness, perhaps, from Resets.
Handy gets on towards Gaboot. And I mean, madness might have been one thing, but at this point it'd be a round they can kick themselves on later on. They got the first and nothing since then. There's still a shield standing, 45 seconds, and the plant is attempted. Mirror isn't too far away, but can't cross the divide. Actually, they don't secure it. They very much could have. Instead, they just pushed on the kill. Maybe they were worried someone else was coming in. 30 seconds. I think they're just going to end the round there instead.
Well, as soon as FaZe got those two picks upstairs, it was a 4v2. You still have a full HP shield. That's only ever going to go one way. And yeah, again, very minimalistic. I think of a take coming in there from FaZe. They just wanted to stem their attack from East. They wanted to try and challenge in towards Office. Got those kills, and then from there, you walk down the staircase, you walk into Tellers. There's not much you can really do to stop that if you don't have the man advantage, so... Yeah, a rough one for Loud. I mean, for Loud, getting the opening kill again. There's a bit of a trend now where... look, we were very on for trends yesterday in the NIP and Furia game where we've seen defenders winning every round. Whereas in this context, and Border, just again, because I like trends, defenders have had the opening kills every round.
I think there's... I don't want to say patterns can somehow dictate everything, but it's also the weird element where yesterday, one of the things that we had a bit of trouble with was like trades, and I'm not sure if it was just sort of the system that we're getting read, because it feels a bit better than it is today, and it's telling me currently that we haven't had a single trade. If this is right, then I mean, there's just this entry game that seems to be drifting away from things. And the teams, as much as they can try and latch on, as much as it's on the defenders, as much as you're sort of trying to wash against the approach and not quite getting anything out of it, it's the bit that happens right after that's the most important.
What are FaZe up to with this lineup? This is a funky looking set of operators. You've got a Blitz and a Aurora. Thatcher as well. I mean, this is going to be a quick jump in, isn't it? Trying to block off the doors with the Aurora. C4s are going to be a necessity. Oh, look who it is. It's our good friend, the Warden. The perfect operator against the rush.
Yep, knew what he wanted to do, knew where he wanted to be, and, well, Leo wanted to see a row around. Always fun to say. And he didn't really get it because they've deployed a couple of the doors and a couple of the doors have netted nothing. Easy to remove. There was nothing behind them. And there's also now no kit in their pocket. So FaZe, without the shield, without the kit, without a decent chunk of the gadgetry that they've already thrown in, what do they do? Plan B? Well, plan B is KDS currently above. You can see a bit of a rotate happening on the opposite side as well. They're going to see if they can try and pinch out some of these vertical players. They're being held off. Loud. They've rotated their way back up. They're now driving focus back in. They've realized what FaZe has realized. And instead, they're going to offer some support towards their Fountain player. Nope, he's dead. Potentially towards the others.
Well, for FaZe, obviously the rush isn't going to work, so instead they move their attention towards that top floor, and oh, Souls has went down. Could still potentially be revived, and everyone from Loud have decided to leave that top floor. They feel as though the pressure was a little bit too much. They're up here hunting ghosts. There's nobody there, guys. Who's pinging? Who's doing that? Who's trolling? But for FaZe, can it get the revive off? A minute remaining. But a lot of work to do. I mean, obviously that rush, it's depleted their resources heavily. You know, you've got one Aurora gate remaining. You've got a nade. You've got a smoke. A whole bunch of EMP charges from the Thatcher, but I just don't know like what they're going to do here. Where are they going to plant? Obviously, it would be fantastic if one of their players was a soft destruction operator. This would be key right now to get them into the bomb site, but since you don't have that, players can just sit in the bomb site.
Stemp's able to cut through handy, puts them back again into the man advantage in the final dying throws of the round. They're hoping that they can watch the cover. They're hoping they can hop in the window and get the kit back. Great swing for Suddenly 2, though. 15 seconds. Now it's balanced its way immediately background, but Flastry gets on towards the man in the middle with the kit itself, and now it's just, again, a back and forth tit for tat. One versus one, our first one. Can he get there in time? No!
Yeah, tough one. Had to play for the kill. Easy peek around there, of course, for live. And KDS, no chance at all with that one. Yeah, FaZe, I've obviously went for a rush. Immediately, the Warden puts on the goggles, eliminates the Blitz. And then at that point, FaZe are always going to be chasing the game. Yeah, they had to then take a lot of time to rotate upstairs. And even whenever they were able to take above, they couldn't fully utilize it the same way you would if you had a Ram or a Buck or a Sledge in that scenario. If you have any of those operators, all of a sudden, Loud have to leave the bomb site. They are no longer allowed to sit and just hold the hatch drop, hold the window jump in. Then once you don't have to worry about that for FaZe, then you can start thinking about a plant because you know the bomb site's going to be an absolute freebie. So that is the kind of issue if you go for the rush and then you have to think of a different plan because that hasn't worked. It can really leave you in a bit of a pitiful spot. But all credit to Loud. They caught into that rush early on. And once again, it's brought them back in touching distance here of FaZe. Only one round behind.
And it's pulled out the timeout, right? It's pulled out the conversation. It's pulled out that sort of need to stop whatever has entirely gone away from them. It's become this problem with FaZe, and it's not impossible for a top team to not make it. It's happened a surprising amount in the history of this game. It's not impossible for the top team from a league to fall away in the final throws from a couple of bad play days. We had that the other week. And FaZe, for a team that for a long period of time seemed impossible to beat, this is the team that beat them the first time round. This is the team that sort of started a bit of a spiral here. Loud in the back half of this game, they have just sort of grabbed onto. And they've taken pretty much all around. Like, they missed the first three. Which is very worrying. Took their time out. If it was a fundamentals conversation, fundamentals are much more improved, and obviously this is always that sort of missing factor, right? We don't have data on this team on this map. I'm sure they've got some scrim information, fine, but it's different in practice, and practice, I'm not going to say is made perfect from Loud. It's made them now only one round behind.
This is big now. FaZe. Timeout being used. Need to try and capitalize here with a round win, and we do know from yesterday, FaZe have certainly had a struggle with closing out games. Whenever they've been in the lead, it has went away from them. So for FaZe, you want to make sure that doesn't happen again. Not going to wait for the, I don't want to say the 6-4, as what happened yesterday, but instead just take it now, 5-4. Don't allow Loud to even get into the 5-5 region. So, FaZe. I mean, they've not been opposed to eyeing up potential gaps here, FaZe. If they see an opportunity, they will certainly try and exploit that. I mean, this looks to be an Archives take, though. You look at the util that they have. You've got plenty of things you can dump into the bomb site, but getting that plant down can be quite difficult whenever there's a lot of C4s and also a Solus on the side of Loud. So Stemp can easily sit there and scan and see, okay, are they going for the plant? I can see the diffuser going down. And then just a volley of C4s can come out of the woodwork.
Well, there's one ripped and ready, and it's going to go a little bit early. The track comes out. In fact, it was the second that netted reward. There's a swing round of Stamp. Caught out in the fire. Handy is at least finding one, but still damage potentially already done. You can see Vidaking wants to try and bait on towards the plant itself. Sprays on, hopes they can catch the swinging man, but there's no cover. Right, they lost the players on the windows. They lost a bit of support. The Deimos, you assume, was gone from underneath. So instead, they're just hoping that they can get this close fight, but this line, this narrow sort of margin. There's no protection. Capital needs to sort of get into this position. Make sure that if anyone does try and swing wide, they're going to get found. There's the track on it. There's the wait round. The King is still holding out. We hear another rip. Nobody's on the rip. There he is, handy. In position. And oh, now 50 seconds. Still juggling a plant. Still playing with the bait. It's over the top. It's not quite netting anybody, but the kill. And now, well, there's suddenly the remaining players. A 1 versus 3. FaZe just could not find a breath of fresh air, Demo.
Yeah, really well played by Loud. They knew the win con. They knew the FaZe were always going to be eyeing up a plant in Archives door. They were happy enough to let them walk into Archives. Because as soon as they hear that diffuser going down, they still have that 1C4. They still have that win con. For FaZe, I think they played it well to wait until Handy was in position towards Armory. But we've seen that extension. We've seen that swing that the Sophia went for. You lose the Sophia, you lose the coverage of the man going for the plant. And from there, very difficult to get back into the game. So Light have squared it up. They've broke FaZe's timeout. And for FaZe, not again. That's probably what I think all the FaZe people are thinking.
I mean, in fairness, right, this is Loud's map. This is their sort of place. But the problem is that obviously, you know, FaZe got off to the perfect start. Think about how the opening 3 rounds went. It wasn't just that FaZe got the opening 3 rounds. It's that they were barely tested in the opening 3 rounds. They pulled Loud's timeout. You know, Vidaking was 7-0 on the second round. And then since then, 3 more kills. Like, it's just, unfortunately, whatever they had, that magic from the opening 3, regardless of whether it was on their attack or defense or not, just faded away. In the meantime, Loud, brick by brick, they've just taken it back, rebuilt it, found new avenues, and I mean, I'm gonna say it's the biggest worry yet, but it does sort of put your eyes on towards map 2, right? And then probably map 3.
Here we go. Over towards Bathroom and Tellers now. This is Sight that FaZe have won. It's the only attack that they've won. This is good news for FaZe. So for Loud, they have to try and complete the full rotation here and lock FaZe out of this. Get themselves a match point before FaZe do. Last time for FaZe, they were running double shields to take in towards East. Using the glass to give them control, a little bit more pushing power, of course, with that operator. Completely different lineup here, though. And oh no, Cyber does get down. Is anyone there to get the revive? Looks like it is going to be the case. They should be able to get Cyber up. Vidaking takes a lot of damage, and Handy jumping in towards Catwalk takes down Live. And oh, Loud able to find 2. Cyber is still down, by the way. What's going on?
I mean, we talk about players that have struggled, and there's definitely a name that's popped up. Unfortunately, too much. Minute 20, 4 versus 2 technically. They're going to see if they can get the long rotate round to Cyber on the other side of the map itself, and they should be able to get there, but it's Vidaking. It's the shield. It's the man with the kit. This has taken 30, 40 seconds out of the approach. Souls was hoping he could maybe get a lucky kill whilst they were sort of in this position, but nothing was offered because Loud aren't sort of making those mistakes, as we said. For a conversation of fundamentals, a conversation of ethos, Loud's second half. Loud in a lot of ways since their timeout quite early on in the first half has just revitalized them here. 50 seconds, FaZe. They've always still got that option to turn it on. That's not going to help. Neither is that. Lost in the source of the stairs. And unfortunately, it's not very delicious. 30 seconds, 1 versus 4, but well, we're not going to see it because Loud is now on a map point.
Yeah, they are, and it's, once again, that man, Gabu, really leading the team. You look at his kills. That is what we kind of hyped him up to be. He's had such a stellar stage. And for FaZe, they have now lost the site, which they were successful on here in this half. And Loud look as though they may just run away over here on their defensive half. They are playing lights out right now. Don't forget as well, I talked about patterns where the defenders were getting all the opening kills. That's the first time that we've seen the attackers get the opening pick in this game. And then FaZe still go on to lose the round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
You like to pattern. People love patterns. Fun-seeking brain loves patterns. Unfortunately, sometimes those patterns are meant to be broken. And I guess it's the element there of, you know, when you have the wider question about it, when you have the element of the drive that they were trying to get themselves in on,
10 seconds.
fine, they've been able to try and shake that one thing. But in the meantime, if everything else is falling apart,
5 seconds left before
then what else can you achieve? They've kept on driving with this combination, the Nomad and the Blackbeard, seeing if they can sort of build a bit of safety around it. At this point, you do start to wonder, you know, what is the missing factor here for them? Why can they not quite get these attacks that are usually so sharp and so brilliant over the edge?
Electrosensor on.
Here we go. Loud in a position where they can take their map, move us on into Lair, being 1-0 up. FaZe chasing the game, which has not been the case in this map so far. FaZe behind for the first time. And what are they going to do? Where are they going to go? I mean, for FaZe, still rocking the shield. Vita King has played that pretty religiously here on border. He's going to see if he can try and make some magic happen. Cyber on that solid snake. Really good ping there. Can spot two of them out. One towards east, the other in beside break room door. Aids out. See if he can get the opening pick, and he gets so successfully. Cyber. That's why he's on the team. That's what he does.
And there's one extra, but it's a swung back round. Suddenly a 3 versus 2. Oh, that's the second time you can sort of go reset. Why? I mean, at that point, you know, he knew he was trying to put the pressure on, but they had the prediction. It's a place they'll probably have intel and drones. There's the 2 versus 2. There's the Blackbeard gone. Deimos is still on the track, still on the pressure. They're seeing if they can try and drive themselves closer in. They know exactly where one of the men is, and that's when Flastry can try and maybe rotate and offer some support, but they're playing such a narrow angle here. As soon as he tries to slip the way out, well, instead they're focusing on the Warden. Nice little position. He got himself on towards the stairs, and he's actually dropped off. Both of them have. They can get themselves back together. I mean, they'll now get the reveal that, yep, Thorn is no longer in office, has moved their way on, is making their way further and further away from you as best as they can. He's not quite going to take the bait of the fight, but Souls is. Oh, he swings on towards Flastry, and now a 2 versus 1. They're just on the flood comm. He's out and around either way, looping his way back up towards the top, above the hatch itself. They'll hear that drop. They'll know exactly what he's doing. He's expecting the swing. There's the second drop, and at this point, they just secure, pre-fire, hold the plant. We've got the hot pings. Oh. We've got the hot guns. We've got our first OT.
Yeah, trade there. Still think it would have been difficult to believe Deimos was actively tracking him too, so never going to be favorable there for Gabu. And yeah, for FaZe, able to get the second attack. They push us into overtime. We're back here again. Seen a few OTs last night. Are you excited for OT? Of course you are. I didn't have to ask.
So thrilled. I mean, I am actually. I'm definitely
You've
getting
said
a
that
coffee.
so melancholy.
I'm getting an 11 p.m. coffee because the 10 p.m. energy drink didn't quite do enough. I'm 34, right? In esports age, that's like 80.
Tell Tim.
Tim in esports age is like when they are in Indiana Jones and they find those old knights underground that have defended the Holy Grail. That's Tim. You go up to Tim and you're
Tim
like...
at this one will just be referred to as the ancient one. That's the way it's going.
Yeah. You'll see Tim and you'll be like... when you want to predict a team, he'll be like, "You have chosen. You've chosen
For you.
wisely.
You've chosen the wrong team.
You've chosen poorly."
Do you know what that means? I feel as though we're going very no-lacky.
Yeah.
No, I
No
feel as though we're
lack.
going into... That's so we've hit the wrong accent there. But wait, does he have that accent? I don't know.
I don't know.
He's not from
It's
Bolton,
close
is he?
enough. People know who we're talking about.
Oh well.
What,
No
Leo
team.
and Ann aren't going to correct us.
No, they're not going to have a clue. Oh dear.
At this point, FaZe, I mean, for how much the game has slipped away from them, right? It's almost a really nice kind of pattern. In fact, it is a nice kind of pattern of the split of how they've been able to take rounds and lose rounds. Just getting that last one after Loud had been able to sort of reclaim all the momentum is pretty big. When you get in towards the OT, you drive again. Things they've got to do it against the site that they have not won both times they've been here. On towards the attack, and well, where is that going to start its way round? The changing of the tides has been the fact that they've been able to get the entry kill a couple of times in a row now to mix success for the rest of the round. It is a bit of growth, and the growth might start to come here. Vidaking is almost the first body gone. The drive of the grenade, they'll not quite catch Live as he slips away, but it's Stemp that goes down. There's a double for Cyber.
Wow. I mean, Cyber is absolutely nuclear here on the entries. He's 5-1 in this game alone. He's been involved in 6 of those and won 5. My word, Cyber. It's one of those games for him. He's getting stuck in. Even an operator like an Ace as well. He's doing the hard work. And walls opened up for his side. And now FaZe, this is a perfect position for them. They've got that 2-man advantage. They can really start putting the hurt on Loud, who, let's be honest, have to play a little bit desperate here. They have to try and get some kills back, but for FaZe, just work with that shield. They've got Vidaking still alive. Good information from Vita. See a guy in the armory, head holes, and Souls takes him out. There's a Razor Bloom as well, and resets. We need to have a discussion with you, my friend.
He loves being outside that building. You can't keep my boy
Loves
inside.
that window.
Well, ooh, nice take on towards the first, but with 30 seconds and slowly shrinking play space, he's going to keep trying to fight his way out. Flashtree gets 2. Vidaking has recollected the kit. Can just tuck and plant if they want. The shield will drift on by, so they've got that safety. They're behind the bomb chassis, so they're going for the plant now as well. They've got the safety of the divide, and at this point they can just sort of sit back and hold these crosses. Oh, Flashtree. Beautiful third. A 1 versus 2, but the problem is still that Blackbeard. You've got to try and catch him in surprise, and now he's been able to slip his way out, and, well, fortunately not quite able to get that player. FaZe! They get themselves another attack, the first of OT, once again in the driving seat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad attempt there, in all honesty, from Flashtree. Let's try his best to try and do a 1v5, which really difficult, but I just think that once that plant goes down, and then you have to try and fight onto the exterior angles over towards Armory Balcony, it's a tough one for him. So FaZe, after that little bit of a wobble, they are back in the driving seat. They've got match point now for the first time. 7-6, Loud. Switch over to the attack. Now, this is interesting because FaZe, their weaker half was the attacks. They've just won their attack in OT. As for Loud, also, weaker side was attack. And they now have their attack in OT.
Becomes this sort of element, is it the momentum of the teams that matter or the preferences of the teams that matter, right? Because the way the game has sort of cooked, it started quite heavily defender-sided. For a drive, it sort of got itself in. There was, what, 4 attacks in total throughout the entire game, but nothing in the opening 3 rounds. And then we've got onto OT, and we've suddenly got what we've not had at all, 2 back-to-back attacks. Fine, it's been from the same team, but sometimes it changes the energy of a match. Sometimes it changes the energy of a match to teams wanting to lean in a bit more, teams wanting to step in towards the aggressive energy. And well, if Loud can grab onto that the same way FaZe have, maybe they can find some success, which is success statistically. I mean, for how preferences can go for FaZe in their defense and attack, sometimes the preference is what the map wants from you at that time.
There we go. What have Loud got in store for us? It's been a while since they've been on this side. We'll see what they can cook with. Look at the lineup. Like Grim there for the util dump, but I mean, you're probably lacking nades in the lineup. No, I think that's probably the only thing that they're missing. So trying to clear out positions like Brazil, rooting players out, inbound bomb chassis, that could be an issue for them. So just keep an eye on that with the lack of nades. Let's see C4s though on the side of FaZe, 4 of them. We'll see if they play any part, which on Border, I'm sure that they likely will. Cyber, we know, just mentioned how good he's been on the entries. He's looking to see if he can add another one to the tally.
That opening engagement that has been a bit of a back and forth on the drive is also the element of, oh, well, there it goes on the attacks. Once again, I was about to make a point of it's gone towards the attacks. But now it gets to be something where it just keeps going that way. Again, the momentum, the energy of this map has shifted a bit. Get rid of Vidiking. They get rid of player who opens so big and then fortunately fell a bit small. Where are they going to see if they can try and close down on next? Eyes towards 90. Cyber's doing his best to sort of keep his engagement as the Bucks drives. Well, Resets can't throw himself out of a window this time.
Let's take a look at their network.
Ran dry last mag.
Repulsion device
Go on hive place.
air trap in position.
One steady. Now for Loud, they've got the opening pick. They can start rotating and use that extra man. They're going to execute. A player's walked straight up in through mail. They've dealt with the player in CC. That's a 3v4. Armory is looking mighty tasty. Oh, Flash Tree almost gets taken down, but his teammate Will Resets is gone, but live with a shotgun pistol. Takes down Cyber. Gapu holding the cross and FaZe. They've capitulated Souls in the 1v3. No chance at all. Flash Tree. That is another 3K to his name. My word. Loud. They win their OT attack 7-7.
I mean, I didn't expect the game to go like this, I think is the fairest way of putting it. But maybe I should have, based on how yesterday went. Maybe anything is possible in this region, including suddenly everybody learning how to attack again in OT, which was actually weirdly familiar from yesterday, where we had that entirely defensive game. This obviously wasn't entirely defensive. It wasn't a million miles away from a border, but maybe it's the energy of what's to come for the series. Maybe it's waking up in towards the growth of this series again. Can someone remember how to defend? We're back to Armory's Lockers and Archives. Obviously, this is where they were 2 rounds ago, and they weren't able to.
Wall secured. Barricade up.
Here we go. Again. 7-7 FaZe on the attacks. Armory has been chosen. It's interesting to see that FaZe have...
5 seconds remaining.
Or sorry, that Loud have doubled down on their OT. They lost it here. They played it in OT, so... Again, they had vents and workshops. They had bathroom and tellers, of course, available to them as well. But this is where they've chosen to make their final stand on the defense. Loud. Let's see what you have. Let's see what you're made of. OT against FaZe Clan. It's no easy feat. You're 7-7. 1 round. That's all you need.
Eyes on towards that play on the side of East. They've themselves a bit of a trap here live. He's trying to see if he can hold on as best he can, but it's a shield on one side. It's Vidiking driving on. He knows the pressure's going to come from underneath him. He's got one of the Goyo canisters to buy himself a bit more space and time if needed. At this point, it's just sort of hoping, right? They're hoping that they can get the swing round, and oh, they can't. Doesn't matter how much information your service is getting, if you just get swung on, and there's again! Leo, look! That's the meta now! Three Ella charges immediately kills somebody. I need him to see that. He's a pro.
Well, this is a really good start again for FaZe. And for Loud, chasing the game. 2 players down. Not ideal. I suppose the good news is, though, Flash Street and Gabu are both alive, who have been the standouts for Loud. 15 kills each. They're going to need to try and find a few more. Cyber, though, takes down Flash Street. And, oh, it's just Gabu. And it's a flawless for FaZe to finish it. It took them a while, but they're able to win Border.
Well, as weird as the sort of pace that was, and as weird as a place that was to end it, FaZe do finally find the end of a map that they opened strong and, well, ended thankfully, I suppose, from their sort of perspective. They just had enough to put that one over the end, and, I mean, I guess they've still got to have this some sort of conversation, right? They've still got to look towards the maps to come. That wasn't their map, that was Loud Maps, fine, but it should have been probably their map a bit more convincingly. Either way, we're heading to a quick break.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram dar hate que não seja...
Ah, eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV?
Que letra bonita.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Ah, eu sabia que era pra esse.
Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Dá uma aula de teste pra essa galera aí, mano. Caraca, mano. É médico, é receita? Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Venha pro cara da Liquid.
Aê, caipira.
Agora sabe.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da puta. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem... Educação, cara. Não tem nem que responder, ele é um coitado, cara. Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí. Pega aí, velho.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que dar?
Formou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. JV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, vai tomar no c...
É de alguém da fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento com todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não foi muito fofo.
Não, mano. Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. E é o Norris. É. Porque ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Aposta um carro da próxima.
É isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando, tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e fala, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê.
Tem 6 anos, mano.
Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o palusão, né? Foca gigantesca aí. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção? Por favor, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos ver aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé. Vamos jogar chalé. O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo. Exato. O KDS vai sorrir. Exato. E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7-0... Aí é sacanagem com a nossa cara. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção? Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai. Como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mas eu vou engolir.
Pô, mastigar fica mais difícil.
Bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de Snake.
História de Snake.
Isso que eu faço. Não tem como não. Flores. 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 Thunderbird. Thunderbird.
Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Well, it's safe to say we needed a little bit of a break after that first map there, because what chaos we saw here. FaZe come away with the map win eventually. It was a really big back and forth, so many trades, and then FaZe just pull off a flawless in the final round to close out the series here. I think the main thing that I want to talk about, though, is the second half, because the confidence that we saw from FaZe on the first half didn't really progress into the second half there, where it seemed like they had some issues coming up with a plan B. For example, the rush didn't go very well. Loud seemed to have so many ideas on what to do with FaZe, what they were cooking up against a plan, for example, in Archives as well. Eventually, though, it's good to see FaZe come up with a counter of how they're being countered, and that eventually helped them win out the game here.
Yeah, it could literally have went either way. I'm quite glad to see the fight back from Loud. I think it's kind of what we expected to see from them, being, you know, struggling a little bit, with FaZe struggling a little bit in attacks recently, them trying to exploit that weakness. I will say this, and we'll see a couple of examples in the rounds as soon as we see the second side. Just going back a little bit to the first side first, I think that FaZe really went in with the right momentum. I think they really stunned Loud, and the important thing is the 2 rounds that Loud won in attack, on the back of Gabu mainly, really kicked off the rest of the team. And I think that's when they knew they could actually fight back in this match. It's so important that they got these rounds, because I think in the end, like, if you just get stunned 6-0 by FaZe in the way they were winning these matchups, most of it being gunfights that they were winning. I love to see the Zofia, by the way. Like, we've seen 2 examples of it at least, killing in CC. We've discussed it a little bit, right? A little bit like Buck or like cooking grenades, but instantaneous this time, so really strong. Now, as we see the switch, I think the main thing is, yes, there is the failed rush, which was obviously on the Vents bomb side, if I remember well. But then eventually, it's what we see after that I think is very important, which is a consistent trade game on the side of Loud, especially in these ones. They're going to go and fight aggressive towards CC, towards main. They always double up. This one they play with time, but the few next ones you're going to see it as well. Their aggressions to deny the archive side here, but every time you see these roamers up top, they always double up. If you look at all of these kills, they're always 2v1, almost always, making sure there is a trade. And that's the second biggest thing that I see with Loud right now, is that despite the loss, they're so good at teaming together when they decide to aggress. And that's why they fought so hard, and that's why it was so hard for FaZe to be able to pick them apart.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff that we're seeing, though, here on this first half. I really feel like, you know, you say it could have gone anybody's way, especially when it's into overtime. So many back and forths, close rounds as well. You know, some incredible gun skill from both these teams here. I think it's a good sign from Loud that they are showing up and that they are fighting so hard against FaZe just to push them into overtime, push them all the way to the final map. I do wonder at what point this team is going to run out, because this is a best of 3. It's really going to test the differences between these 2 teams, and then especially moving into Lair. I mean, you said it. FaZe picking this one. It seems to be FaZe's best map as well going into that one. I mean, Loud did win it against Black Dragons. FaZe lost it against Black Dragons. Is that really any kind of measurement that we can use going into map 2?
I think somewhat. I think in general, it's the amount of Lair that FaZe has been playing lately, right? I think they played it, you know, quite a lot, especially against some strong opponents. I think is the biggest testament, right? The fact that they beat Team Liquid at kickoff on it. The fact that then they go on and beat the major runner-up at Salt Lake City on it. Then they go in, they beat a top 4 team in IP during the stage. So to me, those are like all testaments of good measure. And then obviously they lost it to Black Dragons, but I think this is exactly the kind of moments where they realize, oh, our layer has gotten a little bit stale. We need to focus on this stuff and this stuff to fix it. And it's exactly the kind of things for a big team like FaZe. When they just lost that map, they usually fix their problem. And then going back to the map we've seen here, what I love to see is, we talked about it, the 1v1 versus the best player in the world and the best rookie of SAL. Well, look at who's topping the charts on both sides. One is on 16 kills, the other is on 15. Flashtree and Gabu being the two standout players for Loud the entire stage, by the way. But it's so good to see these two play against each other and kind of carry their team. And then I'm sad to be true about this once again, but once again, who's underperforming on the side of FaZe? It's also KDS. I'm not sure what's going on, maybe with his role within the team, but it's clearly not the staple, iconic player from FaZe that we used to know and love, especially these last 6 months. It's been really difficult for him.
Yeah, it's rough, and especially the way it once again reflects on the scoreboard here, but the good thing for FaZe is still they managed to come away with a victory here, right? We talked about, or you said at least, that you thought FaZe looked angry, especially in that first half. It was that kind of confidence, kind of the resilience that we hope to see from them as well after losing those last 2 best of ones in the group stage, losing that first best of 3. They can't go and choke here, right? Given FaZe's international track record, we expect them to be at international events. We expect them to even make it far into international events, right? So the fact that they have to use their final chance here, their final life essentially in this lower bracket, and bring it so close against Loud is rough, but at least they have the upper hand in inside this matchup, and especially, you know, going into map 2, I'm going to check the starting side real quick, because if it is FaZe's map pick going into that one, it seems
they would start attack.
Yeah, I would assume that. Do you feel like that's a good thing for FaZe, or feel like that's difficult for them?
No, honestly, I've not been impressed with FaZe's attacks the entire stage. I feel like they've been lackluster. I think that what used to make this team so good is they could make any kind of playstyle work. They could come up with something on the fly, and it would feel perfect. It would feel like there's no gap, that you can never like surprise them with a flank, because they would have a flank watch, that in the mid round when they were ready to execute, you could not catch them off guard, their utility in hand, which is something that you do usually when you make mid round calls and as an IGL in defense. All of this stuff, they felt perfect, and I think that somehow it's so hard to maintain this top level that they're starting a little bit to show that they're not perfect anymore. They're running more and more the same lineups, running more and more the same strats, and maybe I'm not seeing the same versatility that I used to see. And I think that all of these things makes them more predictable, which in turns means that you can counter them. And I think they've been pushed to their limits a little bit in attack lately, and the last map is just such a great example of it, right? If you just double up on the right players because they're split in certain positions, and you make sure you get your trades correctly, yes, you can beat them. And I think Loud right now, although they lost, they've got the blood in their teeth right now, and they know they can, they can actually make it.
Yeah, I kind of hope to see a Loud in this first half the way we saw FaZe in the last one, right? Knowing that they have a point to prove here, knowing that they have a wrong to right essentially as well, and that they show up with a lot of aggression, a lot of confidence as well, because they kind of have to. You're going on your opponent's map pick here, arguably starting on the better side, right? That should really feed into that confidence as well, but this really is the final chance for Loud if they want to make any waves here against FaZe and keep themselves alive for a potential spot at EWC.
It's the final Loud now, baby. Sorry, I had to take that in that manner. It is. This is their last chance saloon. One map, and they were so close on the previous one, but now they have to do it in FaZe Town, and FaZe Town is a scary town if FaZe have something to prove. Though, Demo, do you think Loud did enough on their map to give them the courage to try and prove it?
Obviously they've been able to push FaZe right to the limit on border, but again, we mentioned before, yes, it's a map that FaZe have kind of brought in this year. Used to be their permaban. Still a little bit laggy on it for FaZe. It's not as though I don't think we've seen FaZe on that map go in and have, fantastic games on it, where it's kind of like, okay, you never want to take FaZe there. Whereas, if you kind of look at Lair, that has always been a map that FaZe are just good on. That it's very high preference for them. They'll always want to play it. Yeah, it's just strong for them. You look at some of the teams that they've beat on this map. So overall, I think for Loud, they do have their work cut out for them.
Phase. What is that gonna MOB? Because there's almost the conversation of how the last map ended. Yes, it was border, but it started very defensively and it ended very attackingly with a thread of attacks in the final sort of 4 rounds or so. I'm wondering if that energy, that sort of ethos of how they want to hit each other, these two teams, is going to keep itself going. Phase generally had a decent rested control of the entry statistic until it almost entirely got taken away, but overall, they pulled themselves a little bit sharper towards. Here, I mean, it's a bigger map, obviously. There's a lot more time to cook. There's a lot more work to be done. The fact that they're sort of rolling in with the Flores to try and take care of those Goyo canisters, the barbs, obviously the my discs potentially as well. Just limit some of these holes, and you know, especially if you can try and get rid of that shield wherever the Chanka wants to set up. But I'm assuming that's buried right at the back of the base itself. There's the Hibana pellets prepped and ready to go. Impact tricking against those, and all the hard breach work is done.
Yeah, you look at the lineup from Loud, it's a scary one, I think, for any team to go up against. You've got the usual suspects being the Smoke, the Chanka, and Goyo, that triple threat of plant denial. But with the buff Wamai too, I think that the biggest change with the Wamai is just how quickly he can regenerate those discs. I mean, you get all of them within, what, the first minute, typically? I think you get the last one just after it, but you just get so much value so early on, whereas the old Wamai, you'd still be regenerating a disc now, but he has all of them. So yeah, the operator, we will just see him transcend this man, I'm sure, as time goes on. And right now, for FaZe, this is going to make this util dump lineup that they have. A lot of nades, a lot of flashes as well. A little bit more difficult. Using the Tachanka early, burning out time here for the attackers. You'd have to worry about them planting if you could just stop them getting towards the bomb site. And that is the memo here for Loud.
Well, that's it, right? It's the mobility of this defense. It's the options that you can sort of play with yourself. You've sort of got lockdown of the smoke canisters, the Tachanka, but I think there's only, what, 7 Shimikas left? 1 single smoke canister. They've still got to try and stop the plant itself. So at this point, they can put the pressure back in against these keepers that have opened up. That's going to be the route through on towards the plant. There's not quite the route of the catch there. He's hoping he could get somebody as the flashes roll through. The first kill obviously find its way to 30 seconds. They're getting themselves closer towards what they hope is the plant position. Flashtree takes a bit of damage, but it's Live that gets caught out next, followed by one more. Flashtree finally ends the run of terror of Cyber here, but with only nobody left, Demo, I think it makes it a FaZe round.
And the Hibana shotgun, they're ever so common that I'm sure they were expecting. Yeah, simple stuff there really from FaZe. Stemming their attack in towards green. We've seen a lot of the utility burned. And then, once they're able to get that opening pick, the round just kind of opens up. I think overall, for Loud, I think they had the right idea, but they couldn't get themselves in a position where they could trade each other back once that first kill happened. Yeah, Handy got the kill against Stemp, and we just didn't see any response. And I think that's the issue there that maybe you worry here for Loud. It's the trade game. Very important, I think, especially whenever a team like FaZe, we know they're devastating with that extra man. They can rotate around. That's why, you know, we always look at the best teams in the world and how they can use that kill advantage. Which I always like to think that G2 are one of the better teams to do with it. You can kind of see the way that G2 like to play Siege, even though I don't think G2 are the most popular commodity at the moment, but still, much as what, yes, they did lose Fnatic, still think they're a good side. But certainly, you look at the top teams, it's all about being able to hit that little bit of a gap, hit that flank, per se, for the attackers, and yeah, FaZe do it very, very well. So Loud, it has made them scamper all the way towards the basement now, not wanting to go back upstairs, and we'll see how. Of course, for FaZe, they're going to go about this attack. Plenty of ways that you can go around this bomb site. See teams like to take above, use the vertical operators like Ram. But you can also go direct. Just go for a straight horizontal take in through garage and try and pressure the multitude of doors to get into this bomb site, which there are many.
Now, obviously, this first sort of pullback doesn't mean the end of the world. You're looking for a decent split here on towards lair of the defenses. You want to try and get the stretch of the sites. And we've had rotation between these two teams. We've had that sort of key back and forth. Here it's again the sort of delay of the approach, right? There's nothing to immediately tear it out. The Goyo canisters, the play with the Fenrir, they just want to limit that free space, build behind the keeper barricades. It's very much that sort of aggressive expectation they have. Soul's leading in on the Blackbeard, wants to try and find a route round, but Flastry might be about to make friends with an ace. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that could have been huge. Couldn't quite get the man in time. In the meantime, others have died. Flastry might have gone, but so Cyber and Handy.
Yeah, and also Soul's HP's gone, which is never ideal for a shield. Strong wind can probably kill him at this point. So, FaZe up against it, and whenever you don't have the man advantage for going direct, whenever you're going for the horizontal take, you can get choked out very easily, because you only have 2 doors now that really FaZe are working with. And whenever you've got Goyo still here, you've still got Denial from the smoke eating up time. It's going to be a big uphill battle here for FaZe. You just have to hope that Almost Loud make a mistake, maybe go for an overpeak. So for Loud, just sit in your hands, play your trades.
I mean, there's a decent amount of damage done, but as you said, it's down towards the trades. There's only really guns that can set themselves up ahead. Souls is going to be the most important man for this swing round, and he can't stop that. They do get one, but it's at the cost of one. It's headed back and forth now. Wow, there's the play on that trades. Now it just leaves Vidaking alone. Does find at least a single for the trouble. But I mean, look at the positions here. Gabbett's on the cross. They try and drive their way in, all being revealed on the BP. Well, where can you really go for any semblance of safety? Let's see if he can try and hold on towards the punt on the far side of the site itself, and they can just slowly approach as a pair. One's on one swing, while the other isn't needed.
Yeah. Good job there from Loud, winning that 1v2. Look, we knew that FaZe just had to try and go for it. Full send in through the doorways, but getting that extra man gives Loud that advantage. So Loud, back in the race, 1-1. At least that's the basement blocked away. So still for Loud, you kind of have this dilemma. Yes, you've been able to win your second choice bomb site. Do you go for your third? Do you keep that rotation? But then again, we know that mid-floor bomb site can sometimes be a little bit difficult for defenders, the way the attackers can cheese a plant on that site. So they're going to instead go back upstairs, and they didn't have a great time here. Mostly it came down to not having that opening pick. So overall for Loud, we'll see if they can maybe have a little bit more better control. There is one change to their lineup. They've sacked off the Wamai instead of they're going to bring in the Thorn. Thorn will be good, again, in case somebody wants to try and hit that backstab. Good for the shields, which, again, FaZe have shown that they'll play. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another shield be brought in here from FaZe. And there it is, KDS on the Blackbeard.
Pretty consistent. It's making a really nice pattern on the tool that we use to look at the operator selection, and the Blackbeard is sort of going across operators like the DVD logo.
Just pass that around themselves, aren't they?
Yeah. Who gets promoted to Blackbeard, you know?
It's the one thing I love as well about this side. I think generically you would kind of look at Vidaking and say that he's the main shield operator. I mean, he's played Monty 7 times, and he's played Blackbeard 5 times. And then you've got Cyber, who's played Blitz 7 times. So they have got, like, multiple shield players on this side that they can rely on, which is very different to basically every other team in the world. Every other team will have one dedicated shield player. But for FaZe, and I've always said this about this FaZe team, for the past 2 years, I've always seen them as the Swiss Army knife of this game. They're all just jumping on different operators. There's no set rules, per se.
No, exactly that, right? They know when they need to sort of pull in situations. I mean, there's players that were picked up solely for their ability to be Swiss Army players, right? There was always that conversation of like, oh, well, who do you have on the roster that flexes and truly flexes? They're a rarity, and this is a team of a decent mix of all of them. Yeah, they'll still have their ideas of roles, but the choice of operators that they can trade on is much higher. Control of ops here. That was another point I was going to talk about with the sights and the bands will get through the round and the depth sort of continues. They're still doing their width work, right? They're still getting the breaches open. A different approach with the hard breach this time round. There's limitation on towards it instead. You wonder if they're going to sort of go for the cross. They have to be a bit more reserved with the approach in terms of the control of the hard walls itself. The Ebers or resets are going to be much better at shutting down those singleton openers. So instead, it's in on the shoulder of the Blackbeard, out of the way of the Razor Bloom, and up the stairs.
Mace able to take control in towards Mez, and they can just go pretty default here. No, I mean, that's what they're kind of eyeing up for. However, still a ton of plant denial here from Loud. Smoke has all 3 canisters. You've still got the Chanka, but there's a lot of noise being made. Condelers are being popped off. I wonder maybe if FaZe are going to try and drive in towards Art and play kills, perhaps. That's what they're going to do. They're going to drive and try and play kills. And look at this from Cyber. Leads the charge, does get taken out, but he's got the all-important kill to create that panic to allow Souls to get the plant down.
Entirely it. He opened up the space, cut the way across, found his way in towards it, got the plant, and now it's a post-plant in a 4 versus 3, and suddenly you can't just backline. Suddenly you can't just iron angle on towards a default plant spot. All well and good the smokes can do, but as you said, Cyber really hit them with the look at me. And now they're hitting them with the bullets. FaZe double down on that site. Risk no reward for the choice of trying it again. They're Loud.
Yeah, that's clinical, isn't it? Overall, from FaZe Clan, just the way that they were able to maneuver into position. They had the kind of thought process of, okay, we've got everything set up, we have a minute left. However, we know we haven't burned any smokes. We know the Chanka still has a lot of Molotovs. We can't just sit here and hope that the plant's going to stick. We need to take the initiative. We need to do something to disrupt those players. And that's what Cyber does. He walks into the site. He knows what angle he wants to look at. Obviously, it's a massive risk. It is, because he can get shot from 2 different angles, and he's only holding the one. He walks in, he's able to get the kill. All of a sudden, your players then have to almost play gun up because Cyber's been able to kill resets. And, you know, your smoke's not going to feel safe. The Chanka's obviously not going to feel safe. It's those kind of moments that you need to have in those dire straits. So, yeah, overall, I think it's a really well-played round from FaZe. It's clinical for them. They knew what they wanted to do. They knew the win con for Loud, and they said, we're not letting you win that way. We're going to disrupt you.
The disruption now is on towards the hard walls. No more mirror, so no more tricking or potential to play against it, but also just the limitation of her. However, wasn't picked, wasn't played at all in the opening sort of 3 rounds there. No extension, no sort of drive on towards. Here, the response, a snake. Yeah, snake's just, I think, generically good, especially for a team like FaZe that loves to hop in on opportunity, right? They'll look for something on the back and put the pressure on. We're on to obviously bunks and briefing now. So we do get that taste of the tertiary. There, I assume after this, depending on how they go, back down towards the basement. But we'll see if they can try and find their, I guess, route on towards a bit of an awkward site. Doesn't seem like they're eyeing up the top here, Demo.
No, it's that kind of probe, though, isn't it, in towards the mid-floor. But you look at the lineup for FaZe, it's not ideal. It's not a lineup that I'm a big fan of. I think you have to try and go above. Like, you just can't go straight into the site here with the operators that you have. Cloud will tear that to ribbons with what they have upstairs. The FaZe, they are going to have to try and challenge onto these roamers. But then again, are these operators ideal for getting onto the roamers? Probably not. So I do worry here, and whenever really the only one operator who's great dealing with roamers is currently sat waiting for a bit of a push into the site via the armory side. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this here from FaZe. They will move in upstairs, start opening up these reinforced walls, but you need some kills to back it up. As long as R6 room and Tetris is still in control here, Vault is in control, or Loud, then yeah, they can just sit in their hands and just wait.
Now Reset's obviously taking a shoulder of damage, but Stemp in the meantime gets rid of Cyber. Yeah, go on, and they can't even really find the drive through. It's just pushing back out there loud. Bitter King left, watching through a breach towards nothing. Everybody else is dead. And all he's really done is open the breach in front of him. He's got 2 flashes left, and he's hoping he can find at least one fight, but the engagement reveals itself a bit too sharp. Loud with a flawless. I bet they wish they picked that site a bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's the one that you kind of worry about, I feel, for the defense, is that for bomb site, but ironically, it has been a cakewalk there for Loud. I mean, no issues at all, a flawless. For FaZe, I just didn't see the vision. I didn't see the operator lineup that we typically see, the tried and tested favorites like your Sense and your Ying, which are just fantastic at obviously getting people off those vert angles and playing that more plant-orientated siege. But even if you do want to go above and clear roamers, you need to bring more than what you had. You know, Deimos is still there. It's a massive threat, as we know, to those roamers, but FaZe are wanting to take it. But anywho, this is where Loud are going to go to next, in towards their basement. This was a good bomb site for them the last time they were here. They'll be pleased to know that you have the opportunity of potentially getting at least an even half out of this. They're in a very good position now. So FaZe, an important round that they need to try and win, and probably need to try and change up their strategy. Last time it was just very direct, trying to flood their way in through the doorways, going for the horizontal take. Immediately you look at the lineup change. You see a sledge, you see a ram. They're going to go above. They're going to do something different.
I mean, they have to, right? Obviously, they found themselves a bit too limited. There was a great take on one body, but everybody else sort of faded away. It ended up in the sort of 2 versus 1. It was narrow margins, but in a 2 versus 1, a team like Loud, they're not going to just let that slip away. You have to try and put that distance in a bit earlier and break the pattern, break the cycle in a way. So far, currently, FaZe, they're 2-2, but they've only done that on one side. I mean, technically, they could do the rest of this without going back towards that site, so... And they've obviously got themselves the step out of information, the player, the echo, the solace. Just get that steady read. The Goya will stop them sort of sprinting in and running and putting the pressure, as you said. The idea is probably on the verticality, but KDS wants to be a bit more direct right now. The grenade's over the top, the hit of the echo drone to buy him some safety. They're just using that to make sure nobody's able to move on the back of this, but it's a Blackbeard around the corner. The sudden surround sound of bullets is an unfortunate one to hold on to, and yeah, they could have done verticality demo. They didn't want to.
No, still gonna go direct. I mean, this is very weird based on their operator selection, but it is working for them. They've got the opening pick. They've got 2 opening picks as Souls find to second, and yeah, 5v3. I don't really know how Loud have let them have that. But for FaZe, all of the operators are just great at going upstairs for the vertical take. They've chosen to not go for it. That's a nice little play there, using the yokai drone to stun out the shield resets. Able to pick up the kill. A bit of damage though. You can see that Handy's upstairs on the sledge. I wonder if Gabby's maybe going to try and go the flank, and he is. Somebody onto him. It looks as though they know. I think they do know he's here. So Gabu should be walking in to a roadblock. And its roadblock is called Cyber.
Oh, Resets is trying to get that vertical fight, but it's not quite netting its reward. He's expecting a fight on the door, and it's fair enough, because usually there is somebody trying to take your head off, but as you said, it's direct, and oh, that's a direct way, but there's a trade on the side of it, and there's a trade right back. 2 versus 1 once again on this site, but a 1 versus 1 resets. When he can't throw himself out of a window, he can put himself in engagement. He's got the shotgun. The grenade will just force his rotate. Ooh, almost got caught out. He's on the other side of the door, and Handy handily puts that one away, but narrow margins. They've broken that deadlock, though, of sites. They cannot win, Demo.
Oh, that is a big one. That is a big round now for FaZe, as that has broke the mold. And it does now kind of force Loud into a corner where they have to go to a bomb site that FaZe have won. And oh dear. Look at the bomb site that they've decided to choose. It's going to be top floor. FaZe have ran them ragged. Both times they were up here. And they're going to triple down on it. I don't know. Don't know about this.
There's the element of argument of a couple of things since the last time we've been here. And this is real, like, devil's advocate stuff I'm getting into. I'm in the mines of hope here for Loud. One is that there has been bans since. Has Snake been a big decider? Not really. It was only on one of the 2 attempts. It was the second one, and to be honest, it was the drive-through of Cyber on the site that sort of changed the pace of that one. Didn't really matter too much. The other one, I mean, it could be that they could sort of pick apart what's gone wrong and on based on how the first one played, but they kind of played in different ways. The first approach from FaZe was a plan A. They were quite wide on towards top green, get the breach, get all of that sort of wiggle room and width. And the second was direct, cut to ops, cut to the wall, cut through sight, and put the plant down. And it's just, it becomes hard to respond. So it's a risk. And I'm wondering, you know, are they going to try and be more aggressive outside towards ops? They've obviously play the key, but it's a danger.
I love as well that FaZe have went for the Mira ban. Even though Mira has not been played at once by Loud on both the top floor defenses, FaZe have said, well, if they do want to go back there again, and they maybe want to change it up and say, you know, guys, we haven't brought a Mira. Let's try the Mira. Maybe that's going to be the key to defending that top floor. And FaZe have just completely got rid of that. So any big change with the operators available that Loud could have went for to kind of change the dynamic of how this top floor plays out, it's off the board. So it is... I just feel it's going to be same old again for Loud. Their lineup hasn't changed that much again. The only difference is, I think they've got a mute in this time. I don't think that's going to be a massive impact to the round.
No, I think that's the sort of problem, is it, right? I was trying to be a bit more supportive of the approach, but the Mirror ban, it just makes this weaker, and it was nothing that was ever played, even across the other 2 sites. Well, the one site, we saw it before. That's a way of starting, though. Steps out, takes a head, steps back in. Goodbye, souls. Goodbye, that entry on towards the round itself. Now, there is the interesting thing that the entry statistic has been an 100% conversion rate demo up to this point. How the round goes. So maybe Loud have just done it. Or maybe they've doubled down. There now goes Vidiking. The shield has been taken as well, top green.
Yeah, this is good. Looking very good here for Loud. You lose the shield. The operator that can just get in your face and push into a bomb site is gone. So now for FaZe, they have to get creative. I just don't think they have the util here. KDS, oh, even though he's getting flamed out, still able to take down Flash. He still remains alive, and he finds Gabu downstairs. And if you kind of blink and you've missed it, 2 kills back in favor of her FaZe. Make that free. KDS with a double. My word, Loud have let this slip.
I mean, it's just kind of rough, right? They've taken, pulled themselves back towards site. They've lost the big bit of their drive, and instead, FaZe, they just do what they do. They turn it on, put the pressure back in. Now, don't have the smoke, don't have the Tachanka, don't have the Keybers, just have Stemp. He's able to find one more for the trouble. He's looking deep towards that take on the far side, but... and he's not going to give it to him. FaZe! They're finally able to break that pattern, get 2 in a row for a 4-2 half, and... I mean, it's just that sort of growth that they sort of get, and we grow in towards a conversation with our desk.
FaZe got away with murder there in the final round. So close, but they make it out successfully there. On the rounds that Loud are successful, I feel like they play out their 2v1s really well. They set themselves up for refrags. But for the side of FaZe, it certainly isn't flawless. They're getting by. I think round 5 was also a really good example of that. And it seems that Loud sometimes just giving them too much space.
Yeah, it's a very different playstyle as Border, right? Border was a lot about trying to be a little bit aggressive in defense, trying to get the early picks, and worked out quite well for Loud, I would say, in general. Going into Lair, just look at the lineups they bring. I mean, it's Smoke all the time, it's Goyo almost all the time, Stachenka, or Warden, or Echo. I mean, half of the time, 3 or 4 operators in their lineup are there to deny. And here's the problem when you get against a team like FaZe Clan. 40 seconds left in the round, you're in a 5v5, you might think you're in a winning position when you're in defense. Reality is, FaZe Clan will take all of the space that you give them, slowly but surely. They will set themselves up for success, and so you arrive in a position where suddenly 20 seconds left, and it's a 4v1. That's just the reality of playing against FaZe. Same bomb site 2 rounds later, completely different attack. They surround the bomb site from different angles. This time, not through R6 rooms, but through ups, main stairs, and bathroom. Different take, but same results. With 40 seconds left, the bomb is planted. They're completely fine. Diffuser is there. They have all the covers. There's a player holding here from bathroom, another one top main. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's process-based. Basically, it's just FaZe Clan playstyle. And so the problem with Loud is when they had, I guess, what I would call a disruption kind of win condition on border, which was trying to upset the usual setup from FaZe Clan. Here, they're just giving them way too much space. They're respecting them. And the only few rounds where they made it close was on the back of some crazy 3k from resets where you think he would have won that 1v1 and it would have been sideways. And even the last round is a little bit close for comfort due to some like good individual performance from the side of Loud. But overall, the teamwork makes it work for FaZe, and Loud is just respecting them too much. Now they move to the attack. They should have here, Anne, a little bit more proactivity. Not be afraid, not respect FaZe too much.
Yeah, but for the Loud enthusiasts in chat as well, listen up, because I'm going to try and give you some hope here, okay? When they played this map last time for Loud, they won 2/3 of their attacking rounds. They played it against Black Dragons to be like, oh, well, Black Dragons is just a lower tier SAL team. Yeah, FaZe also lost this map against Black Dragons when they last played it against Black Dragons. So if this means anything for Loud, you know, if this gives them any kind of hope for themselves, they got to show it to us here on the second half, because this really is their final chance.
Last chance saloon demo. And they've got, unfortunately, a bit of an immediate climb to make. Now, this is a problem, because so far this site, I think it's fair to say, hasn't really been Loud.
Yeah, it could be the same curse as what we had yesterday. Who was it? I forget who it was. Who couldn't... Oh, wasn't it? It was... Who was it?
I don't know.
Mine's went.
10 seconds left.
Oh, it was the FaZe game yesterday as well. Yeah, it's Team Liquid Alienware. And it was the issue where Team Liquid Alienware could not defend bedroom, nor could they attack bedroom.
Yeah.
So we could have a similar dynamic, and I suppose the common theme with Team Liquid Alienware and Loud is that they're both up against FaZe.
Well, I guess we might see some of the statistics of the balance. We might see some of that swap round, or we might see maybe Loud just have that on their attack. The problem is, if they lose this, well, they know that they'll come back towards this site again. They know that that means that they're in towards OT, and, well, that was where things fell apart for them on the previous map. They do not want to get there. FaZe, they need to kind of be put, you know, have the pressure put on as quickly as possible, right? They need to make sure that there will at least be some wobble, some wiggle on towards this. Even if it does go away from them, it's close, and, well, that is not how you want it. Cyber on the flank, gets rid of Live. Oh, and he misses. Oh, no. Bad timing for Stemp to look away. Vidiking survives. How aware is Vidiking that he's being watched? It's like one of those duck games.
He's at the carnival.
Yeah.
And he has not won the giant teddy bear, I think it's safe to say.
No.
Not ideal for Loud. You lost your shield. And kind of look at the time here. You've half the round, and what have you done? You've opened the exterior wall, and that's it. So, I mean, thankfully, you're not dealing with the trifecta of pain, being the Tachanka, the Smoke, and the Goyo. FaZe have went very more trap-orientated, bringing the Ela and the Thorn. Loud, yeah, I've got a little bit more time to work with, but still not a whole lot's happening here. They have to kind of figure out, okay, what are we doing here? What are we going to attack? Get the diffuser. That's what they're trying to achieve, and Abby's going to grab that and rotate straight in towards Table, so Table's orientated is what they're going to go for. Handy! What a fantastic trade from KDS.
Well, I mean, it's trade for trade and blow for blow here as they dance their way across the top. It's a 3 versus 3. They've been able to at least get one more for the trouble, though. The early body alive is counted and repaid for, and they've almost caught the side of Vidiking, but the problem is, it just takes one more of these problems to pull away, and with 30 seconds, the pressure of the plant is obviously still on the attackers. At one point, somebody's going to have to drop out the firefight and hold F for 7 seconds, so instead they'll try and keep themselves a bit concerted and together, but swung out, put to bed, FaZe Clan. They're able to get their first defense.
Oh, snappy 2K. Cleans it up. And yeah, Loud just didn't really do anything. Took way too long to establish, okay, what's the game plan? What are we going to attack? Where do we want to go? You lose the Blackbeard right from the rip, which doesn't help. And you just kind of sat twiddling your thumbs. You didn't know, do we want to try and challenge these guys over towards green? We know that their player's obviously there. And then they rotate the tables, and he's just missing that bite. I must say, though, for FaZe, I mean, fantastic trade game. Going together, working as pairs, catching Loud out whenever they least expect it. And FaZe didn't even let them get anywhere near the bomb site.
I mean, now's the time for the conversation, right? As I said, if they know that they will have to go back to that bomb site. They know they'll have to go back to the bomb site that they have now lost 4 times this map. So the chances are they'll get themselves on towards the wrong side of a 6 points, and then they'll have to push it over. So everything from this point, as a weird way of putting it, has to be perfect over these next 2 rounds. And we're going to start down in the basement, a place that's been a bit back and forth, but somewhere that they can try and drive in. What was the conversation? Now, they didn't immediately have success last time they had a timeout, but then they did sort of re-find themselves, rekindle that fire as the game went on. So maybe it was, again, a bigger conversation, a wider conversation. Driving in with the shield, the Blackbeard is just sort of a consistency. Having that sort of single shield to swing on the back of getting themselves that narrow drive. And it's something that does put pressure. In fact, it's swapped to a blitz. They realize how narrow they're going to get. In fact, it's a pretty heavy operator swap round here. Everybody's changed. Wondering what they've seen that they think they can exploit here, Demo.
It's going to have to be a big upheaval here from Loud. 3 rounds, but I suppose one thing you have to talk about, though, with FaZe yesterday and today, FaZe have struggled whenever they're in the driving seat to close games out. I mean, obviously, they had a bit of a wobble on border 2, don't forget. But there is always that I think Loud can cling on to, where FaZe haven't been the cleanest of teams so far in the playoff with getting the job done. Put the line up, Loud. You got a few toys to work with. Bringing in the blitz, you've got the shield who can obviously make a bit of a move. Has to be careful though. Cyber on the Ella, a perfect counter to the blitz. So this is where Live needs to be really careful. Make sure he does the drone work, spot out the Grismots as they come, but it could be tricky to find it though. He's more concerned about the pipe more so than potential Ella mine that could be there.
I want to see if they can just try and cut this divide. We've seen this go wrong a couple of times, especially when you've got Echo drones on the board. They can be that hit on the stun on the corner. And I mean, look at that. You heard everything pop off, and the Echo couldn't quite save the second man, but they've taken out 2 for the trouble. So Cyber's going to be very happy with that engagement, I think. There goes the sort of blitz. There goes your striker. The kit's in a bit of an awkward spot, but it was also obviously the Elamine as well, right? Bit of a fool's gambit, I think, there from Live.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all there from FaZe, and Loud up against it. Brought the breaching charges as well on the Thatcher to break that soft destruction. Able to stun out the Yokai, makes it drop to the floor. Love that from Gabu. Clever play to remove a very valuable piece of kit away from FaZe, and minute remaining. And I think for FaZe, they haven't leaned into the idea of bringing a massive amount of plant denial. You know, Goya would be, I think, perfect here for FaZe just to solidify that round win, but maybe they don't even need it. It's a 2v4. FaZe just have to play the trade game. Don't need to overpeak. Don't need to swing. Both players going to stack up beside each other in towards Boiler. All guns can now just start looking towards them. Oh, a little bit of a peek there, but more damage done to FaZe rather than Loud. I mean, 2 players are very low HP here, and 2 kills from both of them. Loud has squared it up, but look at the 2 remaining players. They don't have the HP. A 1v2, and he's thinking, what's happened? How am I in this mess? Well, you are, mate. And you have to try and win it out. He's got some information. It's got to be from a Yokai drone or a BP. A BP looks to be the case. Where's he looking? He's looking towards the door. The plant's going to go down. All Gabu needs to do is cover it. The impact not going to do enough damage. Gabu goes down. It's a 1v1. Step comes off to kill him. Loud, stay in it. My, oh my. Massive from Stemp.
How many times does that site come down to the 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2? How many times is that site the most intense of any of them on this map? I mean, they do it, but only just. And it's not going to be good enough. It's not going to be enough for them to feel confident here. Loud.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
You've got to try and dig in, get that extra on towards the tertiary site. Bunk's briefing. They're not going to try it again. FaZe, even though it was close, they're sort of peeled away from it. But still, the narrowest of margins, a few of these rounds have sort of been decided on, and you can't really say it's not been deserved by the ultimate winner, but you wouldn't be surprised if it had gone the other way, right?
One of those. That's one of those. I mean, I just think for FaZe, you're missing just, imagine a goal over there. You know, I think FaZe sometimes just make life difficult for themselves whenever they don't need to. But that's where we are. That's what happens. But still, I think overall, of course, for FaZe, still got a bit of breathing room. They know that they'll get an opportunity going towards that top floor. Instead, tertiary bomb site is what we deal with.
Interactive.
At this point, obviously, again, there's still that threat of going back towards the site that they've lost multiple times, and I know I've harped on about it, but it will be going on in their minds. There's still that sort of thin line of success that they're having to just tiptoe across. Let's see if they can try and slow down the breach on towards the external and put focus above. Wow. Yeah, that's a way of removing a shield. Another opener against the shield there. For the side of FaZe. Live, 2 rounds in a row. That blitzes to sit out.
Ah, dear. Not what you want from Live, who has had a terrible time here. He has been the opening death 3 in a row. Whenever he's playing, I mean, these important operators on the shields, which we know can define a round win or not for the attackers. It really leaves your teammates in a position where they're always chasing the game. FaZe, minute 20 remaining. They have not been tested at all in towards this top floor. Faking happy enough just to keep on swinging, keep on peeking. Oh, Cyber just catches Stemp at the very back end of that. Viking goes crazy with a shotgun, and FaZe a flawless. My word, I mean, that's the Bunks and Brayfam has been a bit of a stronghold here for the defense. Loud were flawless as were FaZe.
God, it's just been this sort of... It's weird how the control sort of pulls itself in. I think it's the elements of the rounds as well. It frequently feels like you're sort of getting a read on the momentum of the game, right? And then things fall away. The way the entry statistic is, you know, you're getting a read on it and then it's pulled away. But otherwise, it's generally been the sort of drive, and the site selection just amplifies on towards that. But now Loud, from what was probably one of their sort of toughest to swallow rounds in terms of getting in, there was the chance with the sort of drive, but when Vidaking gets a multi-kill like that, and when you find yourself on the wrong side of a flawless, and now you're 6-3 down, and now you're back in the site, how do you rally?
Big half for Loud. What are they going to do?
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I mean, even you look at Vidaking. Look what he's whipped out here in the match point. He's pulled out the Clash, knowing that he's going to get it for, well, I suppose 3 rounds. Because the bans have came in, and also OT if they get to that. This Clash can be a massive hindrance in towards that top floor. And if you don't have a great counter to the Clash, and it is an issue. We've already seen yesterday how a player can just disappear on a Clash in towards Mez using the Sophia. But no Sophia. being shown by Loud. The only thing that they really have to deal with the Clash is probably the Capital, but it's going to need to be a really well-placed bolt to deal with it. I suppose you've got the impact DMPs as well on the recruit, but to get in a position where he can use them safely, knowing that Vic King will be by himself, but see how Loud want to go about things. Really, time management was the main worry that Loud have. I just think that they spent half the round not establishing a good control, not achieving a whole lot. You got the wall open, so a little bit better pacing this time around because they've actually put a player in Skybridge to stop that mini game of who's going to keep up and stick their head out that window.
Clash, obviously the ability to be mobile, the ability to swap your sort of engagement side, try and get the wall open. The Clash can just read all of this. They're hoping somebody swings up either side. They might not know about the player slightly down green. Just worried about that flank. Obviously, it's not the most uncommon thing. Had a kill before, but resets does find the sneaking Cyber. And they kind of got the reward that they wanted. I don't think that's working. I don't think that's working yet, buddy.
He's trying his best, isn't he?
Change the batteries in that.
On resets. On resets. There we go.
I like how long he was doing that.
Oh. Did somebody run the Skybridge and shut it off?
Oh, if someone did.
The wall didn't open up.
Maybe
I think they did.
Oh my word. Okay, well, 40 seconds now. They still have a man advantage. Loud, but again, this has been an obstacle, and without the ace, they're a bit more limited. Flashtree gets one, Gabu gets resets. Isn't the best way of doing it, but if they can keep the momentum, well, is able to find KDS on the other side. Can they finally push this one over the edge? A 4 versus 2, 20 seconds on the board, including a Clash that's sort of playing behind the shield on towards the default plant, but they've rotated around. They've realized they can't really put the pressure directly towards that Clash. Instead, drive the shield right through the middle and catch around the back. They've done it, Demo. They have won that site. They haven't won the whole thing yet, obviously, but they have won the site that has plagued them. So maybe now, in the 6-4, they can get that little bit extra to keep themselves in it.
Still in it. They've been able to break that top floor. Which is what we kind of thought was, oh, this is going to be just the site that Loud are going to have no success on today. They had a terrible time defending it. And it looked to be that they had a bad time attacking it, but they've been able to break it here, and for Loud, I've been able to pick up a good amount of kills in that previous round. But again, I just felt as though time was definitely getting away from them once more. And I just wonder if FaZe are going to exploit that. The time management from Loud, it's just been very slow. On basically every side they've attacked. And you look at the big change that FaZe have went for in this basement. Look what they have. They have the Goyo, an operator which definitely would have won them the round the last time they were here. And they've decided to bring it in here now. So this could be the kicker. This could be the big game changer. A lot for Loud to work through, and again, time is of the essence. I like the addition of the Twitch, though. Sneak in and pop those Goyos early.
The opening engagement could be a make or break here. Weirdly, you know, it's still got itself that decent statistic. It's been a decider on the previous round. It's been a decider on pretty much all of them apart from 2. But at this point, Loud, they need everything in towards their favor. 1 round separates FaZe Clan from progressing on towards the international appearance, the major in Paris. They have themselves that route rounder. Bit of attention laid underneath the steady approach. Being very cautious about that opening engagement. I think they realize the fear and the risks of it just as much.
The Soliton radar is picking up an enemy. Nothing to report at my location.
Oh, Good information from Loud. Live. Straight in. Got the nade so he can burn away the Goyos. Near Rooney Gate's not on this door, so it'd be an easy pop. They go for it. That's good. Good time, I think, here from Loud. Just taking things slow and steady, and Impact. Oh, resets has to be careful. He was thinking, oh, I'll go close over towards boiler window, but not going to be able to do that now. That wall's opened up. Now, Loud have some big decisions to make. You've got players above. You can try and play in the vert. You've got a Solus there. Cyber also supporting. So Loud, it's the decision. Majority of their team is looking for the direct take, in through missile, in through lockers. I think it comes down to resets, no? Being able to do something on this solid snake.
I mean, Glastrier in the meantime is going to try and get the pinch on towards Souls, but Souls was so ready for it. No matter if they're being tracked, now they have that man advantage. Now, as I said, it's the nightmare statistic, but they're still going to see if they can try and close down the snake. He's the potential make or break, and Cyber's found from behind, level things up, but 30 seconds demo. They've only just got some clarity above, not nearly enough to be confident because they're still worried and corner checking, well, everything. They've not got it fully cleared out. Souls is making his presence known. 20 seconds, not enough to really go out and hunt, and they can't even win the hunt anyway. The time ticks away, as does Loud's chances, as FaZe remember who they are. And they drive themselves in. They have got themselves tickets. All aboard the plane. No, they're not quite done yet. The lower bracket run is still there. Unfortunately for Loud, though, they have been quieted.
FaZe, it's the response that we needed. They were on a bit of a losing streak. That was 4 maps without a win for FaZe, which is so unlike them. So it was very important that they come out and win today. Good matchup for them. Look, Border really pushed them, but their map and layer was always going to be favored towards FaZe Clan.
My favored people? A wonderful desk. Please take it away.
A big congratulations to FaZe as they qualify to EWC. Huge for them, and especially here on the second map, right? They got pushed all the way in map 1, but on the second map here, especially in the second half, I'm glad to see them learn from their mistakes that they're making, right? They, Demo called them the Swiss Army knife, and we see that with the amount of operators that they bring out. So much centered on that time waste as well, making it really difficult for Loud to execute something in time. And FaZe are learning, right? With that downstairs bomb site as well, bringing operators that helps to win the round out easily. And it's good to see FaZe, like we know FaZe as well, locking back in, showing us that confidence and securing their ticket.
And I think most importantly, proving the depth from the team. You just spoke of that basement defense. They lost the first one trying to play Turtle, trying to play a little bit more towards time wasting. In the end, in the last round, it's a clean round from them where they completely change the strat. They go with a full roam. They have the Solis upstairs. They support it with Cyber on Ela. They have the Fenrir as well. And that is exactly the kind of adaptations that, FaZe for, and you love it when they do these kind of things. It's great to see them. I don't know yet if it's at the top of their game. I'm hoping so. But at least it's great to see them back into win streak. And it would not be a top tier international event without FaZe Clan. So it's great to see them there.
It is, yeah, and I feel like for Loud as well, of course, we have to compliment them because they really put up a fight, right? We're looking at these rounds on the first map as well, but also here, like that big round from Stemp in the 1v1 when he was trying to get the plant down as well on the basement side to keep them in the fight and to keep the match close as well. I feel like that was a big point for them. But unfortunately for them, their chances end here. They will not be making it to an international event. But as you say, international events, especially with how big EWC is for players and their, how big they view it, it would be weird not to see them there.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the same time, they've never won it. So if there's one thing for the world champions is maybe take up the EWC crown. That would be pretty cool for them. I think for SAL also, it's important to send its best representative. And I believe that overall the performance from the SAL teams at kickoff maybe was not at the same level as they would have loved it. And so maybe it was partly due to the quality of the teams that they were sending. And I think that with having FaZe, having FaZe, having Liquid, having Furia, you're starting to have like a full 15 players that have incredible experience. And so SAL once again stands as the favorite region.
Yeah, I'm quite excited with the 3 representatives that we have for SAL so far. And we get to speak to one of them as well. We do have JP on the line to ask him a few questions about this game. And of course, to congratulate him as well with qualifying for EWC. JP, how are you feeling?
I mean, it's just another day, like as I was saying, but it's a little bit relieving because we threw some games, the last 3 games. The Liquid, not that much, but like the last 2 games of the stage wasn't like good games for us. And things started going to looking a little bit weird the last games. And winning today, it's a little bit of relief, but I mean, it's just another day. We just qualified. We have to win the tournament to mean something, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, JP, talk to me a little bit about this change of momentum for you guys. You were looking so good, completely flawless. And then there was the turning point, which was actually that game against Loud on Night Heaven Labs, which kind of triggered the lose streak. What do you think changed in the team to have to lose all the momentum that you built throughout the stage?
I mean, against them, I think the game against Loud, we chose badly the map. Wasn't the best choice of map to play Labs against them. It's like their best map. And against VD, we just didn't play well. Honestly, they won the game, they deserve it. And I guess against Liquid, we have a very good start on Chalet, but some throwing rounds like destroy our mental. It's something that we already suffered against DZ, and we have to work harder on that because we can just lose a game because of a round or 2 or 3 rounds that we should win and we didn't. And we went to Clubhouse and they played better, basically, and it was it. We should won the Chalet and we may have a third map, but we didn't won Chalet, and it is what it is. And today we won.
I know it's kind of rough to figure this out on the spot, but do you think that losing these few last games just before you make EWC might actually be more beneficial than going flawless, because it actually highlights a few things to work on rather than being super dominant and then in the end you show up to the event and you don't really know what to work on or what are the weak points that you should improve before the event?
100%. I agree 100% on that, because if you see on the SI that we won, we lost 1 game for G2 on group stage.
Yeah.
And it was a game that we want really hard to win. We want to beat them. We want to send them home, and we lost to them. And that game showed us at that point on that side that we weren't the team that we think we were, unbeatable. And we have to work harder on points that makes us the SI champions in that tournament. And here on the SAL, I think is a similar situation, because we were 7-0 and we lost 2 games and we lost another game, we're 3 losses in a row, and it makes us wake up. It's not that easy as you guys are thinking. And for sure, before EWC was a waking up call, and I think will help us to improve to the tournament.
So how do you kind of wake up then again? As you say, of course, you have these losses and things are not going the way that you want to. How do you make sure the whole team is back on track and locked in today?
I mean, before the game today, we have a conversation, not strategical. It was more an open conversation with the team, why we are so tense in games that we shouldn't. And today we try to play a little bit lighter. The border map wasn't that lighter because it was an 8-7, but yeah, the second map was a little bit lighter and we could bring it up.
Oh, that's awesome. I feel like we're asking you some very serious questions here, despite, of course, you guys qualifying to EWC. So once again, a big congratulations with that. Is there anything you want to say to the fans for their support?
Thank you, everyone, to support FaZe, buy our FaZe bundles, and that's it. FaZe up, guys.
Awesome. JP, thank you so much for your time. And once again, a big congratulations.
Thank you.
Good to speak to JP, but also kind of I felt like the interview was taking a really negative turn here, so we were really hemming on what happened these last few weeks? How do you come back from that? But I feel like it's a story, and the question that you asked as well, of course, right? this puts them in a great spot to go into EWC, right? Because they know they're not invincible, but they also know what they need to work on. Talking about, our mental isn't always the greatest, right? Why are we so tense in games that we shouldn't be tense in at all? And kind of finding this out before you do get to the games in EWC that have the really high stakes might just end up being an incredibly positive thing for FaZe.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of, it's the setup of when you're a good teacher and you see the most promising kid and you're always a bit harder on him. I think that's what really we are with FaZe, is that they're so good that obviously even qualifying to WC, it's without going flawless is already like somewhat I would say like a disappointment. Not that it is, but we're so used to seeing them so dominant that we needed to ask a few questions about it. And I'm a big believer as well, because I've been there before where you feel like you're doing really good and then you have a couple of losses just before going to an international event. It's usually so good to have them there, because you don't want to learn your biggest weaknesses when you're at the event on LAN, when you have to fix things from one day to another. Usually you have very few prep time between two matches. Whereas if that happens to you, and if it's just a mental thing, as much as it's easy to pinpoint, it's really good that it happens in playoffs, in BO3s, and you still make the event. It's not by any way limiting their chances at making group stages. They will still need to play tomorrow and win the next game to guarantee themselves a spot in group stage. Seeing FaZe in play-ins would be insane. So the job is not done yet, but overall, I do think that it was good that they were trialed and tested throughout these playoffs, because usually that's how you warm up as a team. And as we look at the map summary, by the way, Handy and Gabu, as predicted, the top two performers on each team.
Yeah, as you called Handy the best player of the world currently in the MVP spot for this matchup here as well. You mentioned that, right? There's a chance that FaZe find themselves in play-ins should they lose their matchup tomorrow. That's incredible, given that there's 8 teams that are going to be in play-ins, and you got a Fnatic there, you got a Shopify Rebellion there. There's potential for upsets, and especially if only 2 of these teams will be able to make it out. That's a rough spot that FaZe want to find themselves in. But yeah, it seems like we might be really harsh on them, and I feel like this is coming from a spot where we hold them to a really, really high standard, right? These are
world champion standard.
They are the back-to-back world champions, right? That makes so much sense that we hold them to a high standard and we expect greatness from them. And if there is a bit of a hiccup on that road, that we expect them to sort it out, and we expect them to get their stuff back together, especially in a best of 3 here, where this is their final chance, and should they have lost it, they had to sit and watch EWC from home, and that was obviously not what they wanted from this year. So yeah, I'm glad that FaZe got it done in the end, because it is a team that we eventually expect to be at these international events. But that does also mean that 3 of our 4 spots for EWC from the SAL have now been given away, and we only have 1 more spot left. That one's either gonna go to Los or NIP, and we're gonna find that out after the break.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas, acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma pressão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Errou! Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Porra! Acabou.
Errou! Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste. Errou! Oh, mas isso aí... Ó, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor. Já.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance porque a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, pera aí, pô.
Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta. Só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas, eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso, não tem como.
Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê?
Isso aqui é a pescaria maldita e vamos ver o time reserva aí, hein? Tô meio preocupado. Isso aqui é mais difícil do que parece, hein? De qual jogador da SAL você ganharia na porrada? E por quê? A pergunta é de qual eu não ganharia, né? E o porquê? Porque eu bato em todo mundo. Se houvesse eleição do pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia e por quê?
Pô, situação complicada essa aí, hein? Situação bem complicada, inclusive, hein? Vocês me deixaram numa situação meio complicada aí, pessoal.
Quem ganharia seria o Flastrai, muito bagre, um dos piores que tá tendo aí. Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Mas eu vou mandar a Imperial embora. Por quê? Não sei, mas vai embora.
Out of piano room as Zig's going to be on yellow stairs. He gets a nice frag there and over through the barbed wire, and that's going to go for a peek. That's going to be a wonderful shot by cameraman. Could he clutch this? He's on forward. And it looks as though there's some more shots. Now, before he walks out through this door, he should be pointing out the heartbeat sensor, but he's not going to. Instead, it will be a nice clutch by cameraman.
Dino on the stairs, not thrown or been aware of. Nice frag coming up. Nico again, he's just on point with these nades.
Would this be the money? This could be huge right now. The nade comes over the top and drops Stiggs as well.
What a nutty round from him. He gets 2 grenade kills and a nice peek and closes it out.
No way! No way! The clutch! That's a 1 versus 5 clutch!
Rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021.
Cameraman's going to complete. Biggie T finds a huge 4K and Gifo.
Forward and do whatever you can. They try to get the diffuser down. They will be unsuccessful as Virtue goes absolutely wild with the shotgun, and that is 3 huge kills for him.
Laying on though, Yeti will find Fox after being dispatched by the MP5K. Laxi will now get into an engagement, and Yeti is just an absolute Yeti with 4 kills. Goddess, who just has a tiny bit of health, and Yeti will get the ace.
There's both Coded and Katsang watching from this angle. Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more, and there it is! One of the best plays that we've seen in this tournament.
They're often known as the best team in the world, never having that distinction until today. Penta are your world champion.
We just practiced a lot, which... Sorry for that.
Hey, Dad!
It's part of you guys. Hello.
Welcome back to the SAL Playhouse, and it's time for our second and last best of 3 of the day. We're gonna either send Lowe's or NIP to EWC, and we'll decide that with this matchup here. Looking at our bracket as well, just to kind of re-gather our thoughts and everything that we've seen so far inside of the Playhouse here. Of course, yesterday we already saw 2 teams make it to EWC, those being Team Liquid Alienware and Furia. I feel like Liquid, of course, being the big upset in that one. We just sent FaZe. Kind of what we expected from that one. And in this one, early on, maybe any thoughts, Leo? Who should have the upper hand? Is it Lowe's or is it NIP?
I think to everyone, on paper, everyone is going to bet on NIP. They are the consistent team. They are the one that have made every event in the last few years. They are the ones that, ever since the overhaul of the roster and the inclusion of fantasy, keeping Pino, reworking and replacing Psycho with Cons. I think since that started, they've been incredibly consistent across all of SAL teams. And the player on the screen here, Hates, has been one of the first and most important stakeholders of their qualifications to so many events. Completely different from the side of Los, who was an entire brand new team coming from 5 different teams. Players that had completely different horizon. This team, they have experience with them, they have an SI winner with them, and they have the experience of multiple SR events that ended. So I think that overall, there is one thing to notice about this team. It's the balance between Fantasy and Hates. The 2 best players on the team, and the 2 players that went like ghosts yesterday in their game against Furia. It's Fantasy with the aggressive, relentless, weird, risk-taking playstyle. He's the Herds of NIP. And on the other side, if a Fantasy is the Herds, then Haters, he's the KZ. He's the most passive one, incredible fragger, really capable, and the most passive playstyle. And the 2 of them, the balance is insane.
Yeah, but I will say that I'm very upset with their game from yesterday. What a tough loss against Furia. They come back from 0-6 in map 1 just to lose it in overtime. They win map 2, fall on map 3. Like, it makes me mad thinking back about that, because you wonder how does that even happen? You fight so hard to come back on map 1, and then it all just falls out the window on the final map there. For the sake of Los, though, it's the complete opposite, right? They are the Grim Reapers of other teams' hopes and dreams of making it into playoffs. They snatched that final spot on the final playday. They are down in the lower bracket, of course, because they're finishing 6th in the group stage. But then, if we look at star players on this roster, you highlighted Fantasy and Hates. In my opinion, we have to look in the direction of Defo and Paris. They've been absolute star players for this roster, and they have been key in winning matchups.
Yeah, and especially the most important one, which was again against Fluxo W7M. You call them the Grim Reaper. They were the Grim Reaper of Fluxo W7M in this stage, but also at kickoff, which was the first moment when we realized this team has the potential to make it to S-tier events. That's when they qualified to Salt Lake City, and today they could repeat that miracle. And maybe we shouldn't call it a miracle again, because if that team that just was fully created from scratch can make it to 2 S-tier events in a row, then they're proving a huge point here.
Yeah, they are. I want to see the map veto as well, though, because as you already mentioned, these two teams have played off against each other quite a few times. NIP played Los in the first round of kickoff playoffs. It was a 2-0 for NIP. As you mentioned, Los already then went to qualify to an international event afterwards. But as we just saw the clip of Consa, it seems like we're heading back there.
Yeah, and it's obviously not a surprise on the side of Los. They absolutely love the map. You remember obviously the clip that we just showed, Paris going 25 kills to qualify them to Salt Lake City. That was on the map. He said it in the interview. Anytime I play this map, I drop 20 kills. Listen, hear me out, Paris. I need to see that today. I want to see the 20 kills bomb on that map. It's not a bad map for NIP whatsoever. They absolutely love it, and they will be given the defense side. That would be massive.
Well, the pressure is certainly on, though, as we dive into our first map here. The final spot for SAL for EWC gets decided here.
Thank you very much, and indeed, here we go, Tim. I think it's our final team globally to qualify to EWC, I want to say. And what a night to do it on. It's midnight here in the UK, and we're ready for a little bit of fun.
Oh, we've just got Siege in our veins. There's the time will never... Time
and
doesn't
in our
stop
dreams,
us.
Tim.
So I think it is right now. I'm pretty sure I'm still asleep.
You've already had a nap, haven't you, I hear?
Yeah, I had a couple of hours. I've got an early start in the morning.
This is Game Rouse, mate. I'm awake at peak time for this one, so we are good and locked in to go. As you heard the desk kind of allude to, these two teams have played each other recently. NIP was victorious across the maps that we're seeing inside of the veto, so I'm a little bit nervous for Los coming into it. As we've kind of heard again, the desk also saying, it's about seeing if NIP can now finally break through that barrier. A few months ago, I was a bit of a hater. I was like, look, NIP, they rely too much on fantasy. The rest of them haven't really put up the numbers that we need to see for them to be able to succeed internationally. But they have started to really show promise. And I'm hoping that this is a sign for them to be able to build a bit of confidence, a bit of consistency. Of course, Salt Lake here. And speaking about Osaka in November, if they can do that, they could be on something pretty special. But first and foremost, they've got to get through this game. And I'm sure Los themselves have got a bit between their teeth. They want to prove and set right the wrongs that were created last time these two teams played. They want that AWC spot. Let's find out which way it goes.
Round one gets underway then, and we will kick things off up on the top floor. No major surprises there. Just having a look across that defensive lineup, we've got Basetto on the Clash. Certainly one to watch as this one goes on, and Wamai's popularity continues, whether it be EML, NAL, SAL. It certainly seems those changes over the last couple of days have really helped bring him back into the fold, particularly having the Nitro is a big one for him, but also we've changed how those magnets work. It's a maximum of 7 now instead of 6, and they generate in half the time, 20 seconds each instead of 40. So big difference, and they also activate slightly quicker when he deploys them. So all round, lots of buffs for Wamai.
Absolutely. And we've already seen him banned away over in EML. We saw him banned away early this week. We've seen him pick up an awful lot. In fact, we even saw, I want to say it was in this region yesterday. Didn't get a chance to watch the games as I was out, but I did see a screenshot on Twitter where we had Warden, Jaeger, Wamai banned away. And I was like, are we back in 2021? Like, what the hell is going on right now? But it does really mean that the meta gets that nice little tweak and change for EWC. I'm very curious to see how things build as we go out across there. Either way, 60 seconds in, we've got a big focus on taking admin control. Often speak about this on Consulate, that it's a little bit harder normally to get admin control earlier on. Admittedly, much easier since the rework came through all that time ago now, it feels like. And therefore, you then push your way across, you get control of V's from underneath, and it's generally a pretty cozy entry in and push through the building. You can go through yellow, but it's much more bottlenecky over there. It can be a little bit tougher to start an actual march on forward. So, as it kicks off, NIP for now have got to find their way to hold on around this main corridor in the middle of the map. They've got to come up against a Clash on the other side. That certainly gives Los a couple of things to think about.
Yeah, it's funny, really. We haven't seen any pushes apart from admin for quite a long time, really, you and I, have we? It's, you know, covering EML, SAL. I can't speak for kind of every game in NAL necessarily, but certainly seen a bit of an abandonment of that other side of the map. We have seen the odd, you know, direct into CEO. We saw a disastrous attempt at it the other day by Virtus Pro in EML. But, you know, other than that, it does seem to be very heavily admin focused at the minute, and Basetto is going to be over there on the Clash looking to just slow things down. We're going to get Closet Wall opened with 2 of those Heartbreach charges, so that's good work from Nux there, just to give that little bit of prevention to any of the defenders setting themselves up inside of there. Toxic Babe canisters already being drawn out onto the meat inside as well, so at the minute NIP fairly well set, but as I say, that Dafo manages to pick one up onto hits.
Yeah, I was going to say still a couple of C4s to play behind, but with Hates going down, you lose one of them. You've still got the Clash to work your way through. So there are a couple of things that Low still need to get done, but they have got enough time. Even though it's not a lot of time, 30 seconds, they've still got time to be able to get this done, especially with the Sophia on side. And sure enough, there goes that Clash. That was the main thing they needed to unlock, and they have done just that. Now they can start their flood on forward, Tim, and sure enough, they're into a 5v2 in rapid time here. Fantasy and Wizard with it all to do. This could be a flawless round to kick it off, if not for a slight Fantasy spoiler, but that's round 1 to Los in very convincing fashion.
Yeah, strong start from them, picking up that top floor. It can be a difficult attack at times. That's why we see the teams picking it up as their first defense. You know, you get yourself... A lot of times we see teams kind of stall out around copy and getting themselves out and actually active into the bomb site. But that wasn't a problem at all for Los there on that attack. So good stuff from them. Dafo picked up that first kill with the Zafia, another operator which has seen a little bit of a buff recently. Instead of having 2 concussive and 2 explosive grenades, which actually got 3 of each. Now, just to touch on that whilst we talk about Zafia, we actually saw a really interesting play earlier today in the NAL. Something that we might see a little bit more. Kangaroo Kenny was actually talking about this on his Twitter as well, the former Dark Zero coach. And basically, it was on border, and what happened was a player was pinged out on the soft surface inside a break room. A lion scan was thrown in at the same time to kind of freeze them in place. Sophia was underneath in Passport and just hammered the floor with all 3 explosive grenades, and it was enough to down them and get the kill. So quite a substantial buff, really, for Zafia. On the face of it, you might think, oh, it's just more soft breach, like, no big deal. But we're actually seeing it used in that way of kind of almost picking up a free kill. It's an interesting development.
Absolutely. Well, of course, we'll see if it ends up being used for that effect an awful lot of the time. I think you'll definitely see it as time goes by that teams will develop into doing that more and more. We also saw this across an EML just the other day, in fact, as well. Wizard playing the round top secret, well, round secret in this position, just to try and deny what normally is a simple job of getting a hard breach charge on towards the reinforced wall, walking a shield down towards server, and off you pop. But him being here could well slow things down. By the looks of it, though, has dropped that down on the wall and backed away, realizing at some point they may well get control of it, though. There's nothing really on their side to open that wall up with, so that could very well stay close here. And that now means, on the attacking side, there's less options to work their way through the map.
Okay, then we've got Dash. He's going to be working his way in for the time being, looking to get a bit of verticality with that book, of course. But still some utility clearance going on, just to give a little bit of opportunity for those drones to make their way through and see exactly where everybody is positioned up on this top. I actually really like this position from Fantasy. It's no surprise to see him playing it aggressively. That's what he would normally do, right on top of that mute jammer. So it's took them 1:15 to basically even get a look at Fantasy in that position and be sure that that's where he is. And he's playing it with the shotgun as well. He's dipped away though. Pino's going to take the fight, takes down Perez. Really big start there for Los. Good stuff, and that is a nice entry. This top floor clearance, sorry, opposite way around, NIP. This top floor clearance not going great at the minute for Los.
No, and again, this is where the limitations have been set a bit. You can't go in through the server walls, but instead you're going to have to work your way in upstairs and downwards from there. But they're being met around the map by the side of NIP who are trying to run that clock down. And yes, they might get a couple of kills coming in here, but every time there has been a trade to NIP into a 3 versus 2, they can now just, honestly, get themselves back towards site. They don't need to stay and fight this anymore. Like, just go back to site, hunker down, play trades off each other. You're in a wonderful spot. You've still got Bassetto looking to challenge on Spiral, though, so I'm a bit mindful of him right now and whether or not he's falling back. I think he has just worked his way a little bit further down. But again, at some point, Lowe's have to come in towards site. They have to work their way down a stairway. You can just sit and wait for them to now look to push into you and hopefully collect a freebie off the back of it. The only real threat are those 2 flashbangs, plus the fact there are tracks here for Dark, I was going to say. Against Deimos, it's never a super idea. It's got an easy 1 versus 1 there, and now things start looking a bit more precarious for the side of NIP.
Yeah, 30 seconds left to go. Low certainly putting the pressure on, but you've just got to wonder if they're maybe going to run out of time a little bit in this 2v2. Also, there's a slight health advantage on the side of NIP. Wizard and Bassetto just carrying those few extra hit points. Oh, and that's really not going to help the situation. Coming around the corner, there's the peak, there's the down. Darky does manage to find Bassetto, but Wizard picks up a double and closes it out.
Yeah. All right, One Piece. We often had this conversation today, Tim, about not seeing teams running away with games. It was 1-for-1 on every single map, I think, that we cast between Virtus Pro and Falcons, and we cast them twice over the space of 2 days. So it was a good chance to see just how close those series were. And to be fair, both were brilliant series that we got to cast the other day. Clubhouse in the second one, the first map, 7-2, bit dominant. Other than that, it was a really, really entertaining and closely matched series, and I'm wondering if we'll get the same between these two teams. As I said, NIP definitely come in as favourites, but those have 100% got a bit between their teeth and something to prove.
Okay, then round 3, NIP continue their defence. They go back up to the top floor, interestingly. They're not going to take us to Piano just yet. It's going to be another attempt. They lost this to Los back in that first round. And let's see what difference they've brought this time. It's the Tachanka and the Tubarão and the Pulse as well. So quite a different setup from them coming in here. Going to see a little bit of verticality from below, I would imagine, with Pino on the Pulse. That's going to definitely be one to watch. He's already down there in Piano. So my question to Los here is, what do you do about it? Do they recognise it for starters? I am sure that they will do. I'd be very surprised if not. And, you know, how do they deal with it? They've got to go in there and get the kill. They've got to get aggressive onto him, really. You just can't leave a Pulse underneath like that. But also Bassetto then becomes, because you've got this focus onto dealing with the Pulse if he's playing underneath, and you've still got a Tachanka to deal with on site. So they've really got to think about that combination and not wasting kind of too much time on the first step and forgetting about the second one, where the Tachanka then becomes super powerful.
Well, already they're in here and in rapid time as well. They're saying, forget about your defense team, forget about your utility, we're coming for you. Shielding from behind, but no, the support from Wizard off towards the other. They get the shutdown onto Nux, and this rush has completely fallen apart, Tim. It was a good attempt, but NIP, by the looks of it, were ready for it. That, or just very, very lucky.
Yeah, Dash is just hoping to get something given to him here, I think. In the 1v5, it fell apart very, very quickly for Los during that round. And if Dash can find anything, he's going to be very, very lucky. I don't see NIP really giving anything away. I don't know if Dark was able to get those, air jabs down to give him any kind of protection on the flank or the run-outs. I'm just looking at his position. It's always a possibility that, a player like Fantasy thinks they're going to get themselves a little bit of a peek out of that. Maybe Visa door, just get yourself right out on the wide swing. But for the time being, they're happy to just kind of sit. Who else? It was Fantasy. It wasn't out of the Visa door, but it was right up to the breach. Trying to get aggressive. Doesn't find his man. 4 versus 1, but I think it is a matter of time in this round.
Yeah, at this point, just chewing through the seconds, really, aren't you, more anything else? But that's okay. I mean, at this point, yeah, he's getting chewed up by the fire, spat out by the Razor Bloom. Round as you'd expect, going the way of NIP. I was looking back at the last time these two teams played in this map, which, as I say, was about 3 months ago, back in South America kickoffs when they played it, sorry. Only a best of 1. It was on this map. It was a 7-2 to NIP, and they started on the defensive side. They won it 5-1. So they've already absolutely rocked Losis World on this map previously, as we spoke about earlier on. I think quite at the time I realised 7-2 was the scoreline. Curious to see what the next bans coming out are as well, compared to what we've seen through this map versus the last time they played each other and what the bans were back then. Taking a look at it, Deimos being taken away. We've, of course, seen that utilised in, I think it was round 2, mainly for the vertical destruction on the downstairs. So that being taken offline just means they aren't going to have such a big risk coming in from that. And on the other side, Mute has been a very, very present factor. I think 2 of those 3 rounds has been played in. Was played an awful lot last time they played this map too. So I think just saying, look, we're sick and tired not being able to see. We can't get drones in the map. We've got to find a better way through. What I then like is Fantasy's immediate reaction is, right, I'm playing Solus then. No problem at all.
I think it's a great response. I think it's a great response.
It's that on Mozzie, realistically, isn't it? So
it is. Ultimately, it's it's just get yourself kind of whatever advantage you can. But for me, I think Solus just brings so much more advantage than the Mozzie. Look at the lineup that you've got there. You've got the Twitch, so yes, you can deal with the drones. Twitch is going to spend a lot of time on those drones. You would expect to see maybe pick up the operator position as well. But you've also got Dark playing on Snake. So anytime that Soliton radar is being used actively, that's going to be something that Solus can pick up as well. So I think there's a lot of value there, especially for a player like Fantasy who's going to get aggressive when he sees those operators, when he gets those opportunities, he's going to chase them down and look for the kills. So I like that from him.
All right, well, let's see how the setup goes in upstairs then. Got ourselves digging in for an Expo hold, of course, but as you may well have been used if you've watched Consulate a few times before, depending on that first floor, you very typically have at least 3 defenders playing on the upstairs, because the attackers, they try and push in towards site and plant without clearing top floor. Just like on Lertim, you'll find yourself getting gatted down from all the holes that have been opened up above. So it forces the attackers to have to go and clear more of the map. They can't just afford to only think about sites. They've got to force these defenders away on the top floor. So it's kind of like defending top floor, but with a few extra steps, because you then got to worry about actually trying to get a plant in downstairs. Daffo with the entry and copy on towards Wizard, who goes maybe a bit too aggressive there. I think he was hoping to be able to challenge in towards admin without realizing someone was on that copy window so soon.
Yeah, certainly not a good start for NIP, but saying that, they have lost. That's the second time that they've lost the entry. The other time was back in round 1, and they didn't get the win then. It didn't go too well for them. So, Los, are you able to double down on that advantage once again and put NIP under even more pressure? Losing the Thorn, not the end of the world. The Razor Blooms will mostly have been out there. I say mostly because they may have had 1 left in pocket. We do see them held on to occasionally to try and just keep a hold of them for sort of maybe plant denial, or once you know where a shield is pushing from or something like that, you'll then be able to deploy them later in the round. But Soliton radar will go out, will pick up Fantasy's position, so he is going to be aware of him playing just inside a meeting there. And have the Dorkaby Cork. It's an absolute flurry of utility at the minute coming in from Lost, but they're not really gaining too much here. They're not pushing on the back of it, and Fantasy just is. They took so long there. They invited that challenge from Fantasy, and I tell you what, he'll have another one as well.
I'll tell you what, make it look a bit easier, aren't they? Here, I agree. Like, they had so much utility with which to work with. The Dockerby and the Snake, and even drones coming out of the Twitch. They did lose the vast majority of their drones early on to the Solus, granted. But I think they've just got a little bit nervous and a bit unsure of themselves there. They've had to, check things multiple times over. Perez inside a coffin has looked at his scanner 2 or 3 times there to try and keep tabs on towards Fantasy. You're the one that's got to push him. He's the one who's holding the ground that you need to be able to think about and execute at some point. And now NIP have just said, cool, we're into a 4 versus 2. Let's just dig in a little bit deeper here, but also pull back and set up a deeper line. We haven't got to give up top floor, but let's at least try and play more together and force them into some uncomfortable crossfires. Really well played and well managed by them so far here in round 4.
Yeah, I think time's going to be the major factor here, though. It's 18 seconds left to go, and Los not getting themselves in yet. As you said, NIP just wasting time really, really well, making it difficult here for Los to really move and do anything. Fantasy's going to get another here. No, he doesn't. Dafo manages to pick up his man. Nux just had a little look at putting the diffuser down then, I think, but came off it. He's going to have another look, go back on it. He has to stick it now. If they can't hold this from below, they've got serious. I honestly don't know what the plan was from Dafo.
I'm not
there,
sure
to be honest with
what
you.
on earth is going on with the gridlock. No, I'm very confused.
Covering upper hatch through a small corner like that when somebody's planting it. It's not the best cover in the world, if I'm honest.
No, and he pays the price for it, right? I mean, again, that for me was Los just showing a lot of hesitance on the push through upstairs. Like, you've got the entry in the round, boys. You've got a Dockerby on side. You've got yourself the Snake that can see exactly where Fantasy... I mean, to be fair, Fantasy's won a brilliant gunfight at the very, very top of the Visa stairs there as well. Had no business being able to win that when he was being scanned out on the Soliton, but gets away with it, converts it into a second. Los arguably just looks a little bit lost because even when he got the kill on towards the Snake, there wasn't really a comment there that, okay, he's just pushed me, go and swing him. The guy that was going to be pushing in towards that main corridor, like, doubled back and ran out towards Printer, and then we saw again, Fantasy steps up and wins the second gunfight. You can't be letting that happen at this level, boys. You just simply can't. Not in a 5 versus 4.
Those are the kind of mistakes that stop you getting to major tournaments. As harsh as that sounds, those are the fine margins that we're looking at. And if Los continue to do that and can continue to give NIP those opportunities, then, yeah, they're going to really struggle. You know, a reminder to everybody, what's on the line here? This is a place at EWC. This is, you know, winner takes it, loser is done and goes into the 5th place playoff. They won't be going to EWC. It is for, quite literally, all the marbles. The winner will continue on in that upper bracket. They'll have a chance to secure themselves more and more SI points depending how far along they go, but their position at EWC will be secure. That's what they're looking for out of the back of this map. And right now, NIP, they are kind of head and shoulders. They're 3-1 up here on the defense. This isn't even their map pick. They are looking great right now.
Yeah, and just starting to really warm into it more as well. Probably the key thing I'd say, I need to see Perez really come online in this round. Like, very crucially, again, he's played Snake nearly every single round so far. In fact, he has by the very, very first when he was on Twitch. If you've got this much information, if you've got a shield to then be able to punish somebody, you need to find out where these roamers are and get an isolation play down and punish them off the back of it. It's just inexcusable not to be able to, yet in the last round that's exactly what happened. Here we go, the Nux straight in. They're going in towards Spiral here, so I think maybe trying to catch someone out on the extension towards Visa. Right idea, they see the man as well. Surely they get the entry here, Tim. This is looking good. No, but it's Fantasy to get one instead. They just completely missed the fact that he's there and he gets the second, even looking in for a third as well. It cannot be that easy, Tim. Again, they're just blind to where players are, despite having a Dockerby and a Snake on side.
He's just taking them down with a shotgun now. Dark comes around the corner, manages to pick up Fantasy, but look, the damage might be done at that point. 3 versus 2 though. Los do manage to get themselves back into it. Daffo and Dark have got their work cut out for them here. Baseto Wizard hits, I think, going to just back up a little bit now and try to play this a little bit safer. Although saying that, you've still got hits up on this top floor. Manages to pick up a kill, does get taken down. The site's down in basement, by the way. Los have got absolutely nowhere near it at this point. You know, it's another one of those. Let's get the botheredometer out. NIP have been completely unbothered this round. Los haven't moved the needle for those players inside a site. They've been able to sit there, hands off essentially, and just wait to see what happens. 50 seconds left to go. Daffo, 1 versus 2. Definitely doable, definitely possible, but they now know exactly where he is as he gets picked up on the cams.
Don't take a genius to look at it and see that he's 6-2 as well. He is the player that's doing really well for his team right now. And I wouldn't even say, you know, the others being 3-2 is a bad thing. You've had Fantasy playing absolutely lights out so far. Does it mean he can walk in and win a 1 versus 2? Very unlikely. They're going to sit and wait here. Look how passively they're playing, letting him be the one to step in. You only have to miss the tiniest of angles, and you are toast. They're teasing him out with the quick peeks as well. Can't really advance because of the angle off towards his left. He might just run out on time here unless he can really make some magic happen. Manages to get the cross, but did not realise exactly where Wizard was. Pays the price. And Tim, we're heading towards a similar scoreline as the last time we played on this map between these two teams. I said back then it was 5-1 in the first half, only for NIP to go on to win 7-2 in the second. We're at 4-1. They are charging on forward, and unsurprisingly, Los are going to call in attack timeout.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few of these recently. We often talk about kind of the round 6 tactical timeout and how much value there is in it, or maybe, you know, isn't in it. it's very late in the half to call that tactical timeout because, yes, you can come in here as a coach and you can try and impact that last attack, but the advice that you give, the sort of blueprint that you try to set out is going to be a little bit more limited in its use for the second half. There might be sort of general things, you know, if you're noticing something in the gunfights, or maybe you want your team to be a little bit more aggressive or play with a little bit more pace, something like that. There's maybe an opportunity there, you know, to give some kind of general stuff that may be then applicable to the second half. But you don't really know that because that second half is going to bring about some big changes of its own. So generally speaking, if you're going into that round 6 tactical timeout, you are looking to try and give a blueprint to win round 6. And that is Los recognizing we are on our own map pick here. Granted, we're on the attack. We're going to have a better time on the defense, but we're on our own map pick and we are 4-1. Facing a 5-1 half. That is really not great for them. They need to guarantee this 4-2. And so I can see the reasoning totally for the tactical timeout.
Well, a change in game plan is mandated at this point, it feels. And even on the side of NIP, they've also changed things up. Across those last 2 rounds, and I've gone back to what I said earlier on, they've played really smartly around the ban. They've seen the mute come on through, they've jumped straight on Solus. They had a plan B to make sure that their intel denial game that has been so strong all half carried on through towards rounds 4 and rounds 5. Now in round 6, interestingly, they've stepped away from it completely. There is no intel denial in this round. So they're almost inviting us and saying, all right, then get your drones in there, no problem. We'll beat you over the head with utility here. But on the other side, they've also mixed things up. You're not seeing a Solus on side, no Solus. You're not seeing a Snake on side. Sorry, I was thinking about Solus on Solus. It's getting me in the head. You're not seeing a Snake on side. You're not seeing a Dockerby on side. They too are leaning even more heavily into letting them clear through the map with things like the Forest being on side. So clearly, there's been a conversation during that timeout from both sides where they want to try and change up the game plan. This is where things now are a little bit different, and I think Los could potentially fight their way back in.
Okay, then let's see how they get on. I think they've not done too well on the entry so far. They've only had 2 out of 5 rounds go their way. I think getting another one here, just leveling it up at kind of 3-3 on that entry battle would be a good thing for them. Just get themselves into this round a little bit better, to be honest, so they're not having to keep playing at that 4v5, allowing players like Fantasy to kind of run all over them. But for the time being, it's going to be Hates lining up on this window. Nitro in hand. He knows that somebody's out there on the rappel. He's just waiting for his moment. And given that he's got that Nitro kind of pre-ripped and ready to go, he does launch it out. They don't manage to find any damage with it. Nux just managing to avoid it really well.
I was about to say, it's taking them 75 seconds to get their first man inside the building. Tim, again, very active and aggressive defense coming out from NIP, looking to play the entire map, extend across, and just keep Low slowed down because they know that they've got this utility to play behind. If you're not playing intel denial, then you're looking more here to try and play around traps and actual site denial with C4s, with gadgetry that you've got, things like the smokes, things like the C4s, things like the clash. And at least with how they're set up here, they're doing a wonderful job of it. Wasted tons of time. But this is really where now the changes that Los have made have got to start coming online. They've got some great tools to be able to execute with, by the way. I'm looking in towards mainly the Grim when I say that. Only played it back in the very, very first round. That should help them in pushing their way forwards, but it doesn't help when you lose your Nomad, the one who's meant to be on the flank watch, off to Fantasy, who yet again just carries on tearing up this half.
See the Rotero going in, and I said that Los should be looking for an entry in this round to give themselves some sort of edge coming into it, give themselves a round where they're not having to play 4v5. But how about that? Dash picks up a beauty at range. Does he manage to get another? No. It's Daffo who picks up Fantasy. 4 versus 3 now as Los managed to spin this round on its head. 40 seconds left to go.
Could appreciate losing Fantasy given he was off on the round, but Pino dying there is frankly unforgivable. You're the smoke. Hates at least hitting one back. It's down to a 3v3. Final 30. They have to start their push in, and here we go. That's the only last impact remaining here, but 2 kills fly the way of Losin. They've just flooded in towards the site. No doubt the call came in. The Basetto was off towards top yellow. The other 2 could hit site from the backside. They've got the clear out they need, and they managed to get a second round in the half. Far better than last time, as I said, where it was a 5-1 at the half. Here, it sits at a 4-2 instead.
Yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world for Los there. You know, not always the easiest of maps to attack. If we have a look at, you know, don't forget this is their map pick, second preference map for them as well. They've only got a 42% attacking win rate, generally speaking. So a 4-2 half, it's maybe not quite on par for them. It's not. It's somewhere in the middle. You know, they'd sometimes get 2, sometimes get 3. So it's really not the end of the world. Defensive win rate for them is up at 82%.
Shut up. Desk, what you got to say?
Thank you so much.
I mean, I could have listened to it.
Yeah.
I was interested. I wanted the masterclass.
Yeah, me too. I was kind of curious, what Ace had to say about the series so far. And of course, what we expect going into the second half here. But let's be honest, this is what we needed to see from NIP, right? After round one, they lock in, they get stuff done, they work around well on the entries. Fantasy has been incredibly good on those as well. Low take your time out, win the round after. It makes me wonder, do you think this is enough from NIP for the first half or no?
It's what you expect. You want at least a 4-2 on Consulate. Realistically, they have to fix the top floor defense. That's the one thing that they struggled with. I thought that they had a good lineup. I thought that they had a good lineup to fix, to problem solve the admin take on the side of Los. I think if obviously they don't lose Pino there, it's a completely different scenario. Important thing to me is how do they react, right? And let's pay attention to the weak conditions because they're actually really good. If you look at the second round, you look at their late round composure and the way they will play this 2v2 is actually perfect. They have a crossfire. They know exactly where they're coming from. After the initial engagement, they make sure that they can isolate this first player. And after this, it's a 1v1, really well played on the side of the Bandit. When the Lost try to shake things up and send a rush in, what do we see? A close-knit group with trade potential on the top floor here on the room, and it's perfectly executed. Beautiful. Within 20 seconds, they win 4 kills. And then you look at this, and this is to me the key with having a player like Fantasy. 112. Look at this. It's what I called mid-round aggression just before the execution. The players are still setting up, they're isolated, they have no trade potential. When Fantasy gets aggressive upstairs and gets the double kill, Hates is there to support and get the third kill. And even when they're trying to roam clear here, with Solid Snake and Blitz, get the double kill. So to me, that's the beauty of NIP, winning defensive rounds in all of the various ways you want to, right? Early on with an entry kill, mid-round aggression, late-round composure. So overall, a really good cocktail for NIP. And if they can transfer that to the attack, then it will be really hard for Los.
Well, that Solid Snake that you just mentioned is not going to be available for NIP on the attack. Also, the Deimos. So really that kind of information gathering won't be in the hands of NIP going into the second half. I think something that Ace was talking about, of course, going into this defensive half for Los here is that they do have an 82% win rate on the defense. So if that gives us anything kind of hope for Los in the second half, I hope it turns out well for them.
Oh, we'll see, won't we? And I suppose I'm very perplexed, admittedly, by the fact that they've banned away these intel ops, and you immediately think, Tim, oh, we'll play around the map, we'll be aggressive, they'll get out, they'll want to contest a lot of ground, knowing that they won't be able to get overwhelmed by intel. And then they're playing a super dug-in setup behind a mirror, behind a warden, behind the clash. I'm a bit confused.
I'm less confused. If you remember, I spoke in the first half about this.
That's the politest way of saying no, Des. You're thick, and I've got the answer to it.
Not necessarily, but look, I said in the first half we've stopped seeing a lot of other pushers on this site. It is all just admin pushers lately. We don't really get any pressure the 90% of the time outside of admin and closet wall. That's it. That's all we get. So it makes a lot of sense to just bring these dug-in operators, and if you're going to have to deal with roams and you're going to have to maybe look for plant denial and have a Solus or a pulse underneath and stuff like that, yeah, there's value in that, of course. But if you know that your push is going to come from 1 or 2 bottlenecks, which admin is a bottleneck essentially, you're coming through 2 single doorways, or you've got yellow stairs, which is a bottleneck, and you're going to have to deal with one of them. Beautiful Nitro, by the way, on Pino. You're going to have to deal with one of those bottlenecks. These operators make perfect sense, and you can see why. They've tried to rush in, and they're getting absolutely nowhere because they're coming up against this brick wall.
It was like in round 3, they've tried that rush that we tried to see coming out the other side previously, and Los didn't succeed then. NIP aren't about to succeed now. They got closer, but I think now just a little bit at the end of their tether, a bit of no more rope to hang on to. Not when there's a clash staring you down and feeding all this information on where the shield's pushing in from, and also the Fantasy's coming in from top yellow at the same time. If they can overwhelm the clash, then fantastic. Simply won't be given a chance. Almost trying to use the smoke here as cover to get a little bit closer to try and force a challenge, but they just can't do it. So he's in behind the shield. This is where you really snuck a Sophia to help you out. Won't even get close. Shield bashed away by the electric, and now Fantasy with it all to do. That clash, Tim, I think they might rue not banning it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we've seen some really great Clash play lately, and this continues to be more of it. Nux getting the final kill there onto Fantasy. Clash is one of those operators that becomes more powerful the more you've got a man advantage. So the more kills you pick up and the deaths you don't take, that Clash just becomes so oppressive. It's ridiculous, you know, because they can play a little bit more freely. They can start planting the shield and attacking themselves, and it becomes an absolute nightmare. Not only that, but you're then trying to attack kind of short-handed. You're getting slowed by the electricity a lot of the time. You've got a shield who's just constantly getting shield broken. So powerful at the minute, and really dictates what you need to do with your attacking lineup as well. You kind of need to make sure you bring in, sometimes I'd say maybe 2 options to deal with that clash. Maybe you bring in a Nomad or a Kali or somebody like that, but you're also bringing something like Nades or maybe even a Flores with the Roteros to try and deal with the shield or dislodge the shield. So yeah, really tough operator to deal with at the minute. You know, you look at it, they've got rid of the Kaid and the Bandit. I'm looking at that, Des. What is that really benefiting them here on? I know that I talk about this, and I'm glad Leo's on the desk because I know that he'll, you know, say largely the same things. It really is, you know. But I look at this and I think, what is that really gaining you? What? Okay, so they're gonna electrify Garage Wall, which we hardly ever see opened these days anyway. We see a lot of rear-sided and spiral pushers, but even then, if you want to open that wall, you can do it very easily by opening the floor above in piano. That shouldn't be too difficult for you to do. If there's somebody up there, you need to clear them out anyway. And then for closet wall, again, it should be reasonably easily dealt with. You can go inside a main door, bang, you can get it cleared out from underneath. You know, you should be able to deal with these things. And by taking those 2 away, you've just left a clash on the board that's absolutely destroyed you. You've got a mirror to deal with. You've got, you know, Denari still on the board. We've even got Wamai creeping in now as super powerful. And I just don't know how much they've gained from the Kaid and Bandit, though.
In case you're wondering why you're still looking at player cams, we have had a little crash from Pino. Not a crash out, just a crash. He's okay for now. When he gets back in game, we will be resumed, which from what I understand will be only a couple of minutes. Just getting himself back into lobby right about now. So, still plenty more to look forward to. In case you are just joining us, it is 4-3 to NIP. But Los haven't switched sides, at least so far, mounted a very good defense against a rush from NIP. Once we get an air quotes normal round being played, that's when I think we'll really start to get a feel for how the second half and potentially the rest of this map will go. It's already a better performance from Los from the last time they played each other. It was 7-2 to NIP back then. So at least they got one more round, Tim. But at least from how things are going, I can see him getting at least a couple more.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. I think NIP might have had their fun in the first half, and Los are going to be somewhat of a unit. Like I said, 82% defensive win rate, absolutely astronomical. I can't think of many teams on many maps where I've seen a higher win rate. Granted, it's not over a lot of performances, I will say that. It's quite a low sample size. We're talking about 3 players there, but still, that's pretty reasonable, actually. 82% win rate. So if we break that down to actual rounds for Los, that's 14 out of the last 17 defensive rounds that they have won on Consulate. So that's actually pretty sizable.
Yeah. I understand it's just getting back into lobby now, so we can crack on in a moment, by the way, as a heads up. At least we can see on our other screen, by the way, the hovers right now, things like Cav and Rook, which I can almost guarantee will not be sticking and making it through into the actual round itself. I imagine they'll change that up pretty quickly. And from my understanding is that we are heading to the downstairs site of all places, Tim, as well. Not always the go-to place, I'd say, for second. I think in this region it seems more common that we start top floor, then we go down to basement, and then we'll normally dance around Expo if required, unless one of those 2 sites has been lost, in which case we'll see a repeat of them coming out. But both of these teams have gone for second floor down to basement and then to Expo afterwards. Well, assuming, of course, again, Expo is really required, whereas around the world, sometimes I've seen Expo jump in as a alternative. Don't really ever see the offsite get played much, do we? With Tellers Archives, that is very much not a thing. Well, it's Servers Archives now. Servers Tellers?
Yes, Servers Tellers. Or Archives Tellers. Archives Tellers? Archives.
Is it still called Archives, or is it Servers? I'm pretty sure it's Servers now, no? I don't know, Tim. You don't see it that often for it to be a thing to remember.
1 a.m. It's called whatever we want it to be called.
Honestly, it literally is. Yeah, it literally is. And like you say, you're up at 5:30. It's a nice early start for you. Off to watch some golf.
There's a good chance, Des, if the tech pauses continue, that I won't be up at 5:30. I will just be still up. I will just continue straight through. Going to watch a bit of golf, off to see the Open. So that should be a lot of fun, hopefully. But talking of fun, I don't think we are a million miles away from getting back into things here. Fingers crossed. I think we've got Pino back in the lobby now, so we'll just make sure everything's squared away, and then we will get back into this one as soon as we can do. But yeah, I think at the minute, for anybody who's joined us, Los are carrying a little bit of momentum here. So NIP went 4-1 up, but that's when they were on the defense. Los have an 82%, 14 out of 17 rounds defensive win record here on console, and they are starting to show it. They managed to win their final attack, they've won their first defense, and they looked very, very solid doing it. NIP kind of tried a little bit of a blitz rush into top floor around yellow. It really didn't work. They just came up against a brick wall, which was Nux on the clash, and it stands 4-3, and Los have won the last 2 rounds.
Well, Lalo in chat was like, Ace is going to be face down on his desk. And I was like, don't worry, I can see Ace on the other screen. I'll make sure that he's here and he's not asleep on his desk. He looks very cozy, though. I'll tell you all that now.
Rolling back,
cozy, though.
Rolling back the years here.
Hey, look, occasionally we get a late night stack. I wouldn't quite say like late night stack is normally this late for you. This is like your absolute limit normally. 1 a.m.
Yeah, we're probably getting there, but excitement's going to carry me through.
Well, let's see how round 8 goes then. Lotus and Sed are on the downstairs defense. And as you might imagine, we've got members of the team currently set up on this first floor looking to cause a spot of bother. A C4 ready and prepped to go on towards the main wall as well. So if Wizard gets too close without being careful, well, that thing will get torn away from him, completely torn asunder by the C4. They do have 3 hard breaches on side, though. This is like in rank, though, Tim. When you're just like, yeah, we need a hard breach for the wall, then 3 of your teammates just randomly switch to playing hard breach, and you're like, yep, great. At least it guarantees the wall will get open at some point by someone. May even be in the first time asking.
Oh, well, at least they're making use of those Cade Bandit bans, I will say that. They're certainly going to get the job done. Thermite gets that opened up straight away. So NRP have got secret open as well. There is no more breaching really that they will need to do. Maybe a hatch hero there. That's going to be Hibana's job. But they should be pretty much well set up and ready to go. Now the question is closing Los down and starting to break this defense apart as best they can. And Thorn is going to be the first obstacle for them. Nux is going to be looking to keep them out.
That is mad. That is mad.
That is horrific from Dark. That is horrific.
I can't believe he's got away with it as well.
No,
that is
that's madness.
Hayes is just thinking, what is this guy? Like, who does that? Only him, apparently. Oh, and Dark's got a second. Okay. He's running the show right now, Tim. Fair play.
Yeah, we see how this one's going. So that's a double for him in the round, and he's just running around picking them up at will. 3 versus 5 now for NIP on the attack. All that they've really got going for them at the minute, and it's a little bit less that they've got going for them at the minute, I was going to say, is that they've got the main breach open and they've got a presence inside of archives, servers, whatever we're going to land on for this room. Perez takes one down. Dark with the final kill. Flawless round for Los, and that is a very solid basement defense.
I said I wanted to see round 8 to get the sniff on how the game actually played, because round 7 was the rush attempt from NIP. You never really get a full taste of a team's capabilities in the half off the back of a rush. That round, though, was much more problematic. You know, the fact that he's managed to get away with being upstairs by himself and get a free jump out like that is a bit silly. To then get back inside and get a second kill with 2 more following downstairs in the basement when they had zero idea where the players were around server. NIP were just wholly uninformed throughout that entire round, and that is not a good sign. Let's see if they can keep fighting back in, though. This is quite a crucial round to win, because if they lose this one, that'll be 4 in a row that's been won by Los, and then you start having serious worries about NIP and their ability to fight back on a map that, again, they've dominated previously and done really well on. Although, that said, next map being Border, it is NIP's map pick. This one is Los's, so maybe you'd favour it to go 1 apiece if we can see Los coming away with this win.
Okay, then let's get into round 9. Not the big swing round that we always talk about. If the first 8 go 4-4, I think that round 9 is a little bit less impactful than I would sometimes talk about, just because whoever comes away, they've got a 1-round advantage, but there's not too much in it at that point. So let's have a look. They are going to be defending up on, in Piano, so there's going to be a lot of top floor presence here from Los. We will see those very familiar extensions. Ooh, a little attempt from Perez there on the Aruni, having a little look out of the window with the DMR. P-Noir doesn't quite find his man, but still, it might just put the brakes on any NIP aggression for the first minute or so.
One thing both teams have done very, very well, I've got to say, throughout the game is take drones away. Maybe that's more a symptom, I think, of both teams being quite hot on their drone. Like, they're really, really keen to double check every area of the map, and they lose 2 or 3 drones droning in the same spot. Maybe we'll lose yet another one here at the top of Spiral if they're not too careful. Actually, just saw the Thorn with a chance to get it, but Nox not going to take it. It's more the fact that they look so nervous here, and they're only really starting to get a drone in around this sort of fire hallway, around yellow stairs. It's not a lot of map control that's been established by NIP, and they are all but out of intel. You can really see them struggling, not having the Snake or the Deimos available to them.
Yeah, I think the Grim's going to be particularly important for that reason. It's going to be not necessarily about gaining the intel from the Grim, but it is going to be about securing areas even when you're not sure if they're safe or not. The Grim is going to give you that little bit of comfort. We can hear some of the bees out at the minute inside a site. Just covering off that lounge door. So this is what I'm talking about. You don't necessarily intel, but Pino's going to put the Grim bees down just to try and cover his flank a little bit, give himself a little bit of safety. He's just going on the prowl a little bit here as well, having a look around. We know that Pino can really roll back the years at times. It's going to be Nux who's looking to challenge him, but at the minute we are 5 versus 5. Fancy manages to just crawl his way in and find the kill though. Nux taken down.
Yeah, I'm really perplexed at how Nux didn't see the shadow change on the floor in front of him, but it did, and then before you know it, here's Fantasy. Gets himself the entry. I was going to say, NIP were looking really, really stuck for a lot of this round, like just lack of that information collection from the operators that have been banned away. It's really hurting them, I thought. And then Fantasy, they see him on a drone, and when Nux is tucked inside of that corner, and then he thinks, cool, I'm vaulting in, I'm walking out forward from benches down towards front hall, and from there then managed to get the freebie on towards Nux because he was being a little bit too passive. Either way, they've got the response though, right? 4 versus 4 with about 35 to play, and they're just trying to hard force it in towards side door here. I'm not sure this is going to be enough for them, Tim.
Just going to be holding this at a long angle. Daffo hoping to catch anybody out on the vertical. And we're going to see Dark taking down. Pino manages to find 1. 4 versus 3. The Grim gets going, and NIP manage to find themselves a little bit of space. 15 seconds left to go. Basetto needs to find himself in a position to put this diffuser down. Flashes will go off. A few shots are fired into the abyss there, but they don't manage to find anything. Just trying to search through this smoke. Doesn't get the stop on the plant. Looking in completely the wrong direction. There was dash up above it as well. Hits. Manages to find the kill, and now Los have to fight their way back into the round, and they're 2 versus 4.
Bit of a miss, but I think Wizard there, honestly, with the smokes coming out of the Capital was what really sort of distracted them. Drop the smokes down and think, cool, yeah, look at us, Warden, here's where we are, I promise. No, they were underneath you the whole time. So although it looks like they've just missed something very obvious there, it was actually a really good ruse coming out from NIP. They've played into the verticals, they've got the reverse kills, a nice shot from Daffo, but wasn't aware Pino was still inside the room with his teammate. Like that, NIP getting themselves on the board. But what I will say, Tim, is it was the offsite. So if things carry on as they are, I could see this going to OT.
Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Or possibly even a low 7-5. That is going to open up a couple of rounds for Los where they can go top floor basement, back to their normal rotation. We saw them win those 2. It was, round 7, round 8. It's very possible that they just do that again and win this, straight out. But it's going to come down to that third site, like you say. It's going to come down to Piano Exhibition, which would be round 12 that they would need to win. So let's see what Los can do. They've still got 2 rounds before they're going to give themselves that opportunity. No surprise to see the clash taken away. We've already spoken about that. We've already spoken about the power that they bring. It's not an operator that Los have actually lent on too heavily. Nux had a field day back in round 7, but that's obviously NRP saying, look, we did not appreciate attacking into the clash up on the top floor, so we're going to take it away for this rotation.
Hey, well, as you say, I don't blame them taking clash away at all. It was a real nuisance for them earlier. The Glaz on the other side, somewhat of a surprise. Haven't played it once, but really saw a little bit of the smoke in that previous round. I thought, you know what's coming next? Glaz play. So let's just deal with that preemptively now and get it off the board. We saw this happen quite a lot over in EML as well, where teams were banning away Glaz, even though the other team hadn't ran it for the first 3 rounds. It's because typically once you get towards those operator bans after 3 rounds and either the half is when then the strategies tend to change. We saw it back in the first half. Mute got banned away, jumped straight on towards Soul, has had it in their wheelhouse ready to go. And NIP largely carried on the defense the same way they did when they had the mute on side as well. So it wasn't really much of a bother for them at all. Hera's hoping to get a freebie here and right idea, but unfortunately it's a shield. Taunting you at range. Pasetto, he ain't even bothered by that. Tim doesn't take a lick of damage.
No, he's
Waifu buff activated. Let's go.
Yeah, gonna be more than happy to just continue marching on. It's the beauty of Monty. You know, when you're on the Blackbeard, when you're on the Blitz, you've just got that opportunity, a little bit of extra opportunity to take some damage. The Monty just has a little bit of an extra level of protection. So Pasetto going to be a bit of a bully through this second half, I think. I'm not sure it's going to be the last time that we will see this Monty. Depends maybe how successful they are with it in this round. So 45 seconds in, NIP don't have themselves anybody inside of the building yet. They are attacking onto the top floor. Last time they tried around yellow, they tried to push with the Blitz. It didn't work out. Not too much attention being paid towards admin again. They've very much gone for kind of a direct approach towards site.
I'm a little bit nervous that NIP on the attack so far. It just looks a little bit scared, a bit nervous in a way. Like everything has been very, very careful, even in rounds they don't necessarily need to be. And in this round, they've got to be even more cautious than before because of the lineup they've got. You know, playing in behind the Flores, playing in behind the Monty and the Ying, it's all about the execute, which is fine. But I think it should be very, very readable to the side of Los. And this is going to be a real bit of a slow grind. You know, 2 C4s play behind the Goyo canisters, the smokes. They've got all the tools here to keep on frustrating the side of NIP, and they've got to really get creative to find a way through.
Goes Pasetto on the Monty. He's just going to be held at bay for a little while by the Vulcan canister that detonates. His team sent the nade in there just to clear it out, and he'll just wait for that path to open up. It's going to be at about the minute mark. Got Fantasy in position with him to try and challenge on the gridlock as well. Just aware of any possibility of jump outs from bathroom or peaks from top spiral, but not going to have to deal with that for now. Double impact nade comes in. Doesn't actually do much damage to Pasetto. He's just marching through everything in front of him at the minute.
Trying to distract while the plant's going down, and sure enough, they're starting to get away with it. No one needs to be able to stop, but has he been a bit late to the party? No, he hasn't. C4 at the perfect time coming out. Might have been a friendly kill off the back of the second C4 that came on through, but they get away with what they need to, Tim. Diffuser is down cold, otherwise that could have been planted, and they could have played Windows. That is perfect timing from Los to strike.
Yeah, Los, I don't think he'll have any idea just quite how close that was. We must have been down into the fractions of milliseconds there. It was right down to the wire that they managed to get that nitro. And like you say, I'm sure they would happily take the price of a team kill there to get that one stopped. It levels things up 5-5. As I suggested, that's their top floor lockdown. They now get to go to basement as well. I do still think it's going to be Los that come away with the map point opportunity at the end of this.
I think they're just flying, aren't they, on the defensive side?
They really are.
It's the offsite that makes me nervous. So again, when we get to round 12, when we go to Expo again, that's where I'm mainly thinking, okay, what are we going to have to see change on the other side here? Because for NIP, it was well done, even with all the verticals and not challenging in towards them. You know, Los still could not win the gunfights. They had no idea what was going on, so it was really well put together by the side of NIP. The question is, how deep did the strats run? Have they got other ideas? A nod towards Daffo especially, by the way. You can tell he really wants to make good EWC. Tim, 14-4. He's absolutely flying.
10 seconds to insert. Yeah, there's absolutely no stopping him at the minute, is there? Everything that comes his way, he is mopping up. So we've had quite a bit of Warden play here so far. 4 out of 5 defensive rounds now for Los have included that Warden. And it's been sort of with mixed success, I think. They did have it in the piano round that they lost, and they just kind of got lost, really, you know, looking through the smoke, but not towards the actual plant. But yeah, definitely a consistent theme for them is bringing the Warden, and I think there's maybe just a little bit of a nod there towards that use of Blitz early on. It's not something that has really stuck around too much for NIP, but the use of smokes certainly has done.
Second, maybe? No. It's close. If they got rid of a Lab Wizard there, then same story as last time around when they got the triple hard breach. It wouldn't have been the end of the world. Dash. We saw a real cheeky little thing against EML happen the other day on exactly the spot as a Monty was stepping across and looking to get himself into Ward's server. Someone kind of swung out trying to get the Monty, missed the Monty, and instead got the player that was stood behind him. It was very unfortunate. But once again, Los are just really making sure NIP are sweating every single step of the way. There is something new for them to have to worry about here. Dark's up on the top floor, and that is too easy.
Oh.
Where is Fantasy looking at that point? Like, you're on the skylight, man. There's only one place to be looking.
It is a really nice shot from Dark there. Not always easy to hit those, but like you say, Fantasy should be coming away with that win. Really, really nice, and that is going to give them a little bit of an opportunity here. Los, they've got themselves the entry, and they can start pushing forward from there.
Again, I think these bans have been what's really, really hurt NIP in this map. It's really well done by Los, just to make sure they've got a massive lack of information they can lean on. You're seeing it in the attacking gameplay. It's so slow. It's so scared. It's so hesitant. It's not looking good. And again, this is a second kill upstairs, by the way. This is nowhere near site, as we've got 2 or 3 NIP players starting to circle around site itself. He's picking up kills onto the stragglers all day long and now can come down behind them. This is looking really ugly for NIP. You did say, Tim, that you thought they might have the match point opportunity. They're all but guaranteed to get it here outside of Wizard working a bit of magic.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way, isn't it? It's just been, from NIP's perspective, a complete inability to deal with Dark, realistically. He's run all over the map, he's run all over them, he's got a couple of kills, he's now got himself back to site, and they find themselves in a 1v4, Wizard on low health as well, having to recover the diffuser. I'm sure that they've got somebody over that side as well who's going to be watching it. I think Nux is aware of its position. He's in security, so not maybe quite as far over as the diffuser, so he will be able to recover this, but it's 15 seconds left to go, and there's 4 kills to find. I don't want to, talk it down, but who else? Dark comes in and gets that final kill on the Solus, and that is going to be that. Map point opportunity coming up for Los.
Again, it's just these little simple things. It's down to the drone work. It's down to the teamwork upstairs. I'd like to see him do a very, very basic thing, which is get yourself something like a blitz on side, put a drone at his feet, and work your way through the map. They've only played Mute in 2 of those rounds throughout the entire half there on the side of Los. Yet NIP, you would imagine, are playing up against a Vigil, against a Mute, against a Mozzie, against a Solus, all these things that can deny all that intel away. They're playing scared, they're playing uncertain, and they're just losing players for free, like bleeding out round after round. Something really has got to change in round 12. And back in round 5, we saw Los pull in their attack timer and manage to win the next round. I do wonder if NIP can do the same here, going into what will most likely be an Expo and Piano hits, given we've seen top floor 1 and the basement 1.
Yeah, look, I think NIP might have left it a little bit too late here. We did speak about, that possible value of just really focusing on getting that one round that you need with the tactical timeout. But I've got to go back to Los's defensive win rate on Consulate. 82%, 14 out of 17 rounds before today. That's actually going to have improved at this point, as they've got 4 out of 5 defensive rounds so far. NIP, yes, they've had a win on this site, but it came down to Los basically not being able to find where the plant was going down. NIP never dealt with the top floor presence, by the way. They allowed Los to keep a hold of that and just tried to find a space around them. And they did have a little bit of luck in there, and I'm not sure that they can bank on that happening again. So NIP, this time, we've got to see that top floor clearance, and we've got to see it be successful.
Okay, well, as said, I thought it might be Expo. I'd be very, very surprised if they chose to risk it all on the true offsite. Instead, going to go to what we've already seen them try and fail on before. This is the only site where NIP found an attacking round win, and obviously they'll be confident they can do the same again. But on the other side for Los, they'll learn their lesson. Last time around, they were given upstairs for free and said, fine, we'll hold it, we'll play the verticals. Got baited out by a very, very clever smoke execute from NIP. The same trick can't work twice. There is no Warden on side like we had last time around, so they made a couple of changes around. I think actually having the Goyo on side here is really smart as well. If you know that they're going to at some point maybe try and push in towards site, having the Goyo just to shoot them out as soon onto the doorways, wherever they might try and step in through, could be a really, really good shout. And alternatively, it also means that Dapo can largely just disappear in towards the map if he so desires. Last time around, of course, he was, Dark side, last time around it was, of course, been bothered upstairs by himself with 2 easy kills before getting the 3rd on site itself. So I fixed what ain't broken on their side. Let's see how it plays out. NIP are going to be nice and slow playing in behind the Monty. Last time around they were bullied a little bit because of that, so I'm a tickle nervous for them in round 12, Tim.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Dark's been fantastic over the last couple of rounds, and like you say, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Let him get out there. Let him just play loose. Let him just be a nuisance, basically. And then it's up to NIP to try and fix it. Basetto is going to bring the Monty along again. I'll be honest, I don't feel like we really saw much impact from it last time they used it on top 4 back in round 10. You know, he's kind of created a little bit of space and they started putting that diffuser down, but it was almost like NIP got magnetised towards the Monty instead of the defenders, which is what you want from the big shield, really. You know, they were so focused on it's okay, Basetto's got the hold. They didn't worry about below. They didn't worry about the nitro. They didn't worry about these other details. And so I think it kind of hindered them more than anything. But let's see, they're going to get that wall open quickly to begin with from the window outside of sight. So that's going to give a little bit of pressure on in there. Coming up to the halfway mark, though, and I think an entry kill at least is going to be essential for NIP.
I hate it as well. They're looking at a different site to last time. You know, attacked in through piano previously, then went deep in towards the bottom side of Expo for their plan. Here they could go more towards the default spot, but is it just another bait? Is it another ruse? The same as we saw last time around. Again, if Basetto's on side, you probably want that shield planting. You don't want to be getting sprayed down from above, playing someone standard on it. Get the shield on his back while the diffuser is going down. That could then prove to be his. I do want to talk about Fantasy for a second as well. He started off flying in that first half, Tim, but the second half, all but invisible. It's really not been a fantastic day for him so far overall. Few good rounds, but struggling to get himself too involved. At least here there's an entry, and that could be the ticket that NIP need to start getting things over the line. They lost the Capital though, Tim. I thought they had to keep that Capital. This could really sting.
4 versus 3, though, as Basetto manages to pick up Nooks. They are putting that Monty to a little bit more work this time than they did previously. And Fantasy, like you say, yeah, he's on 10 kills, but you've got to look back through them kills and say, how many rounds has that got for NIP? And I don't think they always have. Beautiful second from him, though, takes down Dash.
Yeah, this is theirs now for the taking for sure. When you're in 4 versus 2, you've got the shield online still. Yes, you've not got a lot of time, but this should be theirs. They've already got the wall opened up as well. Everything is set. Even with Hate something on the upstairs to challenge, this is a great place to be. They can't easily go and play on these holes. He can just chill, but no! Showed too much for himself. Not toe shots. Surely not. No. Pulling off. And a C4 comes on through too. And now fire's burning out. Fantasy being chewed up by it. They've bottled it, Tim, in round 12. Surely not. They've got the vertical on him. It's all over. How on earth did they let that one slip away? Lowe's take it 7 and 5. They are going to be kicking themselves.
Well, last time around, NIP got away with it because Los couldn't find the plant going down, but this time, they most certainly could. They find the man, they take him down, stop the plant, and close out the round. It is a good map, and Los just looked phenomenal on the defense.
They did, and I honestly think it comes down to a lot of those bans. Taking the intel away from them was the big part of that game. That now means, though, that NIP, after dominating them a few months ago on this map, have lost there. A little bit nervous now going into border, but we'll see how it goes after a short break.
Eu tenho 3 de miopia e tô sem óculos.
2 loadouts pra você, escolher qual que você vai. Qual que eu quero? É. Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Maquiná, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
A maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos, pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda.
Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, calma. Tem mais 4 chances eu vou acertar ainda. Faço 3. No meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo. Não, podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes eu não tive sorte de principiante. É isso.
Cara, eu tenho 3 de miopia e tô sem óculos. Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando.
Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sem enxergar, tô atirando. Como é que os caras não conseguem?
pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê?
Fala pessoal, tô aqui na pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que vai sair aqui dessa pescaria maldita. Ó, número 6 aqui, hein? Se houvesse eleição de pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia, por quê?
Não posso responder isso aqui, né? Ah, tem que responder mesmo.
Lenda 1, por quê? Pô, uma mira. Pesquei o 7 aqui, hein?
Ah, que pergunta nojenta.
Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Cara, eu acho que o pior... Ah, o Dark, mano. Pior, assim, pra mim. Porque o cara não me ensinava nada, mano. Não tinha nenhuma vontade, assim, só. Mas não é trolando, não, só... Mas hoje ele tá bem, hoje ele tá mandando muito com os caras lá. Escolha um nick sincero para um jogador da SAL e justifique sua resposta. Ah, mano, acho que o Paluzão. O Paluzão, quando ele jogava na Liquid... ele só tava debaixo da água. É isso, pessoal. Essa foi Pescaria Maldita. Top pra caramba. Tamo junto.
Out of Piano Room as Zig's going to be on yellow stairs. He gets a nice frag there and over through the barbed wire. Next going to go for a peek. That's going to be a wonderful shot by cameraman. Could he clutch this? He's on forward. And it looks as though there's some more shots. Now before he walks out through this door, he should be pointing out the heartbeat sensor, but he's not going to. Instead, it will be a nice clutch by cameraman.
Dino on the stairs, not thrown or been aware of. Nice frag coming up. Nico again, he's just on point with these nades.
Would this be the money? This could be huge right now. The nade comes over the top and drops Stiggs as well.
What a nutty round from him. He gets 2 grenade kills and a nice peek and closes it out.
No way! No way! The clutch! That's a 1 versus 5 clutch! Rise from the ashes to claim the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2021. Cameraman's going to complete. Biggie T finds a huge 4K and Gifbo.
Forward and do whatever you can. They try to get the diffuser down. They will be unsuccessful as Virtue goes absolutely wild with the shotgun, and that is 3 huge kills for him.
Laying on Yeti will find Fox after being dispatched by the MP5K. Laxi will now get into an engagement, and Yeti is just an absolute Yeti with 4 kills. Goddess who just has a tiny bit of health, and Yeti will get the ace.
There's both Coded and Katsang watching from this angle. Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more! And there it is! One of the best plays that we've seen in this tournament.
They're often known as the best team in the world, never having that distinction until today. Penta are your world champion.
We just practiced a lot, which... Sorry for that.
Hey, Dad!
It's part of you guys. Hello.
All the way in the final round of regulation. Lowe's lock in their map pick. They get it done here, and there's so much for us to digest here after this first map. What I really like a lot from Lowe's in this defensive half is that they are contesting space. We see lots of spawn peaks. Dark being a very slippery player, like gets that control, gets the pressure, gets away with it as well. And you know, Leo, I'm usually somebody who keeps my cool, calm composure, but maybe it's because it's past 2 a.m. or whatever. But I am really disappointed with what I'm seeing from NIP here. Like, how do we get around to the top 4 where there's a team kill C4 on the side of Lowe's? Somebody drops down a hatch on the defense as well, and then somehow NIP still lose that round. And the final one as well. We have a 4v2 advantage. We have a shield. We can get a plant down. And somehow that round also slips away from their fingers. Like, it makes me disappointed to see that from NIP. They come into this matchup, I think, expected to be the favorites as well. And that the map slips away like that in the first part of this matchup here is disappointing.
Feels like started to see a trend here of you crashing out about an IP and being disappointed by them. After yesterday and after today, it seems annoying, especially when you see the way they've been playing in defense, right? It's always easier on that side, on Consulate. And let's be honest, some of these rounds in defenses were close, but in general, they were quite dominating in that side. And I think that in attack, for most of the rounds, especially in the early to mid round, they're not necessarily far behind. I think usually they get a decent amount of opening kills, they get a decent amount of zone control, and I think in general there was this kind of lack of intel or the pressure by time, which I think is a big issue of the way that I wouldn't like to blame it on Bassetto, but I do think that Basseto's style is much slower paced. It's very close to the Loud that we used to know from 2025. And that playstyle that is basically embedded in IGL style, you can see it on the attacks from NIP. They're much slower, they're very slow, and I think it was referenced by Derry as it looks like they're scared, it looks like they're nervous in attack. And I do think that it's big because of the new style of NIP based on the IGL style of Bassetto. Much slower, much more process based. The problem that we see with this is what happens when the late round is not set up properly. How many rounds have we seen where NIP actually plants and loses the post plant because of that CEO rush, for example, the one that we're seeing on your screen? This was a 4v4 post plant. And then obviously other examples, right? If you look at the end of the round, you know, the very last round, it's a 4v2. They have everything they need. You just need to have Hates play much more passive on the top floor, making sure that he doesn't die to the player roaming. That 4v2 setup, here, him dying is literally the end of the round. And so there are multiple instances where pressured by time, Lost manages to win rounds they should never win. And that's partly on the fact that Dafo and Dark were heroic, absolutely crazy, the two of them. But also I thought that NIP was way too slow, and the decision making in the last 30 seconds, way too many mistakes that cost them the map, which overall I don't think was that far away from them.
No, I think also, you know, to spin it positively for Lowe's, they had the game plan laid out perfectly here. Something that is also mentioned, right? The bans that they did, especially with NIP on the attack, really helped in that as well, right? You're taking away a Solid Snake, you're taking away a Davis, you're taking away Glass. That is so much of that information. What then happens, NIP have to go off in the late round without really having that information, without really having the pressure that they want for themselves, because they can't utilize these strong operators in the current meta to create the information, to create the opportunities for themselves. So that is something that seemed to be really rough for them. Now, moving into the second map, we're going to be going to Border, which is NIP's map pick. You'd assume and expect that they can bring the series back here. Do you think for Lowe's, the potential of betting away like a Deimos Snake like they did here could be a potential blueprint going into map 2, or do we want to see something else?
100%. I mean, if you look at the impact it has had on Consulate for Fantasy, I mean, he went from being crazy in defense to struggling really hard in attack because he didn't have his Deimos, which he usually plays. And then usually you're going to have someone like Hate or Pino on the Solid Snake, and he could not play it either. And so you remove all of the intel ups. If you do the same on Border, which is especially a crutch for these guys, it would be, I think, a very smart move. However, a second approach is to go away from denying the crowd control operators and intel operators, and rather trying to deny the utility-based operators. Because the last few games that they've done, they've relied a lot on Ying, a lot on Glass, a lot of senses as well. So everything that's execution based. Now I do think that the last few ballers we've seen from Los were not bad whatsoever. So I do think that there's still a chance, and it's not a weak map in the sense that it's an IP speak.
Okay, well, given maybe, you know, taking everything into consideration, the momentum that's going on right now, the fact that this is NIP's map pick, the blueprints, I guess, that we're laying out for the two teams here, who do you think comes out victorious on this one? Is there a chance that NIP tie it up, or will Los run away with it?
I think it's more likely that we see an IP go, win that one, and we go to a third map than Los actually closing this 2-0. I still believe in an IP, I still believe in their experience. They're still a team that has qualified so consistently to all of the STR events. So I still trust them somewhat, but then it wouldn't be SAL if there wasn't one big upset in playoffs. So who knows? Los are the kings of those upsets.
Do you feel like maybe with the game yesterday with Liquid already being one of the big upsets that we get in
True,
SAL playoffs?
But I expected Liquid to make it somehow.
All right, I would love to see another upset here, right? We're talking about Lowe's kind of going into this one here with the upper hand. It is NIP's map pick. They'll start out on defense. So let's go find it out then. We'll send it back to Ace and Dez for Border.
Thank you very much, Anne. Yes, Tim, we're into a very interesting spot now where earlier on you and I were speaking and we were saying really it's for NIP to prove they can keep on punching up, tango with the best, and that really comes from a very decisive win over Los. Instead, they are now staring down the barrel of a potential 2-0 loss and not making it to EWC. That would be truly heartbreaking for them, given how the improvements they're making over the last few months. But for Los, What a win that would be.
It comes out. I don't want to say it comes out of nowhere, because they've had a couple of kind of flashes through stage 1 where you can think, yeah, they could do it. But, you know, they finished 6th overall. They've squeaked into, you know, the playoff spots, really. And like you say, you know, what a turnaround that'd be. And look, this is no bad map for them, let me put it that way. So, you know, this is absolutely possible for Los to get this done. NIP need to wake up and wake up quickly, otherwise they could be in some real trouble. So let's see how we get on. We're going to kick things off up on the top floor. No surprises there whatsoever. And it's going to be Los starting out on the attack. Now, because it's NIP's map choice, Los get the pick of the sides to begin with. We know that attackers like border, so NIP, they could find themselves really staring down the barrel of a loss and missing out on EWC before they even really get settled into this one. And that adds another mental pressure, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely. Well, it's on them now to show what they can do. Can you dig in deep when so required? They've got to do so on the defense of border. It's Lowe's kicking things off on the attacking side. I'm ready to talk too much about the bans coming away, Tim, and I don't think we'll get too much time right now because Paris is already in. And reminding one what they're up against. Almost a second there, Pino. I tell you what, it's not the first time I've seen him. Obviously, on the last map, he died on the smoke very, very obviously up on that top floor. And here, almost just walked straight into that long line of sight with that so much as a bullet being fired back in the direction. It's a little bit unaware at points, it feels.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way today. Losing out on the Wamaya as well, not ideal for them. There's a nitro goes, there's, you know, those magnets. Yes, they're generating quicker, so he is going to have more of them out at this point, as long as he's been deploying them, of course. But they are still going to lose out on some of that utility. Drone just goes in there from Perez. Sends it over a little bit quiet. We know Perez can be a big player, a little bit quiet in that last map. He's another one that maybe could be a difference maker here on border as well, if he can kind of start putting up those numbers that we do see from him sometimes. It's again could be another problem for NIP. Loss have beat them, you know, with Perez being quiet. Imagine if he starts popping off as well. I like that. That was a rapid shot onto the drone through the mirror window.
It's all good having the entry, Tim, but can they build off the back of it as well? This is where we've seen both teams fall short a couple of times back on Consulate, was they'd start out strong in a round, they get the entry, and then just hit the brakes. And it gave room for Fantasy to pop off, it gave room for NIP to just completely bottle rounds a couple of times over. This is what I'm looking for now, is how do Lowe's kick on from here. They've got this full office control, they've got Dapper ready to get Archives window as well. It's pretty obvious like he's looking towards a plant on this side of the map. Fantasy, don't tell me you slipped the net here, Tim. Surely they've got a drone or something to watch him, but their drone count is so low. He might get away with a bit of magic here. This could be a problem.
Yeah, you know how slippy Fantasy is as well. Just always finding those little opportunities. The trade is there. Fantasy does manage to down Nux, but to be honest, he's going to be picked up anyway. So he's back up to 20 health. Not the end of the world. Fantasy, it was worth a try. It was a great opportunity. He just couldn't quite manage to make it stick. Daffo picks up Pino. 5 versus 2 now. Los looking good.
Looking really good, in fact, yeah. In a spot where surely in a 5v2 you get the diffuser down that they're going for now. Daffo sticking that one inside of Archives. They've got covered off what they need. Wizard is in no man's land out towards security. Far too easy, Tim. A flawless round to kick things off, and Los off to a flying start on border.
Yeah, just the exact opposite, really, of what NIP needed. They come in on the back of a tough loss on Consulate. They'll feel like they were very close to getting that done, and then straight away lose round 1 on their map pick as well. But they're going to be confident, I'm sure, of fighting back into it in that second half if they need to. But it is only 1 round for now that Los managed to pick up, and we are going to move on with the defensive rotation. They're not going to take us back to Armory Archives. Instead, it's going to be down. Interestingly, we're going to go to Ventilation and Workshop first. We do often see Bathroom Tellers being maybe slightly more popular as the second site choice, but instead, going to be Ventilation Workshop. Just looking across that defensive lineup, quite a bit of denial there. You've got the Mute, you've got the Smoke, you've got the Ella, you've got the Goyo, you've got all these things to try and slow Los down. But problem is, with slowing teams down on border, they're already inside the map if you're starting to slow them down, and that's often the problem. Once the attackers get themselves established, it can be really difficult to dislodge them.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Okay, well, this means more of the same story than that vertical control first and foremost. Given it's low, so you haven't had it banned away, of course, they're going to jump straight onto the operator that we saw Perez not really get much success with back on our previous map. which is going to be that solid snake. Otherwise, they're leaning again in towards the bandit. Blitz. I'll tell you what, Tim, I've been casting this game for nearly 8 years now, and I still, granted it's nearly 2 a.m., but I still confuse those two all the time. I don't know how or why. It's supposed to be going to be, and they're both yellow, and they both got electric. It is what it is.
Rooney and Amaru for me.
Yeah, that also gets me sometimes too. I have to be very careful with that one.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that's about as far as it goes, so it tends to be all right. But more to the point, they've got a lot of tools here with which to be able to punish people who are out on the roam. And of course, your eyes are going to gravitate towards someone like Wizard, who's playing on the Oryx. Often speak again about that high fantasy of hat chopping and causing bother by getting on the flank. We didn't see him nearly get away with it, but did almost see NIP get away with it in fantasy last time around. I wonder here if he's a good option to shore up against the shield. He's being pressed on the window as well. Not a great spot to be in. His fantasy domes. Perez, off he goes. That's the Sophia remove. Passetto into a second. They've almost walked into their trap a bit there, Tim. Those are two very comfortable, easy kills. But here comes Dash.
So much focus towards dealing with that Oryx. Wizard didn't actually manage or need to find a kill in that situation. His teammates had his back. Like you say, 2 quick kills come in, though, taking down the smoke and the Goyo. The smoke going to be a big loss there. Pino will still have had Toxic Babe canisters in pocket, so that's some of that denial that has been lost now. 3 versus 3. Just looking at the side of loss, little bit low health. Dash half health, Dark half health. Not going to be an easy one for them to be taking fights, especially against players like Fantasy. We know he's a demon on that SMG. 1 minute 20 left to go, and there we go. Hits manages to catch Dash. Make it 2. Picks up Dash as well, and then the round is finished off. It's going to be an RP grabbing round 2.
Right, well, as again, we find ourselves with 1 round apiece. And things just keep on staying balanced in the very, very early game, which makes me feel that, again, you could very well see both teams battling back and forth here and having another map that runs almost down to the wire. 7-5 on the last one we thought was going to OT, but NIP, to be fair, did kind of bottle it in the very last round when they really shouldn't have. It should have been signed and sealed and sent home nice and early, but no. Put themselves in a spot where now they're the ones having to push upwards instead. Probably means we're finding ourselves going back up to that second floor. Indeed, we are. Armory and Archives coming out in round 3, given we lost it back in round 1. As the most attacked map, or the most defended map, most played, whatever way you want to call it, the most played map on the most played site on this map, that's what I was looking for. I think teams have always got reams of strategies to bring along, though. So although you saw Lost come out with a really good office side push last time around, they could very well try something completely different here. I mean, looking at their lineup, it's basically identical to last time. The main change they've made is rather than bringing a Nomad, they're instead probably looking towards bringing along the Dockerby that I can see coming in for Perez here, which I quite like as a change, because last time around with the Nomad, as we saw, the air jabs didn't quite stop Fantasy getting in behind them. But what is something like the Dockerby going to do useful for you for? When you haven't got someone on drones or you haven't seen them for the majority of the round, give them a call, find out where they are, ensure they're back on site. It's just very good for what you'd often dub crowd control, right? It's going to force players back and make them be more passive. So I like that small change from Los.
Yeah, it can be really good for just lodging players as well. You know, if you've got somebody out there stuck on the roam in a tough position, struggling to clear them, it's just a nuisance for them to have to deal with. We've seen those recent changes to Dockerby, of course. Anybody unaware, recent patch notes came out, and instead of they changed it, we've had a couple of quick changes to Dockerby. That's a quick kill from Dash onto Hates, manages to take him down 5 versus 5. That's really not good for NIP. But Dockerby, the first change was that it was a 7-second cooldown globally. Every time you use the gadget, you couldn't call anybody else for 7 seconds. That's been altered last week, so it is now 14 seconds, but it's per individual operator. So she could call Goyo, and then it's a 14-second cooldown on Goyo, but she could call Vigil immediately, for example. So that's how Dockerby's working at the minute.
Feels a bit more. There's a lot of debate around it in our little group chats there, where all the casters and analysts around the world have chats about this sort of stuff, and it was a question of, you know, is it actually a nerf? Is it more of a buff? Like, how does it actually fare on things? And there's real like mixed camps on it, in the sense of saying now you can call everyone during an execute, and I was a bit like, yeah, it's like one phone call of her old gadget, in which case it feels like a nerf, but I also understand there's fire and damage that come from it at the same time. But she's much less oppressive now to would-be roamers, given she can only call them once every 14 seconds, as you say. So the use case has changed, and it means that you can't just fight, like, call away like as you want and say, you know what, there's never a bad time to make a phone call. Now there is a bad time to make a phone call, which is the way I think it should be. There should be an element of skill to making those phone calls.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, like you say, there is certainly more value at some times than others, particularly, especially if you're going to use that kind of ability to chain them together. If you can do that through an execution and get 2, 3, 4 phone calls going out in quick succession, that can be tough for the defenders to deal with. We can see the Vigil is actually being called at the minute. Wizard will cancel that call out, so he's not going to take any further damage. Will keep his phone intact as well. That's the other bit to remember. If your phone explodes, you'll lose access to things like the default cameras, for example. So 5 versus 4, and it is Los in the driving seat, but 30 seconds left to go. They're starting to breach into sight now, so pressure is going to mount on NIP. Pino down as well, so effectively 5 versus 3 at the minute. They're really trying to fight their way back into this one. It's the only way that Fantasy knows, but he will lose his life. A Dockerby cold kill onto Pino, who was downed as well. That's going to finish him off. 15 seconds, Des.
And into one more. It's again the spot where they've got enough of a man advantage. They should be able to get a plant down here. That is, yeah, Wizard, you've got to be getting that kill, bro. It was free. He's not even looking at you, bro. No. Oh, it wouldn't have mattered anyway because he was in a 1 versus 4, but still, you can't really be missing that. Either way, it's Los up 2 and 1. You do expect them to do better on the attacking side of Border. It is one of our more attacker-leaning maps anyway. But as the rounds are playing out, those 2 top floor attacks have been excellent on the side of Los, and I'm starting to worry a bit for NIP, Tim. Got to show a bit more fight, especially on that top floor, because across now 3 rounds, they've got 3 kills in total. That's not enough.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think, you know, if this continues as is, a 4-2 attacking half, I think is absolutely fine for Los. NIP are going to call the tactical timeout for exactly that reason, I think, because if we look again historically at Border for Los, they are 5 and 1 on this map, and the defensive win rate is up at 60%. They are no slouchers on the defense of Border, 15 out of 25 rounds won. So it's absolutely possible that if they can take this 4-2 to begin with, you know, they go on and win it in the second half. So NIP, they have to be focusing on a 3-3 minimum here in this half on the defense, I think, to try and secure things going in, because their attacking win rate, let me tell you, is not amazing. 57.6%, so it's less than the defensive win rate of Los. And I know I'm kind of saying Los is 60% on defense is good, and you know, the 57% on attack for NIP is bad. But it's the difference of the sides that's the real key there. It's not the number to focus on. You know, it's not, well, how can 57 be bad if 60 is good? It's about the side that they're doing it on. For example, the Los attacking win rate on Border is 66%. They've got nearly 10% over NIP there. We would be expecting that to be higher. So, yeah, Los, I think they're, you know, quietly going about their business at the minute.
I am very perplexed by 2 things. One, we're going back to second floor for the 3rd time now, when they've already been smashed there and got 1 kill across 2 rounds. Second, we banned away the Deimos. That has not been a thing we've seen once so far on this map. And I understand you might be thinking, okay, look, from round 4 onwards, they'll probably switch over to playing it. They'll have some different strats in mind. Sure, I'm just, again, I think there are bigger problems they've got here that they could have looked to ban away. The Grimmer's been a nuisance, the Dockerby being a nuisance, Capital, Blitz, you know, there's a lot of operators we've seen there that could be banned away to take some of the sting out of the attacks coming out from Los, I think. So I'm just not entirely sold on the ban coming out from NIP, but maybe they've got a game plan from how they've changed things up. Maybe here they think, okay, you know what, if they do run the Deimos, then we can't play things like the pulses easily. So maybe that's the reason why they're taking it away. It's more to enable or deny counters away to operators they now want to play for the next 3 rounds. And that's why they've gone for it. But just a bit of a perplexing one for me.
Just spotting one out at main door there before the default cam got taken out. It at least puts the operator on the board for them, so they'll know who they are up against. Just looking at Nux on the Amaru. Interesting pick, not one that we see too often here on Border. There's always a plan if you've got an Amaru. She's certainly not a kind of generalized operator like the Zafia, for example. There's definitely, I like to see Amaru. I actually saw it, I think it might have been G2 that did it recently, where we see the Amaru late in the round. You know, rather than zipping in and trying to get in there quickly, you do it in like the last 20 seconds when they're not expecting it. But they're not going to get a chance at this rate. Pino manages to double down on Fantasy's work, so we found ourselves very quickly 5 versus 3 with NIP in control.
C4 from around Fountain as well. It's not like Pino's playing underneath or anything, but they've done a great job in taking away the early elements of aggression. Maybe here you'll probably be wondering to yourself, well, should they have gone a bit faster with that Amaru? The answer very well could be yes. Because now they've got a hell of a lot of fight back to do. Dark at least has got in underneath with that shotgun on the sledge. I was hoping someone else reappears above them at this point because they're going to need another kill to make it all even again at a 3 versus 3. But Pino, I imagine with himself, not right now with the cardiac sensor out, but when he gets it out like he's done now, Of course, they start getting a full read on, okay, then where are they? Where are they pushing in from? What is it they're up to? That makes life a hell of a lot easier to deal with.
I'm going to stop around. Things definitely slowing down for Loss after those first 2 kills. Knocks up to the roof. 1 minute left to go, and none of them inside of the map in a convincing way at the minute. Dark's kind of bouncing in and out. He's going to find himself back outside again on the sledge. And yeah, they've got to get something going here. Perez, he will get things fired up for them with a kill onto Hits. That levels things out. 3 versus 3. Pino low health as well. So all of a sudden you look at this and you think, you know what, this is actually doable for Loss here. 3 versus 3, they've got a little bit of a health advantage. The thing they don't have at the minute is any kind of sight control. That's the real problem for them right now.
Yeah. If they can recover this, though, it'll just be an absolute disaster for NOP. They cannot let this slip away from them. Again, you've got Pulse on side. You've got yourself a C4 to play behind with Wizard. They've got 15 seconds on the clock. That's the right sort of thing you're looking for. Wizard in a great spot. They know about the second one coming on through. I think a little bit toe passed there for a second from Dark, who hesitated for a moment and steps on back. Mayweather found himself unable to get anything for it. Wizard steps across and NIP get another one on the board. It may not have been the cleanest, Tim, but they finally won top floor.
Yeah, NIP aren't going to care. They're on the defensive border. Clean or not, doesn't really matter. It's just about getting as many as they can. Like I said, 3-3 is the minimum for me in my eyes for NIP. Looking at how Los normally play on this map, I think that's what they're going to need to secure if they want any hope of winning this. We are going to have Pino just dropping out there. I think he's it was Pino who dropped out last time, so it seems to be a little bit of an issue for him. So we'll get Pino back in and we'll get restarted just as soon as we can do with this one. But yeah, I think NIP... that was round 4 was a really good one for them to get. Like you said, they kind of came in with that baffling ban of Deimos, and it's like, I don't really know what the plan is there. Maybe they were expecting it to come out for round 4, 5, and 6, and who knows? Maybe Los would have played it, and they've prevented that, and you know they've not had to deal with it. But yeah, I think getting that round, it really gives them something to build on now. They only need 1 out of the next 2, I think. If they get 1 out of the next 2, I fancy them on attack to come in and get the job done.
Yeah. Just about building up from there, because of course, though we've seen so much action on that top floor itself, I imagine we'll probably see ourselves step back down towards vents from here. Of course, we already see NOP defend down there pretty well. And then it's a case of how things start to build up, I think, in round 6, based on what we saw we go to. That's, of course, assuming that round 5 does get won away by NOP. And we'll find ourselves off towards Bathroom. It will be our first time seeing it in the half when we get there. And then, of course, we get the full swap over, and we'll see how Los do on the defensive side. Were you looking at the numbers earlier on for defensive win rate and stuff on this map as well for Los? Or was it just for NIP on the previous map you were looking at?
No, I was having a look for border. Defensive win rate 60% for Los, yeah. Which
and
is
for NIP, yeah.
It's pretty good on border. You know, if you can come away with, say, it kind of falls somewhere in the middle, but if you can come away with that 4-round defense, that's huge on border.
Assuming, of course, they can get away with it is the key part I say to that one, Tim. 2 halves for a game of Siege, I say it all the time, but what you expect to happen, it's a defender side of board, it's in a 4-2, then you switch over, and then suddenly they don't get any rounds at all, and it's just like, oh, well, sometimes they get all the rounds. It can really go back and forth versus expectations, so we'll see how it builds up when we get there. See what it looks like. The Pino is almost back in lobby as well, which is all well and good, so we should be back inside of things in a minute or 2, guys, so bear with us as we knock on towards 2 a.m, Tim. Feeling sleepy yet?
I'm good.
Still
I'm
going.
good. I had a couple of
The old
hours.
man still got it.
It's not my first time. It won't be the last. As soon as you have a child, you get used to operating on 0 sleep. It's fine. We could just
or a crippling video game addiction.
I'll tell you what, the combination is unbeatable. Let me tell you, the combination is unbeatable. And the thing is, with having a child, you just never know when it's coming as well. You think, you just get into a routine where you're just sleeping normally again, and it's fine, and then bang, no, you're not. So yeah, you never really know when it's coming. We've got our head-to-head record up on screen as well for NIP versus Loss, and we can see that it is a serious advantage to NIP overall. Not just an even bigger advantage when we look regionally specifically. So Los, really up against the numbers here.
They are, although that's all history as well, don't forget as well, I guess, over time. And Los, of course, has changed an awful lot over time as well. But for the Orgs, at least, they can sit there
even
and think,
changed
we always
region
get one
for a
over
while.
these guys. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he bounced around all over the shop. By the way, we are back into game. Pino is back with us. Now we can see how round 5 plays out. As I mentioned, it'll be Vent's Workshop that return now that we've seen top floor played twice. And once by the attackers, then by the defenders, which then means the site gets locked for 2 rounds. So down to Vents and Workshop, and if NIP win this one, we'll probably see Bathroom as our closing site. Now, what is changing compared to the last time that we were here? We look back in round 2. Not really an awful lot is changing on the defender side. In fact, it's pretty much identical. As for the attackers, well, they have got a big change up here towards more intel-based operators, namely in towards that Snake and in towards the Dockerby. You saw the Deimos banned away. Wasn't played back in the early round. The Snake was, but the Dockerby being there alongside it, I think is the key change. And also probably even more crucially is there's no shield on side this time around. So definitely a change of play. And I imagine part of that is because they know they've got to play into this very roam-heavy gameplay with the Thorn, with the Goyo, with the Oryx, with the Ela. They don't want to sit on site. They want to come out and play the map. So you've got to clear traps away with the Twitch. You've got to, of course, have your intel operators to be able to work through those that are out on the roam. So I very much think Losi have responded to what they've seen coming out from NIP. They're adapting to what happened last time. Then my eyes do fall immediately towards the top right corner of your screen, Tim. They have no drones left inside 30 seconds. That is crazy. Both teams have been very good at doing that, taking drones away from each other very aggressively inside the first 60 seconds, which is why having the bans that we saw in our last map, taking away the Solis, taking away the Deimos, that's why they were so impactful and why it's so valuable for Los to have them in this round.
I love that Bassetto's trying to play this aggressively, but it's just not worked out for him. He takes so much damage, he dies, he's taken down. Dark manages to find him. 4 versus 3 though, as Perez and Nux are lost along the way. Dark's been so phenomenal at getting these kind of pivotal kills throughout this game, not just on border, but on consulate as well. It's any time that Los really need one, it seems to be him that steps up and gets that kill. So 3 versus 3 and Los just take their foot off the gas pedal for a minute, just slow things down here. Back on the, I think they've got the Twitch drones particularly to work with here, so they're going to get on there and just see if they can find these remaining players. Try and get a picture of what they are up against.
That time is the nice part as well. Yeah. I guess also when I lied when I said they've run out of drones, they did have a shock drone left. I think that's now also dead. In fact, they can see it rolling through into supply here as well. So desperate times, desperate measures. You go into the reserves here, Tim. You dig into the ones that can shock you a little bit to get your intel for you. But it's still intel which is going to be useful. They've got 4 smokes to play behind. They've got a frag, a couple more phone calls they can play behind. They have still got tools. And on the other side, there's a couple of smokes. It's really about it. So it feels doable for either side, but I'd lean towards Los here as long as they get a wiggle on soon, because coming quite close to not a lot of time being left.
Yeah, I think they just need to hope that there's not too many of those razor blooms left. That's the kind of unknown factor at the minute. There isn't one to stop a plant going down. That much is for sure. Smokes are going to go out, going to push on into site. This is aggressive. They have managed to secure the plant. Now the fight back is on. Hates manages to find Dash. That's the planter dead. That's going to be the Twitch taken down as well. So it leaves it all up to Daffo. But he's had a big day today. He's played so well. He is going to hold above his 1 versus 3, Des.
He's got a nade as well. I was going to say the nade can just get rolled down here, no problem, and then deal with the guy that's going to challenge on towards you. Gets rid of the one. The nade has forced them both off. He's expecting another. They have no choice. They're both pushing up Tim. Sees one with the cross. Can't even find him.
That's so smart.
Low. That is genius. Isolates out the 1v1. Gets the down. Ready for the next. What a play from Daffo.
Yeah, Daffo's movement has completely won that situation for him. Just the speed of thought on the nade. He gets the kill above, but then the drop down the hatch is just timed perfectly. That is absolutely wonderful. He could not have possibly played that 1v3 any better than he did. No notes.
Honestly, looking at it, I think a lot of players would have panicked when the first player got the cross and they'd swung out back in towards Armory to go for it and may have got traded. But the fact that he drops away, forces out separate 1v1s constantly, when you know what? NIP made the right choice, sending 2 players up main stairs. We saw in EML back early this week, teams do the exact wrong thing and send 1 player upstairs, 1 to try and defuse in the open. It was scrappy as all hell. NIP have made the right decision. They've lost there, like you say, very much to a no notes needed. Brilliant 1v3 being won out by Daffo. It's similar things to what we saw back in round 12 of the previous map. NIP just not quite getting it over the line when it's really essential. And we could be looking back at that round 5 as a critical one for deciding the outcome. We're going across towards Bathroom, Tim. We are not going to repeat that site again. Let's see if NIP can get at least a 3-3 half here.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, we certainly will look at rounds like that, absolutely, Des, you know, whichever way this game goes. I'm just, at the minute, with Los looking like it, there's every possibility that they get that 4-2 half that I've spoken about. They've got a really positive defensive win rate on border. It's not a guarantee in the second half. NIP are good on this map as well. But I just look at it and I feel like NIP have really put themselves, is there going to be an early kill here? Certainly goes for it, doesn't quite see his man. I just wonder if NIP have put themselves on the back foot with the map ban. I'm just not sure about, you know, they've given Consulate to Los and they're really good there. 80% winning rate on defense, and that's what carried them through to the win there. And then they've brought them to border as their choice. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind backing yourself. If it's a map that you like and you're good at it, then yeah, sure, back yourself. But you know what? It's a map that Los are very good at as well. They're currently 5-1, just the same as NIP. And I just feel like maybe NIP are starting to look at the map ban and think, have we given them an opportunity here?
I think Los came out of it very good in the banning phase, taking away some of their weakest maps while also removing the best maps of NIP. So they sort of left them with very middle-of-the-road maps in a way, and that is probably why you're seeing Los finding quite a lot of success, at least so far. Granted, I will say again, if it didn't come down to the bottle in round 12 of Consulate, it could have been a win in overtime for NIP, and we're having a very different chat right now. And this one's still very close. It's only a round between them. It is still a very close series. You're just feeling that momentum riding with Los a little bit more so than it is NIP right now, especially when you've seen 2 rounds given away by NIP that really shouldn't have been.
Going to see the diffuser trade in hands there. Dark's going to take control of that on the sledge. I tell you what, the intel has looked really good from Los in this round. How many times have we seen views from drones that are just sat watching somebody and they're not getting taken out and they're just feeding intel into them? They've got the snake as well, and I really do expect Los to be finding the next kill or two. As I say that, Cast the Curse Fantasy does manage to pick up the sledge, but still Los have such a great picture of everything that is going on this top floor.
Well, that's it. They also know that there's one touch inside of CC. Like, they know where these players are. If he got that kill, that would have been criminal, because Nux would have had no right walking away with that kill on towards Pino as he steps out. Is he going to try again? I was going to say, he has to get the kill. He's got the shield on side. Is rewarded with it. NIP, and I tell you what, great escape timing, because Daffo had just come up behind him as well. But with that, they now conceded that offside control. So do you know what? Happy getting the kill. And look at Pino. I mean, one, they didn't know he was there. That's a problem in itself, but great reaction from Dash to bring it down to a 3v3. And into another. Perez collects the next. A little bit sloppy here by NIP again, Tim.
Got a solid Snake DMR enjoyer. He's a man after my own heart. Manages to find a beautiful long kill. 2 versus 2, though, as Bisetto there for the trade. Perez one of his own, though. Triple in the round. 2 versus 1. Daffo picks up Fantasy. Well, I don't think he had an option of just surviving. For anybody screaming, just try and survive for 5 seconds. He did it. He was being pressured so heavily there. He wasn't going to get away. 4-2 half for Los. Great from them.
But it's again it's just a weird one. Let's go and talk to our desk and see what they think about that one. I'm dying to hear what they think.
Well, that was a very dominant half, I guess we could say, from Los here. Great start for them on NIP's Mepic. I think round 5 had us all like on the edge of our seat. What an incredible 1v3 we saw there.
I mean, I think it's the best example of what's going on right now. I feel like NIP is back against the wall. They're on a 4 streak of S-tier events, 4 consecutive streak. They're one of the biggest names in Brazil, and they're about to get upset by Los. And I think that play in a 3v3 shows the composure on the side of Los and the lack of composure on the side of NIP. The plant goes down, the gas grenade, look at the gas grenade. It took ages for them to have a gas grenade on the plant spot. They had no intel, so they don't deny the plant. And so they react the right way, they try and double up, they get the first 2 kills. You might think that they have the right idea. The last one should be upstairs. And so as one goes for the diffuser, the other should come up top. The problem is, look at the amount of time it takes them to realize that Daffo is upstairs. They're burning through the time here. Daffo plays this perfectly. First nade denies the diffuser. He gets the first 1v1. Way too much time for the other guys to come in. And they go and double up. But the problem is, they're completely isolated. Daffo, he has time to go backwards. They take time to realize he drops. And so, time and time again, so well played by Daffo, right? But it screams to me and that NIP are on the back foot, that they're feeling the pressure of being one of the biggest names and are about to lose their first, basically the end of their 4 streak of this year event on this matchup.
Do you like understand now why I was getting so upset and frustrated with them? Like after map 1.
Yeah, I do. I completely get it, and at the same time, I want to praise Los. Just take a look at that last round. It's a 3v4. They find a kill with the flank up east stairs, and then the 3v3 is played super well. The trade from Paris with that DMR is insanely good, and then as soon as they figure out the last one is in workshop, it's a 2v1 clinch perfectly played. Nothing the Gen can do. Even if he goes prone, he's gonna die. So Los, once again, is supposed to be the team that has, what, 3 months together? 5 different players from 5 different teams before that. And yet, they are the teams that have the most composure in the late round. And so right now, I just keep on seeing the momentum. This was obviously the attack side. It's supposed to be easier on border, but we just saw a border that was defense-sided 1 match ago. So it's still very doable for NIP. However, the momentum is with Los.
Here's the thing, if a team like NIP struggles, Los are absolutely capitalizing off of that. The blueprint that we talked about from console, it's moving into border as well. We're looking at a Deimos bend, a Dokumi bend. That's going to hurt NIP so much in getting that information. And it is a big thing for NIP because it is time to wake up. Their 4th event streak is on the line if they can't tie the series up here.
We're going to find out if that's exactly how it all falls apart, and they've had some good runs at those events recently too, Tim. You know, they've finished in quarterfinals in a couple. They've been grouped admittedly back at Salt Lake. The performances have been dropping off in general, but it's still an organization that for many years, like you and I obviously cast them lifting the hammer all those years ago, and we saw them really struggle to get back into the big time. They were slow, they were lethargic as a team. Yeah, frankly, just were not good enough. And they've definitely got better with the changes they've made recently, but as we're seeing today, they aren't infallible. They can still fall apart when it really counts. And I'm really worried that if they lose this round, that it sets a tempo for a very, very nervous second half. I've not seen that placement before, by the way. Definitely nicking it for ranked.
I
like that. That's a really cool little razor blue spot, actually. Nice.
I think plenty will be joining you there, Des. Right, I'm going to call this the round 7 swing round. It's a 4-2 half, so Los. If they come away with the win here, they get themselves a really good bit of separation, and on the defence can then start to maybe, you know, play a little bit more, I won't say passively because it's border, but play for, you know, those mistakes out of NIP. NIP have to start taking a few risks at that point. But we are not quite there yet. Lasergate will be burned. Monty on the window, straight in. Looks like they're going to be going for the plant. Yes, they are. Pasetto does take some damage. Is he going to be able to secure this diffuser? Yes, he is. Manages to get away with it. 5 versus 3, though, as Los managed to pick up another and another. Ooh. This is going to be played for the retake by the looks of it.
They've got the outs. They're challenging them from everywhere they possibly can. If it's 5 versus 2, they've got to believe they can get away with this. And right now, you've got Hates, who's got himself. He's still outside the building. They need to do something here, Tim. But here we go. The flurry of kills fly, but they'll be able to stick this one. Los, they hold on. We have yet to see a rush succeed today, I must say. 5-2 with a 3-round lead. This is now panic stations for NIP.
It really is, isn't it? They've got to be ringing the alarm bells here, and I think getting the next 2 rounds, I think round 8 and 9 are absolutely essential for them. Obviously, any more than that is an absolute bonus as well. But yeah, they've really got to start locking in here. It's the attack of border. If they don't, they will not be going to EWC. That is what is on the line right now. They are 2 rounds away. By contrast, Los are 2 rounds away from taking themselves to another huge tournament for them. And, you know, what a turnaround that'll be. Your 6th place team getting themselves locked in and getting themselves to EWC. It just shows the strength and depth that there is in Brazil. You know, any of these teams can get themselves there. We saw FaZe do it earlier, but who would have imagined that FaZe would be doing it from the lower bracket as well? And Los could be the ones to join them. So we head into round 8. It's going to be Bathroom and Tellers that NIP are attacking onto.
Oh boy. Okay. Let's see if they can play in air quotes normal attack. I said this back on the Blast map as well. Like back in round 7, it was that rush attempt. So I was like, I want to see round 8 first. I want to see how they'd play when they try a more normal round of siege. Here, things are definitely going to be slower. There's no rush to come in on the back of this one. Though it is very, very aggressive looking at it as well. Seeing the lineup they've got on side, like if they do want to really push them and try and dig into people, they've got the tools for it. I say that as they then lose very early on the Grim, which is arguably the key part of that whole lineup. They're trying to do a lot of things with it. They've got, you know, a bit of flank lockdown on one side. They've got 2 execute focus operators with the Lion and the Grim coming on side. They've, of course, got the Snake to help them try and get map control too. A lot of things they're trying to achieve, and I just worry they might try and spread themselves a bit too thin here.
Peeking around the corner, going to see Fantasy certainly not bringing the DMR. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. He will be locked in on the F2. Lock in, he will. Takes down Dash. Nice headshot. Nux does manage to find Pino. Razor Bloom goes off. Does not slow Fantasy down too much, though. Soliton Radar is going to feed him with a bit of intel for those two that are playing up above. Sprays through the soft wall. Doesn't find anybody for the moment. 4 versus 3. Still in the advantage for Los. They need to start thinking about getting themselves back to sight, though. They're going to lose another one as they try to. Dafo's down, and that's going to be the smoke off the board.
Some of these rounds just come so ridiculously close. It's not even funny. Wizard, though, the hero of the moment, steps up, gets one for himself as Perez falls. But no, there were calls for him to step up as the game's gone by, and largely started to do just that. Nux has now dug himself back in on towards the default plant spot. Still so much time to play with, it's worth stressing. This round has been the fastest thing that we've seen so far on the entire map. We're at a point where we're already starting to ask questions and knocking on doors here of site itself. Hates with an angle upstairs, hoping that he steps back a tiny spot, but ain't gonna give him absolutely nothing. Both players showing up on scan. Again, that operated him. He's just a bit ridiculous, isn't he?
Really is. Dark does manage to pick up hits. That's going to take Lion off the board. 2 versus 2 now. Can Los hold on? Problem they've got is time. 55 seconds is so long to survive. Fantasy, he's starting to really activate on the attack now. Had a big round from him. Plant does go down. Wizard picks up the final kill. Nux gets taken out, misses his man, and NIP grab themselves one of what I think are 2 essential rounds. The next one coming up right now.
Very winnable by Nux, I thought there. Again, there's a guy planting for free. That's a headshot every day of the week, even for a player in silver, for God's sake. Like, we can't be letting those moments go away. But as much as I've said, you know, NIP have bottled a couple of potential big wins. Los have now shown that they are very capable of doing just the same. It could have been, Tim, them up at 6 and 2. It could have been lights out for NIP. But now there's a slither of hope that will start building. They're only 2 rounds behind. Surely they can fight their way back in.
Another, like I said, essential round. If they are indeed going to fight back in, Des, they need to start chaining them together. That's been the problem here. So NIP's 3 rounds have come in. Round 2, round 4, and round 8. They haven't managed to get any back-to-back, to get any momentum, to get any kind of wind in their sails to push them forward. And that is starting to become a real issue for them, because by contrast, Los have done 5, 6, 7, 3 rounds just bouncing along, putting that score together, you know, making it more and more difficult for NIP to get back into it. So let's see if they can get themselves round 9. NIP need to double up, and we're going to see the setup continues here into the early action phase as NIP approach the building. Looking at the lineup, no major surprises for NIP. Fantasy's going to play Solid Snake for as long as he's allowed to. You know, maybe we'll see. He is. We've already seen 2 of the Intel Ops bans, so I dare say we might see a Solid Snake ban come in after this round.
Yeah, I think it would only really be appropriate. It's been a nuisance, right? You saw at the back end of the last round just how much information they collected off the back of it. A free kill off the back of a nade. They knew where everybody was. The operator is just frankly ridiculous, especially when you know that you're losing so many drones. Again, top left of your screen, they've only got 2 left on side, plus the shock drones that are out in the field right now. Both teams continue to just destroy each other when it comes around to the intel game. Even without a mute on side here, they've gone towards that Solus. Just very, very commonly, we've seen either the mute or the Solus be a thing in the majority of the rounds, just to, again, slow down the other side and force them to make mistakes. A track coming out again from that Snake. They know that he's playing around Fountain. Does Fantasy really fancy himself stepping in and going for a challenge here? Because they've got to force him out at some point.
It's not an easy position, but you know that Fantasy is certainly not scared of taking those challenges on. Straight in he goes. He's looking to get aggressive. Gets flashed out by his own team. Not ideal, because he does get killed on the back of it as well. Dash will be down but not out. Could be collected if they are quick on the take. Dafo manages to find hits. 5 versus 3. It's not looking good for NIP. Pino fights back. Gets 1. 3 versus 4. You've still got Dark down as well, so effectively 3 versus 3 right now.
I mean, I don't think it'll be recoverable here as well. He's in a real hot fire zone. They're trying to zap him to finish him off as well. He will die at some point. Don't worry too much about that. Just focus on what's going on in front of you. They know there's a player in, and this wall's going to get itself opened up in a second. Has no choice but to drop the hatch and abandon his teammate. So it is 3v3 with about a 60-second or so time limit to play with. With that vertical, I'd say vertical control, but Perez is still here, as is Dafo. They might wrongly assume this is quite safe here, Tim. And remember what I said about them losing out on drones? They've got to be really careful here. They don't get surprised by it.
Yeah, this is it. If they're going in and face checking, he's just in a little bit of an off angle as well, a little bit of an off position. And like you say, they could well be surprised by it, just searching and seeking through that hatch, looking for a man, looking for anything that can get themselves going. Daffo onto Pasetto, 3 versus 1. Wow. Perez with the final kill, and that's going to be the round that puts Los onto series point. Just one more will see them qualify to EWC in August.
Again, I'll just go a big leaning towards the intel focus there. They had no information at the back end of that round on where the players were, because basically every drone was chewed up inside the first 60 seconds. They lost the snake. Everything just fell apart from there. And honestly, I think Los read into that. They knew they got rid of the snake, which is the only intel gatherer on the other side, and they hard punished them off the back of it. Really well playing the defensive side. NIP with 3 rounds in a row to find. This is looking ugly, Tim. And against all expectations, Los could be taking that EWC spot over them.
It really is starting to look that way, isn't it? You know, yeah, we do see the snake banned out. That's kind of exactly as expected. But look, I just don't think it's going to be enough at the moment, because NIP just look like they are off the pace. They are struggling to keep up with them here, and it is not looking good for them right now. So 3 rounds in a row, no more mistakes, no more chances, no more opportunities for NIP. They're going to take us back up to the top floor, looking at their record so far on defense. On the attack of this site for NIP. That is what's important. Los defended it in round 7. They defended it successfully. The only win that NIP have been down in Bathroom and Tellers. So they have to get this done. And a lot of the good that we've seen NIP bring has been on the back of Fantasy on Solid Snake. He's had not the best game, but he's been that player that goes in and just creates a little bit of space and creates a little bit of chaos. He's not going to have that operator now. He goes on to the Capitao. Is he going to have the same momentum into this round?
Oh boy, oh boy. And just like we saw back on the previous map, Tim, a leaning towards the shield as their saviour of their sins. Not too sure about that one, because it wasn't all that successful back on the previous. Either way, they've got utility in spades. Otherwise, I always turn towards a Capital when I make comments like that. Again, making sure you can deal with the trap operators on the other side. It's why you bring along the switch so commonly. Also, of course, helps with that DMR to deal with the Azami. So both sides sort of matching across each other when it comes around to utility being brought along. But more than anything else, I don't think it really comes down to that too much. It's going to be how they get this east side control, I think, for NIP. Yeah, both sides have really caused issues for the other around this part of the map, down to the aggression we saw out of NIP very early on here repeatedly. Pino's the one to get chewed up and spat out there, and you lose the ace. That's the only hard breach they've got, Tim. I'm not sure if office is fully reinforced off, but it is. They're now in a world of trouble.
They've been absolutely getting battered on the entry as well, by the way. That is the 5th round in a row that Los have picked up that entry kill. 3 of them, the last 3, round 8, 9, 10, have all come from Dash. And all bar one of those rounds have been won by Los. So NIP now seriously on the back foot. They've lost the entry. They've lost their hard breach. They've lost the experience in Pino. Kind of that solid, you know, dependable rock that you want in this kind of a situation. 5 versus 4, 1 minute 25 on the clock. Los are happy to just burn out time and burn out lives as the Nitro picks up Fantasy. 5 versus 3, damage being done to Pasetto. He's on his own at the bottom of stairs. Wizard is low health as well. Los, this is in their hands. This is there for the taking, Des.
Ain't it just? They've struggled so hard, Tim, to deal with even an Azami sat at the bottom of waiting. 2 minutes in and they can't get rid of him. And he's about to 1v1 Pasetto as well. There's no support. He's all alone, Tim. And they'll be left alone in Brazil. It's Los taking the win, and they make it to EWC.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Los there, just to close things out at the end. Exactly how they wanted to play it. I think that NIP lost that in their map ban. It was just giving Los the opportunity to come in and take this game in the way that they did.
It's just honestly crazy, Tim. Like, again, they'll be heartbroken, NIP. As I mentioned, though, across those last few events, they've slowly started to trend downwards, and now Los have caused a bit of an upset there. Definitely not the outcome we expected tonight, Tim, but one that I'm very, very impressed by. I can't wait to see how Los fare at EWC. But that's us all wrapped up with the casting. Let's go over to the desk and see what they made of that game.
Wow, you gotta be so incredibly happy for Lowe's. They get it done 2-0. Incredible fashion as well. A big congratulations to them. And like we said, they had the blueprint. They knew what they needed to do on this map here, banning away the operators with info on the side there as well. Incredible stuff for them. So much time wasting on the defense. Like, we can only give compliments to them as well. Like, Dash in that final round, sitting downstairs at bottom east, buying so much time for his team. But as we see Lowe's make it to EWC, that means we get to speak to the winners. We have Defo on the line to ask him a few questions about this game here. And most importantly, to congratulate him as well with making it to EWC. Defo, thank you so much for joining us. And a big congratulations on making it to EWC. You must be feeling so happy right now.
Hello guys, good night. Thank you. Yes, I'm feeling really excited with this qualification because we are waiting so much for this, and that's it.
Honestly, Dafo, I just want to go back to, I think it was like 6 play days ago. I had Dash in interview after one of your victories and I asked him a really tricky question. I asked him, you know, you guys made it to Salt Lake City after only, what, 2-3 weeks together? And also teammates from very different teams. And a lot of people had said that it was a fluke, that it was a one-time thing. And I was like, do you think that is the case? And he told me 6 play days ago, you were going to qualify to WC. And so I just wanted to highlight how confident he was already. Did you also believe it, that you were going to make it?
Yes. I think it, but I don't know, sorry. But we are a good team with resilience. We are a really resilient team. We think in these moments of pressure, we can perform really well. So I think this is what we can do.
And do you believe that the fact that you barely scraped your way to playoffs, you were 1 point, you had 1 more point at Fluke, so do you think that kind of relieved the pressure on you guys? Because like you arrived and NIP was the favorite. All you needed to do, guys, was perform.
Yes. I like to play these games where I am in the team that is an underdog because we have no pressure when you come to playoffs, and we show the game we need to do, and that's it.
Therefore, I want to talk a little bit about the bans that you guys were doing on defense, mainly banning away Intel operators for NIP. Do you believe that was a big part of the game plan today, or do you feel like anything else was key to your victory?
Yes, I think our analyst Parndinha bring us really good infos about how NIP like to play, and I think we made a good plan of the game earlier. So I have a big shout out to my friend Parndinha.
That's awesome. Now, tomorrow you have a matchup against FaZe. Now, that match is quite important because it determines if you play groups in EWC or if you have to go through play-ins. How are you feeling about that match?
I think we are going to prepare really well, like we prepared to NIP. In that point, I'm so excited. I don't care about play-ins in France, but we are going to prepare really well and come strong to the match.
Right, awesome. Defo, thank you so much for your time. And once again, a massive congratulations on making yet another international event.
Thank you, guys.
Good to speak to him as well and hear about the happiness and the confidence that this team has, right? I think Defo mentioning resilience has been a really big factor for this team. You brought it up, Leo, you know, barely scraping into playoffs, managing to punch their ticket against a team that finished 3rd in playoffs. It is incredible. You know, Lowe's showed us a big upset here. You already said, you know, I want to see a big upset inside the playoffs. We got to see that with Liquid. But I think the one with Lowe's, arguably, that might even be a bigger upset here. And it's so deserved as well.
Yeah, I think the consequence is the biggest thing, right? Because in the end, Liquid and FaZe both made it to EWC. Here, one of the big titans of SAL has missed his first international events in 4 consecutive events. So this is a massive one to not see an IP at an international event. I think it's maybe a little bit of the end of a cycle. It did seem like an IP had a clear ceiling, that all of the previous events, they struggled to go deeper in playoffs and they never reached really a semifinal, never reached the heights that they used to know. So I think it will maybe push the team to try and figure out what are the the missing elements for this team to perform again at the highest level. But overall, so happy for LOS to prove everyone wrong, to prove that this roster had a consistent, access to the top of SAL and to international events. I do think that today the mental game was the most important one. He said it himself. He was in a position where they were the underdog, and so you could clearly feel it in the way they played. Dafo with 30 kills across 2 maps, absolutely insane. And if you think about it, in the playstyle that we saw on Consulate and Border, what did we see was the biggest difference from LOS to NIP? The late round composure for LOS was so much better on Consulate because they didn't feel as much pressure. And then the playstyle in defense on Border from LOS, relentless, aggressive. That one round where he's with Azami in his stairs and everyone supports him. It's just getting aggressive, preventing the entry points. That's the kind of playstyle that you need to be super confident to execute properly. And clearly, for NIP, it felt like they were trying not to lose. For LOS, they didn't think about it. They were just having fun, and it's all that mattered, and that's why you have such a big 2-0 for LOS.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you really dare to sit down there, of course, there's a Monterey pressuring you, there's people pressuring you from above, somebody pressuring you, from waiting as well, and then still being able to sit there and hold out time is really impressive. But what is even more impressive is, like you mentioned, Dafo's performance this game, 4-0 on the entry, 4 plants down, an 82% cost over the course of the series, and 30 kills in total. Like, that is... He's doing it all. A jack of all trades. Incredible performance from him here to really help his team over the line, and then being so humble as well with giving full props to their support staff with coming up with a great game plan against NIP and finding out how to do. I mean, Leo, the time is limited for them to go up against FaZe tomorrow because that matchup is in a few hours it seems like. But it makes me really excited to see what they can come up with and how they can understand what FaZe is going to bring out tomorrow and come up with a counter for it.
Well, the good news is he's going to be once again in a scenario where he's the underdog and he doesn't feel pressure. So that should be fine and that should be fun. And let's be honest, with what they've showed yesterday, FaZe and yesterday as well in the game against Liquid, FaZe Clan has showed weaknesses. They have showed moments where they slowed down a little bit. Just look at the first map of FaZe versus Loud and you will see all of the examples and the extent of FaZe maybe missing a little bit of team play, maybe missing a bit of coordination, maybe panicking a little bit in important moments. So if there is one team that can surprise people, especially big teams, and upset them in playoffs, we've seen it today with NIP, we've seen it at kickoff with LOS against Fluxo W7M, who's to tell that LOS is not going to create a huge upset tomorrow? So this will be a really big one, and once again, for anyone that's interested, the main thing for the matches tomorrow is to determine who's going to make it to the group stage and who's making it to play-ins, with a lot of cash price of difference, but also the main thing is only 2 out of the 8 teams sent in play-ins will make it to group stage, so making it to play-ins is very, very risky when you arrive to EWC.
Yeah, there's kind of a big storyline, I guess, with both these matches that we have tomorrow, right? You mentioned that one with FaZe and LOS, talking about who makes it into group stage. I mean, I understand that Defo says, our main objective is ticked off. We don't really care if you have to go through play-ins or not. Of course, there's going to be an absolute blockbuster there, given the teams we already have locked in for that phase 1 of EWC. But also for the match that we have first, right? The upper bracket final. That is, there's a shot in the grand final for that. But what comes with that is obviously more cash prize as well. But in my opinion, what could be even more huge is SI points. And think of a team like Liquid, right? They didn't make it to Salt Lake City. Yeah. For them, getting SI points, more SI points from stage 1 would be incredible to solidify a better position of making it to SI base of the points.
Yeah, it's super important. Also noting that all of the teams that attended the Salt Lake City Major from their region, except for FaZe, got first rounded. So that's a huge opportunity because they didn't score that many points. And so for Team Liquid, scoring points here for SI and then maybe making it a deep run in Osaka would mean a qualification because SAL has struggled a little bit in gaining those points in the majors, and that's where you gain the most. I just love, though, the beauty of seeing Team Liquid and Furia, such big names, the swap between the two rosters, the fact that most of Furia left to Team Liquid, now facing each other to determine who's going to go into the grand final of SAL and maybe eventually be SAL champion. There is some kind of beauty to it.
It really is. And of course, really important to mention as well is we've been having some of the late night shifts, I guess, especially if you're from the EU side here, watching the last 2 days of SAL. Tomorrow it is weekend, meaning we will be back on a regular schedule. The more times that you're used to seeing from us when it comes to SAL, that's going to be 6 p.m. CEST or 5 p.m. if you're from the UK and you're just a little bit behind. That's fine. That's all right. We respect that all, of course, here as well. But two very important matches, as we already talked about. SI points on the line, play-ins on the line for EWC. So still so much for us to determine tomorrow in our matches. That's it for us today here. We qualified our 4 teams to EWC from SAL. We'd like to see you again tomorrow for more action here. And for now, thank you so much for watching and have a great rest of your day.